Well, good morning, everybody. It's a very chilly Brands Hatch today, but it's about to get warmer with a hot track action. Yes, the TCR cars. As you can see, we couldn't have timed this any better, could we? Here they come now. And we've got Mr. Jeff Olden on pole position. We're going to have a chat with him very, very shortly. His first ever pole position. I wonder how he is feeling. If you joined us yesterday, thank you for coming back today. We really appreciate it. Remember to please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. He's coming down now. Let's just get ourselves out of the way and we'll grab a very quick chat with Jeff Olden. Here he comes, his first ever pole position. This is going to be pretty special indeed. Tom, if you come around with me, let's see if we can just jump in and have a quick chat with him, see how he's feeling here. Jeff, good morning. Right, more importantly, how are you feeling? First ever pole position?
Yeah, pretty relaxed. Had a good night's sleep. Looking forward to the task ahead. So really good. So I'm looking forward to it.
Are we confident with the launch here?
We'll do our best, won't we? You know, we got two choices. It'll be fine. We're all good.
It's all right, Jeff. Look, best of luck, mate. Really looking forward to watching it. Here we go, indeed. Now, yesterday, if you tuned in to watch the race, you may remember there was a bit of a coming together. Unfortunately, Max Hall couldn't get quite off the line quick enough. Lewis Kent went into the back of him. I'm delighted to say both those guys are out. They are racing, not out the race. They are going to be racing here. In fact, Lewis Kent down there, we can see. How good is that? We're going to keep moving down. So we've got a full complement of cars here for the very first race of the day. How amazing is that? Let's keep going down. We've got Harry Bloor here just on the left. I wonder if we've got quick time just to jump in for a very quick word with Harry. Is that all right? I wonder if that, do you mind if I just very quickly, sorry Harry, I know it's probably the last thing you want to do is you're literally about to go racing. How are we feeling this morning, all right?
Yeah, pretty good, especially in this new car. It was really comfortable to drive.
Yeah.
And after yesterday's race, it was a good result. Yeah. So I'm hoping we can do that again.
Excellent stuff. Look, enjoy it. I'll let you crack on. Really appreciate it. Short and sweet. We've got to get a move on as we keep going down. Jensen O'Neill going 16 years of age on the podium yesterday. This man here, Jack Constable, started in 11th place, won the race. Let's see if we just get a bit of a thumbs up from him. We get a nod on the head. He is ready indeed. How good is that? We've got Mr. Max Hart. Let's very quickly, I wonder if we've got a second just to jump in with Max. Sorry guys, do you mind if I very quickly? Max, how are we feeling ahead of this one? Are we all right? That's all right, I can jump that down. That's all right.
Yeah, I'm excited. I definitely think it's going to be a fun and entertaining one. I have to try and get some sort of redemption from yesterday.
Yeah. What happened yesterday? Because you were leading and we saw you come into the pits.
So from lap 1 I had an intermittent crank sensor, and basically after 24 laps it decided to pack it in. So unlucky, but that's racing I guess, and on to today.
Good luck today, mate. Yeah, top man indeed. Yes, Max Hart leading the race yesterday, right close to the end. Unfortunately had to retire. There's Carl Bordier, two-time TCR champion. As we move further down, there is Max Hall on the right side. There is Lewis Kent. After about 20 seconds after the lights went out in the first race yesterday for TCR, the whole front end of this car was falling apart, as you can see, fixed. Look at him, he's ready. Lewis, we're ready for this one. A better day today, right?
Yeah, fingers crossed. I don't think it can get any worse. So, yeah, we're just going to have a nice little easy race this one, make sure the car's all right. It's quite a lot of extensive work overnight. I can't thank the boys enough. I think they were here till 4 AM, so
wow,
can't thank them enough. And yeah, we're back on the grid, which is the main thing.
Top man, look, enjoy it, won't you? I'm really pleased. And you're okay, aren't you, yeah?
Yeah, I'm all okay. I was just a bit more annoyed than anything.
Yeah.
I said a couple of words as I slowed down and stopped, but that's kind of normal for me.
Lewis, best of luck, mate. Thanks for talking to us. There's Maxwell. We've got to get off the circuit, actually. Time to go racing. First race of the day, second race of the weekend for TCR. Great to hear from the drivers. Look at this. This is going to get very loud, everybody. If you haven't already, turn the volume. You might remember the live chat is open. We want to hear from you throughout the course of the day. But let me hand over to your commentators for the first time today. It is Andy McEwen, and I'm delighted to say Henry Baudet is with him. Let's go.
Thank you, Ian. Great stuff. Got to hear from several drivers down on the grid there ahead of what I think is going to be a pretty spicy race. That's been the buzzword in the pit lane when I've done my round this morning. Lots of drivers expecting this to be an entertaining race. Let's hope we get a proper race out of it with all of our potential front runners carving their way through the order and aiming to try and get themselves to the front. Yesterday, in fairness, we had a great battle. Jack Constable defending from the revelation that was Rod McGovern for a race victory. Who wins race 2, though? It's almost time to find out. The top 10 finishes from that first race yesterday are inverted to give us the grid for race 2. So it is Jeff Holden in the Hyundai i30N that starts on pole alongside Mark Smith in his shiny new Cupra Leon VZ. Luke Allen, debutant in the championship in the Gen 1 Golf, is third alongside Barry John McHenry, also in his first weekend of TCR UK competition. Then comes Russell Joyce. He got a career best finish yesterday in race 1. Rick Kerry got a top 5 finish as well. He starts alongside on row 3. And then comes some of the front runners, the drivers that were in that lead group yesterday. Harry Braun, Jensen O'Neill going. If he can get a start like he did on the initial start to yesterday's race, he could be a real danger man in this one, the 16-year-old. Whilst our top 2 finishers from yesterday, Rod McGovern and Jack Constable, make up the 5th row of the grid. It almost looks, though, like we've inverted the whole grid, because outside of the top 10 we have plenty more potential race winners. Row number 6, Max Hart and Brad Hutchison. Brad Hutchison had a little tangle with Carl Boardley off the line. That damaged the Cupra and eventually led to a retirement. Carl Boardley starts right behind him, interestingly, alongside Callum Newsham, who started from pole, or should have done yesterday, but had a clutch failure after the initial start that was red flagged. Lewis Kent and Max Hall, we've documented their collision already. It was no one's fault, but it just so happens they start together on row number 8 ahead of Jensen Mason, another driver who had clutch issues in his Audi, had to start from, didn't actually get away off the line from the dummy grid for the restarted race. So that's how the grid lines up. Henry, I don't know what's going to happen, and that's a nice feeling. I enjoy that. Race 2 reverse grid is always a highlight of the weekend, and this one has all the ingredients for a classic.
Yes, you are quite right. It's almost as though we inverted the entire field. For those drivers in the top 6 positions, it's a case of how long can you survive. If you're Jeff Holden, Mark Smith, Luke Allen, Barry John McHenry, Russell Joyce and Rick Kerry, it's a simple case of stay as close to the front for as long as you can, because there is no doubt that the chasing pack, the snarling pack of not only drivers that are looking to build on yesterday's good result, but drivers that are actually looking to kickstart their season, they will be heading towards the front, and they're not going to be too shy about it either.
Especially those that didn't have a great result yesterday. No. They've really got a point to prove now. We do have dropped scores in TCR UK. Yes, I know we've only had one race. I'm talking about points already. Every race counts.
Yeah, but you don't be using one of your drop scores in race number 1 of the entire championship.
Exactly so. So they will not want another non-finish, but they need to get some points on the board. So it's a real catch-22. How aggressive will they be in their quest to climb up the order? I suspect quite aggressive, because it's not going to be that easy. Yes, okay, there are some at the front who we're not used to seeing at the front, but there are so many. There's such strength in depth this year in TCR UK that no overtake is going to be easy. Speaking of overtakes, I know you like a stat, Henry. Our first lead change in this race, assuming of course that Jeff Holden doesn't lead every lap and claim a dominant race victory.
Could
you
happen,
never do know. But if that doesn't happen, and we do get a lead change at some point, it will be the 100th lead change in TCR UK history. We actually tallied our 2000th racing lap yesterday. We missed it in all of the drama of Max Hart retiring, because it was around the time that he started to have troubles. But 2,000 laps of racing we've done since the championship kicked off at Silverstone back in 2018. And of course that was a race which Lewis Kent was a part of in his Hyundai. He was here for race number 1. Yes, he missed the last couple of seasons racing in Civic Cup, but it's great that Lewis is still here and gunning for a 3rd championship success.
Yeah, because Lewis Kent's last win at Brands Hatch, he was race number 50 of TCR UK history. And again, I was, last night, ladies and gentlemen, the good book, the Andy McEwen Bible, was being updated to exactly the correct statistics for the morning. Fantastic. Here we go, lining up 17 TCR UK cars, Easter Sunday, Brands Hatch, the Garden of England. It's blustery, it's dry. The banks are very, very full of spectators. Where else would you rather want to be?
It's a very short list, I have to say. This is the place to be. The Brands Hatch Indy circuit, about to play host to our second round of the TCR UK Championship. Place your bets, everyone. What on earth does round number 2 have in store for us? Hopefully a clean start this time. Let's keep our fingers crossed. The green flag is waved at the back of the grid. Jeff Holden and Mark Smith on the front row launch off the line. Barry John but Henry goes nowhere. Can they all miss him? Yes. Phew, thank goodness for that. But the Audi driver very slow away and will drop to the tail end of the field. Who leads at Paddock? It's Mark Smith, I believe. Yes, it is. Who's got himself ahead and down to, well down the order. In fact, it's Jeff Holden. He's trying to stay well out of the way as they head up the hill. Here, though, comes Jensen O'Neill going, and that's Carl Bordley around. Carl Bordley spins off towards the gravel at Druid. There's another car off I can see out of the window coming out of Druid. It's Smith, the race leader. Callum Newsham just got tagged sideways as well. Look at the bottom of the hill. It's all kicked off in race number 2, but I think everyone apart from Carl Bordley potentially has got going. Jensen O'Neill going, leads the race through Surtees, but look who's in third. Max Hart already into a podium position. Callum Newsham making progress as well. Wow.
Well, where to start picking that? Firstly, coming up the hill, coming up the Halewood Hill towards Druid Civic. Carl Bordley getting out of shape. He touched, I think it was maybe Luke Allen that he got into the side of, coming into the braking zone for Druid. Didn't see what happened to Mark Smith, but at the end of lap number 1, safety car. Safety car is out. Jensen O'Neill going, and there is Carl Bordley. He's got that smoking issue again. He's got to quit that. It's not good for you.
There is, though, I think, fluid coming from the car. I think he's done a radiator, maybe. That little punch on the front of the car.
Oh, no, and look at that. It's our home Jeff Holden coming in as well. Sorry to interrupt.
No, I hadn't spotted that. Jeff Holden in the pit lane, so that sort of explains why. I didn't expect him to get too stuck in off the start, but he really was pulling out of people's way, wasn't he? And I wonder whether he knew there was an issue. There's definitely an issue for Carl Bordley. Well, we said you don't want to use too many drop scores at the start of the year. That's sort of it now for Carl Bordley. He can't afford any major dramas through the rest of the season, and that is not what we thought would happen to our double returning champion.
And Mark Smith has gone from first to last. He is running, and I think it was a case of he just took a little bit too much curve coming out of Druid's hairpin, which spat him across the track. Luckily, he stayed out of the barriers. Now, let's have a little look. Oh, Jeff Holden. I wonder if we can find out what the problem is, but, well, Jeff Holden, pretty in pink. Sadly, he's going to be pretty in pink watching from the sidelines.
He was supposed to have an Astra that matched that race suit, but they had to change car during pre-event testing, so they've got a flash of pink on the front of the car. Sadly, that race was over in a flash. This was nearly disaster as Barry John Henry almost stalled his Audi. Thankfully, I think it was Jack Constable who came the closest to hitting him. He was able to dodge, and now let's keep an eye towards Carl Bordley. He's right in the middle of the pack, look, going through Paddock Hill Bend in his yellow and white Honda on the outside of a 3-wide situation. And what happens as he heads up the hill? He gets a knock from Jensen Mason, and that tips the Honda driver around.
It tips the Honda driver around into the side of another car, which could have dislodged the radiator. This is what happened to Mark Smith. Oh, with help.
I think you're right. Jensen O'Neill going gave him a little bit of assistance out of the corner. Jensen was ready to go, and Mark was perhaps taking it easy on cold tyres, and either way, I fear that might be looked at.
Well, I mean, yes, I thought that he may have, Mark Smith got a wheel on the outside curve that spat him across the track. No, he was minding his own business on the inside. It was that Jensen O'Neill going was, how should we say this, he was a little bit more inside and was on the gas a little bit quicker than Smith. So it's O'Neill going, and is that Rod McGovern up into second position again in the number 8 Jolt car. Hart third, Hutchinson, Joyce hanging on in 5th, Newsham, Russell Joyce. Of all the drivers that we were saying, look, survive at the front for as long as possible, Russell Joyce has done the best of the bunch.
Yes, he is in 5th position, got a career best 6th place finish yesterday. If he could hang on to a top 5, he'd be absolutely delighted. But yeah, Ron McGovern sort of flew under the radar there a little bit. Ron McGovern from 9th on the grid is in 2nd position. He and Max Hart actually have had the best starts, really, when you look at numbers of positions gained from the drop of the green flag. Spoke to Ron yesterday briefly after that first race, and he said, look, as soon as Max pulled off and I was in 2nd place behind Jack Constable, I thought, I'm not going to take a big risk. I just want the points for 2nd place. And I said to him, oh, so you're going for the championship this year then, definitely? And he said, yeah, absolutely, I'm going for the championship, and on this evidence, he's right to do so.
Okay, Ian is down in the pits. I think we're going to find out what's going on.
Oh, Jeff, we only spoke a few minutes ago on the grid, didn't we? What's happened?
Rear hub snapped on the formation lap.
So you knew before?
It didn't feel right, and I thought, well, I'll see if we can get off the line and go from there. So we had a good start. We didn't. It was a little bit smoky, but it was okay.
I was going to say, actually, you did have a very good start. I know you were a little bit nervous about the launch, but it was perfect.
It's fine. No, the start was fine. It was just I hit the brakes going into Paddock, and the car went whoop, and I'm like, no, we'll keep out the way, and we'll try another day. So,
I really appreciate you talking to him, Jeff. He's still smiling.
Oh,
he's still got a smile.
It's fun. Hey, we're in one piece.
We've got another chance later as well. Thank you. Stay with us, everybody, if that's all right. Let's just go down here, because I think we've got Carl Boardley in the pits as well. Let's see if we can find out what the issue here is too. Came straight in. It's not been a particularly good weekend so far for the 2-time former TCR champion. He's not in the car. I don't know where he's gone. He's gone down there. Let me see if I can. I think we're going to have to go back. The safety car is about to come in. So Andy, Henry, over to you, boys.
Yes, here we go then. Jensen O'Neill going has already floored it, actually, as they turn into clearways, and Ron McGovern, if anything, has been caught napping. Max Hart is all over the back of the Cupra driver as they head to the line. Race restarts. There's the leader. There is the battle for 2nd place. Max Hart pulls to the outside. You can't overtake before the timing line. Callum Newsham is nearly caught out by that as well as he goes to the inside of Russell Joyce. Newsham goes 5th, but Hart goes 2nd. And now Jensen O'Neill going has a fight on his hand. TCR Europe frontrunner Max Hart is on the hunt. Here comes Hutchison as well, managing to nip up the inside of McGovern, who I think was knocked out of his rhythm slightly there, and Brad Hutchison is into a podium place.
Now, I'm not quite sure. You'll have to update me on the various potential penalties, and whether it's a positional penalty or a time penalty. I'm wondering if Jensen O'Neill going has decided, right, I need to make hay while the sun shines, because I may lose a couple of seconds after the race, potentially. But certainly a very well anticipated start. Looking back in the pack, here's Jensen Mason trying to pass Rick Kerry, coming out of clearways through Clark Curve and onto the start-finish straight as we cross the line to complete another lap. We're on to lap 7 already, and there's Russell Joyce in front of them, and Joyce again is moving backwards a little bit, but again keeping his nose clean, which is key.
Oh, my word, sorry, out of the window I just saw Jensen O'Neill backing the Honda into Graham Hill bend.
Yes,
pushing hard.
He did that a couple of times yesterday, yes.
Yes, he has. Likes of loose race cars, Jensen, famously. At the moment, though, he's not going as quickly as Max Hart. Max Hart, the fastest lap last time by, was 3/10 quicker than Jensen in the first sector. The two Hondas are almost nose to tail, as here, yesterday's winner, Jack Constable, dives to the inside of Ron McGovern. Interesting, isn't it? Yesterday, when Ron was behind Jack, it looked like the Cupra driver was the quicker, but I reckon they've done some work on the Audi, and Jack Constable's car is looking racy. He pulls alongside the Cupra past the pits. The Cupra is quick down the straight, though. Jack Constable has the better line, though he's later on the brakes into Paddock Hill Bend and will move through into the top 5. McGovern then drops down into 6th, but at the front of the field it is only a few car lengths now separating the two Honda Civic FL5s. Jensen O'Neill going with Max Hart bearing down on him.
Looking at Maximus Hall as well in 8th position. He's made better progress than Lewis Kent. You can see Lewis Kent at the back of this shot here, just easing his way to the inside of Rick Kerry, coming out of Graham Hill Bend as they head down the Cooper Straight in towards Surtees. And yeah, Lewis Kent, a lot of work he mentioned there. And round the outside, Jensen Mason. Welcome to TCR UK, young man. Outstanding move on Russell Joyce.
Well, we didn't really get to see what Jensen could do yesterday. That is what he could do, right around the outside of Russell Joyce in an identical car, remember, both Gen 2 Audis. Here comes Kent now to the inside of Joyce as well. Good to see Lewis having a clean race, touch wood, up until this point, and moving his way into the top 10. As this battle continues on, Rick Kerry now to the inside of Joyce, nips through as well. The leaders, I can tell you, are absolutely nose to tail as they head towards Clearways. So we're on the 9th lap of the race. Callum Newsham, though, has set the fastest lap, so Max Hart needs to get on with this, because that Hyundai Elantra there, 4th position, is starting now to make its presence felt.
So we have had our landmark lead change in this race. Now, and that was how many lead changes? That was
100 lead changes.
Well, that's the quest to lead change number 200 is on now. Max Hart is, well, he was close last time. The gap has stabilised a little bit on this lap. Half a second is it. As we look back, there is Max Hall chasing Harry Blore around Druids and then down the hill towards Graham Hill Bend. This is the battle on screen for 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. But up at the front, Jensen O'Neill going, and here's the battle for 3rd. Brad Hutchinson defending from Callum Newsham. Newsham trying the crossover, coming out of Clark Curve. No dice.
No, couldn't quite get the car rotated underneath the Cooper, but he looks the quicker of the two. He's been 0.2 of a second a lap quicker than the leaders pretty consistently. If he could break through into 3rd, I think he could go after the two Hondas. Remember, it was Newsham who qualified fastest yesterday by a reasonable margin. Should have started from pole, did start from pole in the initial start of the race, but wasn't able to take the restart after a clutch issue. Now, though, he is showing us what he can do in the Elantra, which he carried to a race victory, remember, here at Brands Hatch at the end of last season. He won the final round of the championship, having finished 2nd in race 1, so the car goes well here. Newsham knows the place well, and he is getting to know the rear end of that Cupra VZ pretty well, of Brad Hutchison ahead. There are the leaders, Max Hart on the tail of Jensen O'Neill going, but you're right, Henry, having caught up to within half a second or so of Jensen, he's struggling now seemingly to find that extra car length or two.
Yeah, which is credit to Jensen O'Neill going, have to say. Here comes Max Hall passing Harry Blore on the run into Paddock Hill Bend. Now, of course, we're talking about Callum Newsham, and of course how devastated he must have been. Here he is. We tend to forget, we keep talking about Callum like he's a young kid. You forget how experienced he is. He was very young when he came into the championship, but that was some years ago. You know, he's a very, very experienced driver, so the sort of the disappointment of yesterday, that's not going to affect him too much. That's not going to bother him. It's going to be like a duck, water off a duck's back, so to speak. As he now sets about Brad Hutchison. Brad Hutchison, I spoke to Brad, he was quite philosophical about yesterday's retirement. He said it was one of those things, it was I can't quite say how he described his car because it's a family show, but he did say it wasn't very good after the initial contact with what he wanted, possibly with Carl Bordley at the start, that sort of unsettle the left rear shock absorber assembly of that car. Here's Max Hall now coming up to battle with Rod McGovern.
And it's interesting, isn't it? Because I said that McGovern looked quicker than Constable when Constable was ahead of him yesterday. Well, Constable having got past McGovern, he's not really getting away again. So it seems like Rod needs that Audi in front of him almost to extract his maximum potential. Leaders through Clearways again, though, and O'Neill going still under pressure.
It's almost though Rod McGovern, he needs that sort of rabbit in front of him. And that's the first Easter-related gag of the day. As we watch the two leaders, plural, come down through Paddock Hill Bend, up Halewood Hill, and Hutchinson in 3rd, Newsham in 4th. If they sort of started working together, they might, 6.5 minutes to go, it's not beyond the realms of possibility that they can catch the two leaders, especially if Max Hart does get close enough to have a real stab at Jensen O'Neill going.
Yeah, 6.5 minutes to go. I think Newsham really needs to get on with this. He's very close, I can tell you, as they go towards Clearways, but Hood just knows how to defend. He will defend, look into Clearways, and Newsham will again go wide in and try and cut to the late apex. He's not getting through the corner any better than Brad at the moment, though, and so Hood just able to keep the Elantra at arm's length. Actually, the Cooper really good traction off the turn and manages to extend the margin slightly as they head towards Paddock Hill Bend. 4 laps in the book. And it is still Jenson O'Neill going by 4/10. The gap that doesn't really seem to be stretching or shrinking between the two Civics is once again pretty static that time by. This is the battle going on further back. Ron McGovern is now actually starting to come under some real threat from Max Hall, and that's just allowing Jack Constable, who is our championship leader by the way after the first round of the championship, to get away ever so slightly. This is the closest Max Hart has been to Jenson O'Neill going at the top end of the circuit. Jenson's car bobbling around in the braking zone as Max now starts to turn the screw, apply the pressure, but in identical cars this will not be an easy pass.
No, certainly not. What Max Hart will be looking for, he'll be looking for Jenson O'Neill going to overcook things slightly going into Graham Hill Bend, because to be fair, Jenson's got previous in terms of that corner, but or maybe not, and Jenson is wise to that one. Here comes Max Hart trying the crossover around the outside. Ooh. Will he have room? No, onto the grass. And Jenson O'Neill going, well, that's survival number 1 for O'Neill. As 5 minutes ago, still plenty of time, however.
Newsham, by the way, in the back of shot is ahead of Hutchison now, so typically as soon as we turned away from that battle it changed. Newsham then through, maybe we'll get a replay of that, we'll try and figure that out, but understandably we're focused on this lead battle. In fact we're not, because Barry John McHenry's Audi has stopped on the main straight. That looks mechanical to me,
yes.
And that's a shame. The Irishman out, and that is on what I would call a reasonably dangerous position for the car to be parked.
Yes, there are members of the Orange Army waiting to retrieve the car, but of course 1.2 miles, short lap. There's 15 cars on circuit spread around the track liberally. This will be, the race directors will be looking to potentially find a gap to allow those marshals onto the circuit. They're not on the track yet. Barry John McHenry sat in his Audi, which is simmering.
Yes.
I think it's almost like parboiled at the moment, I have to say. Here we go. So there'll be no overtaking. Well, I can't see the yellow flags out. I mean, surely there won't be any overtaking coming onto the Bratton Straight at the moment. Here come the leaders. Can't see yellow flags, certainly not from the main start line gantry, but they go into Paddock Hill Bend, lap number 18. We are currently running. Newsham in 3rd, pulling away from Hutchinson in 4th. 3 seconds. 3 seconds, 3.5 minutes.
Well, he was 4/10 quicker last time, but yes, he would need the top 2 to start battling a bit more, I think. He just got past Hutchison 2 or 3 laps too late, really, didn't he, in order to have the time realistically to chase after the leaders. Looks like we're going to deal with this Barry John McHenry car without the need for a safety car, which is brilliant news. We don't want to put this race on ice. There are plenty of battles yet to be resolved, including that one we caught a glimpse of there between Max Hall and Ron McGovern. There they are, the Cupra driver, 2nd place yesterday. Max Hall, whose race ended only a couple of feet after the start line, after his slow start led to the collision with Lewis Kent. Lewis, by the way, running in 10th, so not convinced that Lincoln Co is exactly handling to his liking, but that's understandable given the fact they were here till 4 AM, the SVG Motorsport team, just getting the car to a point where it would run. They'll worry about tweaking the setup, I think, ahead of race number 3.
Yes, indeed. This is it's a 20 minutes systems check for Lewis Kent, that SVG Motorsport Lincoln Co machine. Now, 2 minutes. I have to say that, you know, on previous form you would have expected Max Hart to march up to Jenson O'Neill going and march past him. That has not happened. We are looking that, you know, I'm new to the championship effectively, but we are looking at potentially a new star of TCR UK, not just for this season, but potentially for a few seasons to come, in Jenson O'Neill going. These 2 minutes, very, very important for this young man.
Most definitely. I mean, Jenson's been a star in everything he's raced. He came into the Fiesta Junior Championship for the last couple of rounds a few years ago and was instantly a front runner. Did write his car off in an accident at Donington Park on his first lap of racing.
Andy. Shows he's trying.
It wasn't really his fault either, in fairness, but I do remember chatting to his mum Mel afterwards, and she was starting to question some of that family's life choices, whether it was a good idea to put him in a racing car after all. But thank goodness they did, because he then went on to win the Fiesta Junior Championship, did a couple of outings in a BMW last year, his first ever rear-wheel drive racing, and was immediately on the podium in that as well. And now here he is in TCR UK, his debut weekend, and he's fending off one of the most experienced TCR drivers on the grid, Max Hart, who's weaving around to try and distract the youngster. It ain't working, Max.
Veteran tactics, veteran tactics. You've got to, hey, if you're a veteran, you've got to use every single weapon in your arsenal to try and force a mistake of the driver that you are pursuing within the final 45 seconds. Now, when they cross the line, this will be the start of the Dernier Tour, the final lap. Can Jenson O'Neill going hold on?
Well, it would be an incredible story if he could. Yes, there's the little question mark about the first lap, but right now that's at the very back of his mind. All he wants to do is claim the win on the road and try and get one over on Max Hart, one of the pre-season championship favourites. But I think we have to put Jenson O'Neill going firmly into that conversation, not only based on this result, but the very strong pace that he demonstrated in race 1 yesterday. And for that reason, Max Hart will be even more keen to get past the youngster. This could be a driver he's fighting for the championship when we return to Brands Hatch in November. Into the final couple of corners we go. I don't think Max Hart's going to be close enough. Through Surtees, into Clearways they head, and Jenson O'Neill going, the youngest ever driver to compete in TCR UK, is going to become the youngest ever winner, I believe. Get that fact check, but he's certainly going to be up there. It is a fantastic victory for Jenson O'Neill going, who fends off Max Hart to the line. Callum Newsham makes up a little bit for the disaster yesterday with a 3rd place finish. Brad Hutchison and Jack Constable complete the top 5 ahead of Max Hall, Ron McGovern, Harry Bloor, Jenson Mason, good to see him in the top 10, and Lewis Kent, who crosses the line in 10th position. That will feel like a victory to SVG Motorsport after that car was absolutely destroyed, it seemed, in that start line shunt yesterday. I actually spoke to Lewis an hour or two after that race, and he said not only was that his weekend done, but potentially his season over before it had ever really started. Thank goodness they were able to work together with several teams actually to get that car sorted. A lot of people spent a lot of time last night to get Lewis Kent back on track, and he has rewarded them with some points and a top 10 finish. Jenson O'Neill going, though, is the young man of the moment. He wins round 2 of the TCR UK Championship after significant pressure for the majority of that race from Max Hart, who tried every trick in the book but just couldn't find a way through. Callum Newsham came home 3rd in the Elantra, Brad Hutchison 4th, Jack Constable completes the top 5, then it was Max Hall, Ron McGovern, Harry Bloor, Jenson Mason and Lewis Kent completed the top 10. Then it was Rick Kerry, Russell Joyce, Mark Smith and Luke Allen in the Gen 1 Golf in 14th, the last of the finishers. So cars make their way into the Parc Ferme area, and there is Jenson O'Neill going. Ian is down on the ground to speak to, we can now confirm, the youngest ever race winner in TCR UK.
Look at this, how amazing is this? Jenson O'Neill going, he had a 3rd place yesterday, but he's taken the top step today. He's just about there's Mickey Butler there from Goodyear. We'll grab a word and we'll let him get his helmet off, but I imagine there's a massive smile underneath. Just remember, Jenson, he's 16 years of age. He looks, Jenson, why do you look so cool and calm? You're not, are you? Come on, you're ecstatic.
Yeah, it was a really good race. Bit nervous trying to hold off a TCR Europe driver.
Yeah.
Obviously, Max used to coach me a couple of years ago.
Here he is, look, go to him. Max, can you stay with us as well for a moment? Is that all right? A great battle between you two, wasn't it?
Yeah, he drove fantastically, never put a foot wrong.
He just said to me actually that you coached him. You regret it a bit now?
Yeah, I am regretting it. No, I'm not. He's a fantastic young man, and like what he's doing for his age is fantastic. I've been driving TCRs a long time, and he never flinched. He drove foot perfect the whole race. When I went for a little bit of an ambitious move, he rightfully so gave me the door, and yeah, fair play to him. Good job, Jenson.
Well done, Max. Jenson, just before you guys, what does this mean to you?
It means a lot, because obviously Alex Lay was the youngest ever TCR UK winner, and now I've just become it, so it's quite a cool feeling, to be honest.
Look, well done, go celebrate. I think your team want to see you there. Callum Newsham as well in 3rd place, makes up for yesterday a little bit, doesn't it? Let's just jump in with Callum if we can. Sorry, Callum, that makes up a bit for yesterday, doesn't it?
Yeah, a little bit. We got a bit of damage on the first lap there. I think that hindered us a bit, but That was a good fun race, I enjoyed it.
You got a big smile on your face, you happy?
Yeah,
What can we do later?
Win.
Yes. Top man, thank you so much. Right, everybody, if you just come with me a little bit, if that's all right. First race of the day for TCR, done second of the weekend. Of course, Jensen O'Neill, go and remember that name. He is just 16 years of age and he has become the youngest ever TCR UK race winner. Up next, here we go, let's pop the camera on the cars. They're about to head out on track, the second race of the weekend for Mini Club Sport. So I can hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard, who will take you through this one.
Well, thanks very much to Andy and Henry there for taking us through our opening race of the day here on Easter Sunday here at Brands Hatch. On to our second race coming up very shortly then here at the home of motorsport in South East England. Dave Goddard here taking you through the next few races up until after the lunch break. Next up we have the Mini Challenge Club Sport with AirTech Motorsport. We had a cracking race from the BMW Minis yesterday. That's followed by the first of three races today for the British Truck Racing Championship, a partially reversed grid based on the results of race one yesterday. And we have the second of our three races this weekend for the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. They had an absolute cracker to open their season yesterday, back with BARC for the 2026 season. And they're followed by our guests from the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club with their Super Saloon and Production Saloon series. They had their qualifying session yesterday, two races today. And that takes us up until the lunch break here at Brands Hatch today. On this Easter Spring Truck and TCR Festival weekend, a very busy weekend at Brands Hatch. We'll have the Mini Challenge Club Sport cars out on the grid very shortly, but I think Ian caught up with a few of the drivers in the paddock a little earlier on.
Right, everybody, here we go. Time to go racing for the second time this weekend for Mini Club Sport. Yesterday it was Ollie Wilmot, Freddie Hewitt and Andy Langley, the top three. We thought we'd come down, chat to some of the other drivers. We've got Lauren Fletcher. Lauren, can I borrow you for a second? Is that all right? How was yesterday? Did you enjoy it?
It was terrifying. Yeah, it was terrifying, but by the end of the day, and I did the first race, I really enjoyed it and I had a lot of fun.
So what have you learned then from yesterday that you can bring into today?
Just go out and have fun. That was literally it. Just go and try your best. And
so tell us about your motorsport journey. Where did it start? How did you end up in Mini Club Sport?
I started off, I'm a welder and fabricator. I build kit cars for a living.
Really?
Yeah.
No way.
So I've done a lot of track days with them. I just wanted to get out on track.
Yeah.
So met Chris at one of the mini shows because I love my minis, and then in September we started building this thing.
Amazing.
And then here we are now.
Enjoy it, won't you? Have a great time out there. I really appreciate you talking to us. Lauren Fletcher there, how good is that? We've got, as you can see, the same top three as yesterday. Wilmot, Hewitt and Langley. That's going to be something to keep our eyes on. Yesterday, Freddie Hewitt just managed to get in front of Ollie Wilmot, but only for a moment. And then Ollie Wilmot managed to race away. Can Hewitt this time beat him? We're about to find out. Dave Goddard, over to you.
So we've already seen our field of BMW Minis down there in the assembly area, ready to come out on track for the second of their 15-minute races this weekend. The Mini Challenge Club Sport Championship with AirTech Motorsports. It's its fourth year with the British Automobile Racing Club. This is the entry-level category of the Mini Challenge. The John Cooper Works JCW class is the top division. They support the British Touring Car Championship, of course. That's followed by the middle tier, the trophy category, and then we've got the Club Sport class, which has got three subclasses, R56, R53, and then the less powerful Coopers, which line up on a separate split grid towards the back of the grid. But they had a cracking race yesterday. As we said, an amazing fight between Dan Truman, the reigning Cooper champion, Jacob Baldry and Jacob Heap, who ended up taking the class win in yesterday's race. But overall it was Ollie Wilmot who pulled away at the front to win by over 8 seconds, ahead of Freddie Hewitt, with Andy Langley in the Clubman Estate in 3rd position. You can see the branding there on the control tower here at Brands Hatch. A century of power. It is the 100th anniversary of racing beginning here at Brands Hatch. All the way back in 1926, it was a grass track in those days as opposed to a tarmac circuit. Motorcycle racing was held here. They raced anti-clockwise in those days. The track went clockwise not long after the Second World War. And tarmac circuit racing was first held here. The initial circuit layout didn't have Druid's hairpin either. It was an extension later added onto the Indy circuit as we now know it, the short 1.2 mile loop, and then the Grand Prix circuit was added later on. Hope you're all enjoying your Easter Sunday so far. Have you all eaten chocolate eggs for breakfast? That's what Easter is all about for some people, of course. Just waiting for one of our TCR cars to be recovered. Barry John McHenry's Audi back to the pits at the moment. But earlier this weekend, Ian caught up with a father and son duo racing in our Mini Challenge Club Sport category.
Right, I'm here with a very familiar face from Mini Club Sport, and Colin's here as well. Father, son, racing together. Quite nice racing with a boy.
Yeah, it should be. I'm not sure I'll be racing with him or looking at his rear end most of the time.
Ollie, it was some season last year, wasn't it? I know there's no championship as such, but you were the highest point scorer.
Yes, and I'm going to try and do it again this year, but let's see.
Is it nice having Dad on the grid?
It is. Behind me, of course.
We're on the Indy circuit, so there's a chance, you know, you might even have an opportunity. How quick are you, Colin, anyway? He's not going to come around and get you.
If he is, I'm blocking, I'm weaving, I'm going to stop the whole lot.
You're not just going to wave him through, no? It is going to be, no way is he coming.
Not a chance.
Listen, guys, it's quite special, father, son. It must be really, really nice. Is it about the entire weekend as well, not just the on-track battle?
Yeah, it's about the whole thing and the team and everything. It's really nice.
And why is it so good racing in Mini Club Sport, Colin?
I think the close racing, you know, and the specification of the cars, the regulations. Tom, who runs the championship, does a great job of trying to get everything equal. Yeah, it's great and affordable.
Now, guys, just before you head out on track, okay, something I'm sure nothing would happen, of course, Christmas dinner later in the year. We don't want that to be a little bit awkward. Can we get a friendly handshake between you two, father, son? Look at that. How nice is that? On track together. Just keep it clean, lads, yeah? Keep it clean. Thank you. Good luck.
So good to hear from our father and son pairing, the Wilmots, and it is son Ollie Wilmot who will be on pole position for this second of 3 races this weekend for the Mini Challenge Club Sport Championship with Airtech Motorsports. So Ollie Wilmot's the winner of yesterday's race, the grid based on the results of race 1, and he starts alongside number 5 Freddie Hewitt. Second row 42 Andy Langley and 231 Steve Webb. Then on row 3 we've got 777 of John Wyatt. Newcomers for him this year being run by the team owned by Paul Sawyer, who starts on row 4. So John Wyatt and Adrian Lingy on row number 3. Then on row 4 we have the crafted motorsports car of number 29 Paul Sawyer, professional DJ and record label owner. Starts alongside number 41 Ian Trundley. Ben Trundley, number 16 on row 5, second to Paul Sawyer in the R53 class for the slightly less powerful cars yesterday. 219 Chris Johnson completes the top 10. Then on row 6 we've got number 7 James Dudley alongside 55 newcomer Simon Sinfield. Another newcomer on row 7 in number 10, another of the crafted motorsport cars, that's David Gibbons alongside 469 Lauren Fletcher. Then there's a gap of a couple of rows, and then we've got the Cooper class cars. They had an absolute belter of a race yesterday at the towards the tail of the field. Jacob Heap eventually winning it. He starts number 20 car alongside Dan Truman, number 19, the reigning Cooper class champion. On row 11 we have number 33 Jacob Baldry, the former junior saloon car racer, alongside 23 Dan Butcher-Lord. Row 12 is Colin Wilmot Senior alongside 53 Neil Clark in the Union flag liveried car. Chris Aram, number 14, starts alongside Scotsman 28 David Taylor, and 35 Anthony Greenhouse rounds out of the grid. '23 BMW Minis out on track then. So the reigning champion, of course, in the R56 class is Ollie Wilmot. Andy Langley won the R53 category last season. He's moved up to R56 in the Mini Countryman Clubman estate. So the Countryman was the old Mini estate, of course. Different model in the BMW Mini range. The car's having a second green flag lap because it's pretty cold here at Brands Hatch, has to be said today. Cold and windy, but fortunately dry. You can see the flags blowing away on top of the tower there, with Storm Dave currently sweeping the UK, but mainly affecting the northern half of the UK. It is dry at the moment here at Brands Hatch. I won't say that too loud because I don't want to put the curse of the commentator on things. So it's Ollie Wilmot, the white and red car, based in Switzerland during the summer, works in the skiing industry. Ollie Wilmot, he starts on the pole alongside Freddie Hewitt, whose sister Chloe was previously a successful racer in that car in this championship. That's the grey car with the purple roof and wheels. Second row, the black and white Mini Clubman estate of Andy Langley. Starts alongside Steve Webb in the black and red number 231. Third row of the group, we have number 777, John Wyatt, racing for the new Crafted Motorsports team. John's been racing BMW Minis for a few years now, works as a jeweller. And in new colours this year, previously raced the black and gold car, the John Player Special lookalike. And he'll start alongside number 77, Adrian Lingy, in the grey car. And the Coopers further back, it's the powder blue and orange, the Golf lookalike car of Jacob Heap, who leads them round. That's Dan Butcher-Lord, the royal blue car, number 23. I haven't got the aero we see on the R56 and R53 cars that start ahead of the Coopers. So this will be the second 15-minute race of the weekend then for the Mini Challenge Club Sport Championship with Airtech Motorsport. Let's hope this is as lively as yesterday's race. Ollie Wilmot was the winner on that occasion. Paul Sawyer took his first class win in Class R53. Jacob Heap took the Coopers. Last couple of cars just settling into line towards the back of the field then. 35, Anthony Greenhouse right at the back, one of our newcomers. Ideal for the newcomer to saloon car racing this championship. Quite a few novices out there. Revs beginning to rise then. 15 minutes gets underway for the Mini Challenge, and away they go. Super start through the middle. That's John Wyatt, I think, coming through. And Paul Sawyer got a good start as well from the fourth row of the grid. He's flown through. Let's have a look who's leading. It looks as though Freddie Hewitt has got the lead for the second time this weekend. He has, ahead of Ollie Wilmot. So easier to make the start from the outside of the front row here at Brands Hatch, given the camber of the circuit. Everybody else has got away cleanly. John Wyatt got a very good start, as did his teammates Paul Sawyer. I think Sawyer is up into fourth place possibly as they head down towards Graham Hill Bend. It's Andy Langley third. Yes, Paul Sawyer is fourth, and I think Steve Webb in fifth position. Already a bit of push and shove among the Cooper class. There's Dan Truman, the reigning Cooper class champion, the number 19. As they charge their way towards Surtees and McLaren for the first time. Some of them hopping over the curbs, making a move there, or trying to. That's the Cooper class leader, Jacob Heap, making a move on the number 10 there. That's one of the R53 class cars, David Gibbons. You can see he's got the novices cross on the back of his car, a newcomer to racing this weekend. They complete the first lap then. It is Hewitt ahead of Wilmot, Langley in third, and Paul Sawyer is up into fourth position with that cracking start. Jacob Baldry having a go for the lead of the Cooper class further back as Freddie Hewitt leads into Druids for the second time. 3 cars line astern, and Sawyer's trying to go with them. What a start to this race by Paul Sawyer, the Radio 1 disc jockey, all over the back almost of Andy Langley for third place overall. He's leading his class, Paul Sawyer. He's dropped Ian Trundley, number 41, who is in P5. Behind him, Steve Webb in the black and red 31, who has got the inside into the left flick at Surtees, then into McLaren. Leaders coming through towards the end of their second lap, and it's Freddie Hewitt holding off Ollie Wilmot for the lead. Wilmot tries to move around the outside. He's never going to go around the outside into Paddock Hill Bend. Well, he's going to get there before they get to Paddock Hill Bend. He takes the lead from Freddie Hewitt, and are we going to see Ollie Wilmot clear off into the distance as he did yesterday? Langley is in third place. Sawyer sticking with the lead as you can see the gap that the top 4 have made up over the rest of the field. He's 2.5 seconds clear, Paul Sawyer, of 5th place. Ian Trundley, then it's Webb. Chris Johnson going well there. He is the orange and purple car in 7th place. ahead of John Wyatt, Adrian Lingy and Ben Trundley rounding out the first 10. This second race of the weekend for the Mini Challenge Club Sport Championship. There is Ben Trundley, the number 16, the Norfolk Cars run machine. Starting to settle into their rhythm now for those opening exchanges. Treble 7 is John Wyatt attacking Chris Johnson. Had a lot of mechanical problems with that 219 car last season, the NT 219 Motorsports car. Well, there is the number 20 leading the Cooper class. That's Jacob Heap. He's in 14th place overall. That Jacob Baldry still in behind him? Indeed it is. Now where is Daniel Truman? He's down in 6th in class at the moment. He got shuffled back on the first lap, Dan Truman, just behind Chris Aram there, the grey and green car. So possibly new status quo in the Cooper class this season. Dan Truman dominated that category last season, but there he is down in P6 there, the white, red and green car, just ahead of Neil Clark in the Union flag livery, the Austin Powers lookalike BMW Mini. Jacob Heap continues to lead the class, the man from Harrogate in Yorkshire. We've got one car has retired off into the pit lane. It's David Taylor, unfortunately, number 28, the man all the way from Dundee in Scotland. He's out of the race. So leading the way it is Ollie Wilmot. His lead already up to nearly 1.4 seconds over Freddie Hewitt in second place. We concentrate on the Cooper class. It's still Heap from Baldry, Colin Wilmot third, Dan Butcher-Lord in fourth, and Dan Truman trying to recover after dropping back early on, attacking Chris Aram here in the number 14, the AT Motorsport car. He's got to be mindful that Neil Clark is on his tail though. They head up the hill out of Paddock Bend into Druids. Truman has a look up the inside. Meanwhile, our leader there is Freddie Hewitt. It's Ollie Wilmot. There's Freddie Hewitt in second overall, I should say. Andy Langley in the number 42, the Estates, in third position. This is the fight for 7th place between Johnson and Wyatt. They're trying to close in on 6th place Ian Trundley, the grey number 41 there ahead of them. And they gap back to 9th position, which is Adrian Lingy. Ben Trundley rounds out the first 10. There's the battle for 9th going through. The 11th place behind them is the number 55 with the pink wheels there, Simon Sinfield. Battle between Ian Trundley here and the number 77. Ben Trundley and the 77 of Adrian Lingy, I should say. So just under 9.5 minutes of this race to go. Lingy now ahead of Ben Trundley. This is the battle between Sinfield and the number 7, which is James Dudley in the red and black car, the AC Motorsport car. Here come the leaders up into Druids Hill Bend. The lead gap is up to over 2 seconds now. Ollie Wilmot, just as in yesterday's race, once he got past Freddie Hewitt, is running away. Hewitt in second place and coming under a bit of pressure from Andy Langley now. This is a great run by the first estate car we've seen in the championship at this level. Seen Sussex Road and Race run one of those as well in various series, the Clubman Estate. Through towards Clearways and the end of lap number 7. There's no surprise Ollie Wilmot's got the fastest lap of the race, 55.699, just on a quicker one, 55.652. That time through, 79 miles an hour average around the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. Can Andy Langley take second place away from Freddie Hewitt? These two, 3.5 seconds clear now of Paul Sawyer, who still could be up for his best ever finish in the championship up there in P4 and leading the R53 class. Second in that class is Chris Johnson and third Ben Trundley. The R56 class is out overall. Cooper's still led by Jacob Heap further back. This is the battle for 6th. Ian Trundley being reeled in now by Chris Johnson in the 2-1-9. One of our runners further down the order, the number 10 of David Gibbons, has been given a 10-second penalty for an out-of-position start. So that's just come up on the timing screen. If you want to follow the live timing for this event incidentally, go to tsl-timing.com. It's tsl-timing.com. There's live timing on there. Up on the outside comes Chris Johnson, moves back to the inside. He's all over the back of Ian Trundley here. A bit loose there coming out of Paddock Hill Bend. This is allowing up alongside them the treble 7 of John Wyatt. He's never going to go around the outside of Druid, surely. He might get the inside for Graham Hill Bend. No, he runs out onto the curb on the exit. And down to Graham Hill Bend, Chris Johnson holds the place. Behind this group, it is Adrian Lingy and Ben Trundley, so it could be 5 cars together for 6th place shortly. There's Ben Trundley with the pink headlamp covers at the back of the group. Lead gap is now up to nearly 4 seconds. Ollie Wilmot, as he did yesterday, is running away with it. This is our lead battle in the Coopers, and Jacob Heap certainly isn't running away with it. He's got Jacob Baldry trying to close him down there. 14th and 15th overall. Then the gap back to 3rd in class, which is between Wilmot and Butcher Lord. Colin Wilmot holds the place at the moment in the number 12, the Ski Set Wengen car, holding off Dan Butcher Lord in the unsponsored, by the look of it, 23. Up and over the line they come. Behind them is Dan Truman. A subdued race for Dan, it has to be said, normally at the sharp end of the Coopers. Behind him we've got Neil Clark, Chris Aram, also Lauren Fletcher from the R53 category. Jacob Baldry still trying everything he can to get ahead of Jacob Heap for the lead of the Coopers. He's never going to go around the outside of Graham Hill Bend, surely. Heap holds him off. Just over 5 minutes of this race to go for the Mini Challenge Club Sports Championship with Airtech Motorsports. It is looking good to be 2 out of 2 for Ollie Wilmot. He's now over 4.5 seconds clear of Freddie Hewitt. Again, the main focus is the dice for the lead in the Cooper class. Jacob Baldry challenging yesterday's winner, Jacob Heap. 2 Jacobs set up towards Paddock Hill Bend. Baldry forced to go the long way round on the entry. Is he going to cut back inside for the run to Druids on the back of the Golf lookalike car? Moves to the inside, but Heap is wise to him, moves across, holds the place. Still Jacob Heap, soaking up the pressure from Jacob Baldry behind him. They're 3 seconds clear of Colin Wilmot now, 3rd in the class there. He is in the background, the white and red car. And Butcher Lord is next then. I think Dan Truman has got ahead of Neil Clark. Because it may not be long before the leader comes up to lap this group. Yes, here comes Ollie Wilmot now. He's on the back of Dan Truman. He sweeps to the outside of the Coopers. Gives his father a quick wave as he goes by to lap him. Colin Wilmot in the number 12, one of our newcomers this year. It's already looking good for Ollie Wilmot to take a double. He's 5.6 seconds clear now of Freddie Hewitt, who led at the start, used the grid camber to good effect, and well, Dan Butcher Lord wasn't expecting Colin Wilmot to cut round the outside of him there, had to slam the brakes on into Druids. I thought it was going to be a big collision there. They managed to save it, but that's lost Dan Butcher Lord some ground, lost momentum as well. Dan Truman is on his tail. Here's our 2nd place battle, and Freddie Hewitt's now pulled away. Chris Johnson under fire from the 77, the silver car, that's Adrian Lingy. They're getting round 1 of the Coopers, I think that's 35. Anthony Greenhouse going a lap down, the Stoke Mini Works car. That team looks after David Taylor's car as well, sadly he's out of the race. And the leading Coopers a little further apart now because they've had to allow Ollie Wilmot to go through and lap them. Jacob Heap still leads the Coopers. the hill come the remainder of the Cooper class cars. Lauren Fletcher there, she's an R53 driver, one of our newcomers, holding off Chris Aram's Cooper. There is Neil Clark, aka Austin Powers. Freddie Hewitt laps Colin Wilmot. You can see got a little way clear of Andy Langley now in second and third places because of dealing with these swathes of backmarker traffic. What's the lead gap going to be up to this time? I suspect it will have increased with second and third place in with the backmarkers. Yes, 7 seconds is now the lead for Ollie Wilmot. They're in the closing stages of race 2 for the weekend for the Mini Challenge Club Sport Championship with AirTech Motorsports. But Ollie Wilmot is heading for 2 out of 2, looking to retain his R56 class title this year. There's Steve Webb. He's moving up to have a go at Paul Sawyer for 4th place. They're trying to lap Chris Aram. He's not giving way there at Graham Hill Bend. He needs to be given the blue flag here by the marshals. I think now he's seen DJ Paul Sawyer behind him. He gets through, but here comes Steve Webb on the inside. He's not quite close enough to make a move at Druids. Paul Sawyer still leads the R53 class. It's the last lap go the leaders. Over 8 seconds in it. So this race following almost a carbon copy of yesterday's opening race, with Ollie Wilmot pulling away from Freddie Hewitt, and the main battle being for the lead of the Cooper class. And this is starting to get heated now because Jacob Baldry is all over Jacob Heap now for the lead. But it's going to be a win for Ollie Wilmot, number 17, the Switzerland-based driver. Here he comes. He's driven a perfect race ever since he got past Freddie Hewitt. Just waiting to see if the checkered flag is going to go out this time. He might be a couple of seconds too early here, Ollie Wilmot. Comes up towards the line. Looks like the checkered flag is going to go out. Yes, Ollie Wilmot takes his 2nd victory of the weekend. Freddie Hewitt is going to come over in second. Now, who is going to win the Coopers? We'll pick them up shortly. Coopers come over the line, and Jacob Heap does hang on, just ahead of Jacob Baldry by 1.15 of a second. 1500ths of a second there. Jacob Baldry beaten by Jacob Heap. He takes the 2nd class win of the weekend. I can tell you Steve Webb did get ahead of Paul Sawyer for 4th position on the last lap, but Paul does win the class. He wins class R53. But it is Ollie Wilmot who takes the win. We'll give you the provisional overall results in a moment for the Mini Challenge Club Sports with AirTech Motorsport. Race 2 of the weekend. They have another race this afternoon. Marshall's giving the drivers a wave on the slowdown lap. Ollie Wilmot takes his 2nd win, 8.44 seconds over Freddie Hewitt. Andy Langley completing the podium. Steve Webb taking 4th place on the last lap ahead of Paul Sawyer. Lightning start for Paul, an excellent 5th with a class win. John Wyatt was 6th overall ahead of Ian Trundley. Then Chris Johnson, a good 8th overall. Adrian Lingy and Ben Trundley round out the top 10. Then newcomer Simon Sinfield, a very good 11th. Dudley was 12th. James Dudley in the number 7, the man from Cardiff. David Gibbons, he got a 10-second penalty, which dropped into 13th for an out-of-position start. And in the Cooper class, Jacob Heap just beat Jacob Baldry by 0.15 of a second. Behind them were Colin Wilmot, Dan Butcher-Lord, a subdued Dan Truman, only 5th in class, then Neil Clark, Lauren Fletcher, Chris Aram and Anthony Greenhouse. Sadly, David Taylor was the only retirement. Hopefully he can get that car back out for race 3, which is due off at 2:40 p.m. this afternoon after the lunch break. Next up here today we have the first of our 3 races today for the British Truck Racing Championship. Craig Reed and Ryan Smith were the winners yesterday. Will Ryan Smith continue his early march towards a record 11th British Championship? We'll find out in a few minutes' time. Then we've got the pickup trucks, of course promoted by Truck Sport UK. They're back alongside the trucks this year. They had a brilliant race yesterday. we welcome the Classic and Modern Motorsports Club as well with their Super Saloons and Production Saloons, a nice mixture of cars that they've got in action here this weekend. After lunch we bring on another truck race. There'll be hopefully time for a grid walk as well. I'm sure Pointy is going to be down there on the grid before our 4th truck race of the weekend. We welcome back the Civic Cup later on. Andy and Henry will be taking you through that one. Final race for the Minis, then TCR UK, British Truck Racing again, pickups, and finally the Super Saloons and Production Saloons. Meantime, the Minis are heading into Parc Ferme, and Ian is down there to greet them.
Well, it's the same podium as yesterday, though a little bit closer today, wasn't it? Good battle there as well between Freddie Hewitt and Andy Langley. Ollie, 2 for 2 this weekend already, my friend. It's looking good, although that was a little bit tighter.
That was a lot tighter, but it shows off what we've done over the winter season. So it's not just pull it in the shed, don't do anything. So yeah, big thanks to Ben and the fellows group.
Got to do it again a little bit later though. Can you make it 3?
Let's try. Like
you hate it when I ask that, don't you?
Let's see the starts. I do really need to work on them.
Do you know one thing? I style my hair based on you. Do you know that?
You get in there.
Get in there.
You get in there. It's 25 years of practice.
Yeah, it's 40 for me and I still get it wrong. Well, now, congratulations, Freddie Hewitt over here. Freddie, good to see you again, buddy. Bit close with Andy there, good racing. And you got in front of Ollie, just not able to hold him off.
Yeah, it looks like we might be having a boost problem, which could be why we're a bit off on Ollie. He seems to just have the drive on the straight, so we're going to look into that now.
Top man, thanks for talking to us. Really good to see you as well. By the way, Andy Langley, I don't know where Andy is, but somebody I wanted to... Oh, there is Andy. Sorry, I was wondering where... You were hiding from me there. You just don't want to speak to me.
No,
you had a good battle there with Freddie.
Yeah, it was going well. I thought we were going to rein him in a bit, but, you know, when it comes to the back markers, you can win and lose, can't you? And
that's the problem with Indy.
Yeah, Freddie got him good, and I just got held up a couple of times, but, yeah, tyres were toast at the end anyway, but... We had a go.
One more chance later. Yeah.
Cheers,
good to see you. Thank you for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Very quickly, I want to talk to Paul Sawyer. Paul, can I grab you for a very quick chat, if that's right? Sure. Congratulations. Great start. 4th on track, first in the S53s.
Oh, I couldn't believe it. The start was unreal.
What did you do? You have an extra Weetabix this morning?
I reckon it was an extra donut.
I must say, other cereals are available. Look, well done. Best of luck for later. Really appreciate it. Somebody I wanted to find. If we've got time, I don't think we're going to have time. I just want to give a shout out Jacob Heap, of course, winning the Cooper class. Great stuff. Look at what we've got coming up the hill now. Yes, it's time for the 3rd race of the weekend for the British Truck Race. In fact, stay with us a little bit longer. Let's see if we can get a closer look, shall we? If that's all right, everybody will be handing over very soon. But let's get a look at these trucks. They're making their way up the hill onto the track here, and we will have our 3rd race. I wonder if we can get any toot-toots or anything like that. There we go. Oh, look, Pointy, you're with us now as well. Can you give us a bit of a breakdown of what's happened so far this weekend with the trucks?
Oh, my goodness. Let me get my clipboard out. No, so there's been quite a bit of contact. I think, after the break over the winter season, everyone was a little bit overexcited. But, we've seen a lot worse opening weekends at Brands Hatch with regards to damage and incidents. So I think we're doing okay. Interesting result for Warren Harvey yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
First weekend in racing, 2nd race of any of all time. Wow. Manages to take a 3rd place home, so he's super chuffed. However, they fixed his truck. They fixed Bradley's truck in the evening, impact damage, but then Warren's truck clutch went. They were working on his truck quite late into the night, so we'll see if they make it out shortly. As you can see, we've got Division 1 making their way out at the minute.
Let's turn the camera around and get it on. They don't want to see our faces.
No, of course they don't. We want to see trucks, exactly. So number 3, Steve Powell, last one of the Division 1 trucks waiting to get up the hill, is a bit of a run-up, especially with these clutches. You're either in gear or you're not. Finding the bite point's quite tricky with these. So
I imagine it's a lot more complicated than just bang it in first and off you go.
Yeah, no, exactly. Well, they actually pull away usually in 4th, I think.
Really?
Yeah, so they just do everything in 4th, high and low most of the time.
Evans is coming up now.
This is it. So Jake Evans, good results for him yesterday. Just look at the board. We got a 1st and a 2nd. So really good start to the year for him. Will we see that continuation that we had last year? Obviously, he missed an entire weekend last year at Thruxton for no engine, so it's good to see him. One person it is a shame, didn't see Callum Eason at all yesterday because his truck's not finished yet. They're having trouble getting that on the road. So massive shame for Callum Eason, who was obviously in contention for the championship last year as well. So, you know, not to mention how much pressure he's going to be under now if he doesn't get out today. He's going to be on the back foot straight away. John Powell, though, Division 2, you can see him on camera now. Great result for him yesterday, taking a second, then a first. So loads and loads of gremlins last year with his beautiful looking DAF truck that he was in development with Adams.
That's DAF, not daft.
DAF, not daft, DAF, D-A-F.
And it's daft where I'm from.
It's daft, yeah, that's what we say, daft. So DAF truck, Adams Morey Group, Greenhouse Group, loads of support they've been giving him last year with regards to development, improvement of the vehicle. And I say, this year it does appear, touch wood, that he seems to have worked out those gremlins, spent a good season testing, and now he's ready to put some results in, and a brilliant opening weekend for him as well. But yeah, that's it really. It looks like we've got Bradley Harvey in the 96. If you look to the right corner of him, bit of damage there to work with. Late arrival from Nathan Smith. So number 11, Nathan Smith, he had a spring snap yesterday, which is what sent him into the gravel. I think I sent this to Dave, but I don't know whether he got the message, but he might relay this against you. Phenomenal news. There we go. As if speak of the devil, we've got Callum Eason out. So I'm glad he's out. 2 races down though, so he's got a lot to work on today. And then of course our Finnish friend Sami Oinen in last year's truck. Very old truck this is. He's had that truck in racing for so many years. He says he's looking forward to getting a new truck out on the circuit at some point this year, so fingers crossed for Thruxton.
Super stuff. Just before you go, Pointy, I'm sure loads of people tune in to watch the trucks, of course, but when we're not on a race weekend, how do people follow the British truck racing, all the content that you do, because you do a lot of other stuff?
Do a little bit, yeah, so it's really important to be following us on Facebook, Instagram. Instagram is official BTRC, and of course that goes for the pickups as well, official pickups over on Instagram. That's the best place to keep up to date with everything, all the regular posts, and of course we've got our Facebook groups and YouTube as well. Just search British Truck Racing Championship on YouTube for all of your historic races.
Excellent. Right, enough from us. It's time to get going for the third race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Let's hand over to commentator Dave Goddard. Enjoy.
Yes, thank you very much to Pointy and Ian down on the ground. Back up here in the box, what a fine sight we've got here as the trucks make their way to the grid behind the pace truck for race 3 of the weekend. The result of race 1 sets the grid for race 3, but with the top 8 reversed. So it is number 33, Neil Yates, in his MAN, the recovery company boss, who sets pole position for this one alongside the 10-time former British champion and former European champion Stuart Oliver in the Volvo VNL. Row 2 is David Jenkins with his MAN, and the 10-time consecutive reigning British champion Ryan Smith going for his 11th consecutive title this year in the newly liveried Daimler Freightliner. Row 3, number 12, Michael Oliver, and number 14, John Bowler in their 2 MANs. On the 4th row, 89, Simon, and 68, Craig Reed, the 2 brothers. Now, Simon should have been up there on the front row, but he had a 5-place grid penalty for causing a collision in yesterday's race, the second race yesterday, I believe that was. Completing the top 10 on the grid, Tom O'Rourke in the International Navistar, number 86, and 95, Ricky Collett, who got beached in race 2 yesterday with a flat front tyre. That was after that contact with Simon Reed, so Ricky Collett is back out. Row 6, number 3, Stephen Powell, the local man. He's had a quiet weekend so far. Starts alongside our double Division 2 winner yesterday. Winner of race 1 in Division 2 yesterday, not double winner, apologies, Jake Evans in the number 10. Row 7, the other Division 2 winner yesterday was John Powell, the number 6. Bradley Harvey will line up alongside him in the 96 DAF. Row 8, number 11, Nathan Smith. As Pointy told us, he had a front spring snap in race 1 yesterday. That pitched him into the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend and brought out the red flags. Nathan is back out today. Alongside him will be number 41, Simon Cole. The team have worked hard there to repair damage after a collision with Bradley Harvey in race 2 yesterday. He's on the grid. Row 9 of the grid, we should see Callum Eason out there. Just looking down at the grid now, I can't see Callum's truck there. No, he is making his way round, but quite slowly towards the rear of the grid. We don't have Archie Handy, number 40. His number 40 truck not ready, I don't think. I think he had problems in testing on Friday, Archie Handy, the son of Simon Cole, so he's not there. The 10th row of the grid, 61 Sami Oyen, the Finnish driver. He's repaired his truck after a tangle with Warren Harvey yesterday, and Warren is out there as well. The team, as Pointy said, working late to replace the clutch on Warren Harvey. It says jump out, instrumental in the repair along with support from trackside recovery. Callum Eason, meanwhile, is pulling into the pit lane, as we heard down there in the assembly area. That truck only just ready to race. We didn't see Callum Eason in action yesterday. Now, hopefully, the team can rectify that issue and he can join in from the pit lane. I'm going to have to give a shout out to Lily, who's celebrating her 12th birthday today here at this truck weekend. Many happy returns to you, Lily, from all of us here at BARC and all at the British Truck Racing Championship as well. Yesterday we saw a slightly surprise result in race 1 as Craig Reed, on his return to the championship, set pole position and took the win in race 1, while in race 2 it was the reigning champion Ryan Smith who won in Division 1. Jake Evans and John Powell sharing the wins in Division 2. Now, a quick apology before we get this race underway. I did say that Craig Reed retired from the second race after contact with Michael Oliver going into Druids on the first lap. The retirement was not as a result of that contact. Craig Reed, what had happened actually, just to clarify, coming out of Paddock Hill Bend, Craig Reed's front suspension broke, and that's why he slowed going into Druids and was collected by Michael Oliver as he tried to turn in. So apologies to Michael Oliver and Craig Reed there, just to clarify the reason for that incident. It was not the fault of the contact, it was a suspension failure for Craig Reed that caused his retirement from race 2. So it is Neil Yates who lines up on pole in his newly liveried number 33, just a couple of years into his truck racing career, still looking for his first win in Division 1. He's on his local circuit this weekend and has got pole position for race 3 by virtue of 8th place in yesterday's season opener. As we say, the grid set by the results of race 1, the top 8 reversed. Stuart Oliver had a relatively quiet day yesterday in the Volvo, and he's got his arch rival lined up directly behind him here, Ryan Smith. A new livery on the Daimler Freightliner number 1 this year, the red and the day-glow yellow, with sponsorship from Neil Yates. Some saying it looks a bit like a fire engine with the red and day-glow yellow. We haven't got any blue flashing lights on the top though. He doesn't need those to try and remove his opposition the way Ryan Smith, the ever ebullient Derbyshire-based driver. He starts alongside his big rival of the last few years, David Jenkins, in the Digraph Morris Lubricants MAN. Row 3 we have Michael Oliver, son of Stuart, in the number 12, the GT Tyres MAN. Starts alongside John Bowler. Had a bit of a scrape with David Jenkins in race 1 yesterday. And then the Reed brothers. Great to have Simon and Craig Reed back. They've been competing on the continent over the last couple of years in their Ivecos, returning to the British Championship this year. Based up in Stoke, the bosses of Reed Freight. Their father David Reed, an ex-competitor in the British Championship as well, as is David Jenkins' father Tony, used to run the American-built Mack truck. Row 5, it's Tom O'Rourke, the boss of MV Commercial, one of the partner sponsors of the championship, based in southern Scotland, in the International Navistar with the Scottish flag on the grille. And Ricky Collins, the Yorkshireman, boss of Collins Heavy Haulage, in his MAN, starts alongside. Division 2 headed up by Jake Evans as they get underway with the rolling starts. Tom O'Rourke a bit slow away, with Stephen Powell behind him. They'll catch up to get the 2x2 formation. Full credit to everyone involved in getting Bradley and Warren Harvey's trucks back out. Warren making his debut this weekend, starts at the back as a novice. He's the father of Bradley, who made his debut in Division 2 last season. Bradley Harvey had a tangle with Sami Ojanen, who got a grid penalty for that in yesterday's second race. Sami ending up in the gravel at Clearways. Warren Harvey, as we heard, had to replace the clutch on that truck overnight. This is going to be a much bigger crowd than we saw yesterday here at Brands Hatch, and this is what they've come to see. The big rigs in action here at Brands Hatch. Over 40 years since they debuted at the 1985 Lucas Truck Super Prix here on the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. It was Gaudenzio Mantova in his Scania, the Italian, who took the win on that occasion, with a certain Richard Walker in second place, who would go on to become one of Britain's all-time greatest truck racers. And two of the all-time greats on the front two rows of this grid, Stuart Oliver and Ryan Smith, 20 British titles between them. Neil Yates looking for his first Division 1 victory. There'll be huge celebrations if he can hang on in front here. It'll be a rolling start, 15 minutes of racing. David Jenkins looking for his first win of the season. It took him a little while to get going in 2025. Michael Oliver always goes well here at Brands Hatch. He's on row 3 in the number 12. Pace truck we're pulling into pit lane, where Callum Eason sadly still is. Looks like he may not be able to start. You can see the black and green truck there. Hopefully he can join in as the race goes on. But it's Neil Yates and Stuart Oliver lead them up towards the grid. Simon Cole pulling off at the back as well. Waiting for the red lights to go out then. Race 3 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship about to get underway. The power comes on and away they're going. It's a super start by Stuart Oliver in the number 7. He pulls across on Neil Yates, takes the lead into Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Neil Yates in second place. Ryan Smith cutting to the inside. John Bowler's made a good start, tries to get around the outside in the 14. David Jenkins is boxed in behind Ryan Smith. Big cloud of tyre smoke as Stuart Oliver locks up slightly into Druids. They've all made it round Paddock Hill Bend okay for the first time. Through Druids they come as well. They're all round the first half lap okay. Somebody's slowing in there. I think that's Tom O'Rourke. He was slow away on the rolling lap as well, so he's dropped a few spots as they make their way along Cooper Straight into Surtees. Stuart Oliver it is, and I'm from Hexton in Northumberland, who leads the way from Neil Yates. John Bowler battling with Ryan Smith, but then David Jenkins, Michael Oliver, the Reed brothers, Ricky Collett, and a better start this time by Stephen Powell in the number 3, who's had a quiet weekend on his local circuits so far. Going through to complete lap number 1, Stuart Oliver starting to pull away, had a subdued first day of the championship. And he pulls away slightly, and here's Nathan Smith making up for a lower grid position. Remember, he went off in race 1 while running 6th yesterday when a front spring broke and pitched him into the gravel at this point at Paddock Hill Bend. John Bowler runs wide at Druids, and so does David Jenkins, trying to get up alongside Ryan Smith. No change of position though. Jenkins has had a bit of contact there. I think you can see his wheel arch flapping slightly in the breeze. There's Neil Yates hanging on at the moment in second place. This is music to Stuart Oliver's ears, because he knows that Neil's truck is not quite as quick as the ones behind him, so he's the cork in the bottle at the moment, and Stuart Oliver's being able to pull away in the lead here. We'll pick up on Division 2 in a moment as John Bowler under fire from the British champion Ryan Smith for third place. Division 2, I can tell you, is being led by Jake Evans in the number 10 further back. He's in 13th place overall. Over the line they go. John Bowler under fire, under intense fire here from Ryan Smith, who's trying to get the inside line away at Paddock Hill Bend. He gets the nose of the Daimler Freightliner down the inside. They're side by side through Paddock Hill Bend. John Bowler's had to see there. He puts a wheel onto the gravel. This could allow David Jenkins up alongside. Well, Smith drew up into P3. Here comes David Jenkins. Will lean Bowler out wide, but Bowler, if he keeps his foot in, will have the inside line for the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend, and he does stay ahead of his fellow MAN. But Jenkins moves back across there. He nearly got the nose down the inside into the left-hander. Michael Oliver behind him. He's had some contact, but there's a bit of bodywork missing from the front of the team Oliver MAN. And behind him is, I think that's one of the Reed brothers. Yes, that is Craig Reed in the 68, yesterday's race 1 winner. So as I draw breath, the leaders come round to complete lap number 3. Stuart Oliver's cleared away in the lead in the number 7. Still side by side, David Jenkins and Michael Oliver. We take a quick look back at Division 2. It is Jake Evans leading in the number 10 MAN. There he is ahead of John Powell in the DAF. He ran that truck in Division 1 last season, but had endless problems with it, having better runs in Division 2 already. And then the Harveys third and fifth. That's Bradley Harvey ahead of Sammy Oyen and Warren Harvey. Much more on the pace today in the number 97. David Jenkins has got ahead of Michael Oliver up into P5. And then behind them it is Craig Reed 7th. Ricky Collett is 8th behind them in the number 95, the yellow MAN. Now this race will set the grid for race 5 later on with the top 8 reverse. So as things stand at the moment, Ricky Collett is in provisional pole position. Simon Reed, I can tell you, has pulled into the pits. Problems with the number 89 Iveco. Still 11 minutes of this high-speed action to come from the British Truck Racing Championship in race 3 here at Brands Hatch. And Stuart Oliver dominating proceedings at the moment. Neil Yates hanging on in second. If he can hold off Ryan Smith here, he'll be on for his best ever results in the British Championship. Oliver leads him by just over 2 seconds at the moment. Then the battle for third, headed up by Ryan Smith, John Bowler, David Jenkins. They've spaced out just a little bit. Craig Reed runs wide there in the 68. Then Ricky Collett, Stephen Powell, Nathan Smith's into the top 10. He's going for the outside on Stephen Powell, who runs a pub just down the road from Brands Hatch. Tom O'Rourke up behind them, the man behind MV Commercials, who went from sponsor to driver over the last few years. Never attended a truck race meeting until he put a display on at Convoy in the Park at Donington Park, and liked what he saw so much he bought a race truck and took up the sport. Nathan Smith all over the back of Stephen Powell as they head into Clearways. Here's the second place battle. Neil Yates driving superbly here in the 33 MAN, holding off flying Ryan Smith. It's Stuart Oliver who is flying out in front at the moment. Then the battle for fourth. John Bowler, the man from Stockport in Cheshire, in the number 14. Holding off David Jenkins, as it looks to the inside, gets the tighter line, but I don't think he's going to be close enough here into Druids. He might, he has a lunge down the inside. We saw this a few laps ago, but again, Bowler's going to be on the tighter line for Graham Hill Bend, and he holds the place. Jenkins not able to move back across time, but Bowler's outbraked himself. He's run wide onto the grass, loses the place. Michael Oliver's going to come through as well. Yeah, the pressure telling there. I think Bowler's lost another place. Craig Reed comes through as well, so disaster for John Bowler. You see he just ran in that little bit too deep there into Graham Hill Bend, missed his braking point. I think the pressure from David Jenkins just got to him a little there. Meantime, at the back, I can tell you Callum Eason has joined the race. He's a few laps down, though, after those problems before the start. Might as well get a few testing laps in on the truck, though. Here's a replay of an incident up at Druids, and that's Sammy Oyenan and Warren Harvey. Now, we saw them come together in race 2 yesterday. They tangled and went off at Clearways, renewing their rivalry. Running wide there, Nathan Smith further back. This is the battle further ahead between Michael Oliver and Craig Reed. His first ever Division 1 win in race 1 yesterday for the former Division 2 champion. John Bowler behind them. Then it's Ricky Collett. He's still in P8, so would provisionally get pole position for race 5 later on. Jake Evans continues to lead Division 2 by a fairly handsome margin over John Powell. Yes, he's 6 1/4 seconds clear of the number 6 DAF. Still 8 minutes of this race to go. We're not even at halfway yet in our first of 3 truck races today. Stuart Oliver leads by 2 seconds over Neil Yates, still in second. He's still holding off Ryan Smith, who has done the fastest lap of the race, 58.974 seconds. And now Smith starting to turn up the heat on Neil Yates. It's nearly 75 miles an hour average around Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. Of course, these race trucks are limited electronically to 100 miles an hour. There's a truck going backwards on Graham Hill. What's happened there? It's Callum Eason. He's gone backwards down the grass there. Had a spin just out of our sight, Callum Eason. Hopefully he can get going again. Not been a happy weekend for the man who was second in the points in Division 2 behind Jake Evans in his debut season of truck racing last year. Let's hope he's able to rejoin. Ryan Smith is, well, they say he's turning up the heat on Neil Yates. He gives him a tap there, I think. I couldn't quite see if there was definitely contact there coming out of Clearways. They're side by side across the stripe. Neil Yates will be on the outside for Paddock Hill Bend. but Smith will go through on the inside for second. Neil Yates tries to cut back in. Callum Eason, I can tell you, has got going again. Just under 7 minutes of this race to go then for Ryan Smith to catch Stuart Oliver for the lead. Still that bit of bodywork flapping on David Jenkins' truck in 4th place ahead of Michael Oliver. Here comes Stuart along the Cooper Straight. Ryan Smith in 2nd. David Jenkins bobbing about on the back of Neil Yates now. Neil desperately tries to hang on for a podium. Here's our Division 2 leader. Jake Evans has dominated Division 2 in this race. He's in P12. Callum Easton, I can tell you, was pulled back into the pits. The man who finished runner-up to Jake in the Division 2 points last season. There's John Powell 2nd in Division 2. Bradley Harvey is 3rd. And Warren Harvey, his father, in 4th. The 2 Weaver Motorsport trucks. Ahead of Sammy Oyen and the Finn in the Mad Croc energy drink Sisu Finnish-built truck. Come towards the final third of this race. Oh, David Jenkins, I thought was going to head off wide there at Druids, trying to close down Neil Yates for 3rd position. It's caught Neil, so it's one thing catching, passing is entirely a different thing. Spotted a bit of smoke from John Bowler. I think he might be having braking issues because he ran wide again at Graham Hill Bend there. Just see him in the background with number 14. Neil Yates still hanging on. He wants a podium, trying to hold off David Jenkins. The wheel arch flapping away as it has since lap 1. 5 minutes of the race to go. 5 minutes for Ryan Smith to try and catch Stuart Oliver for the lead. 5 minutes for Neil Yates to hold off David Jenkins for 3rd. And 5 minutes for Michael Oliver to hold back Craig Reed for P5. So battles everywhere you'd look at the front of the field in Division 1. Division 2 looks fairly clear-cut. It looks as though Jake Evans is heading for a 2nd win of the weekend there. He's well clear of John Powell. David Jenkins goes out wide. He'll try and cut in. He's trying to get the line away, I think, for Graham Hill Bend from Neil Yates. He's almost pushing Neil down the hill there. He definitely clipped the back of him there. But Neil keeps a cool head. He holds him off. This is backing them up as well into Michael Oliver and his pursuer Craig Reed. This time Jenkins has got a run as they go towards Surtees. He's surely got him here for 3rd place. He's through. Good move there by David Jenkins. Now is Michael Oliver going to try the same thing? Neil Yates, slightly less experienced racer, started from pole. To his credit, has held on well here towards the front of the field, but now they're all ganging up on him. Here comes Michael Oliver. We know he loves the Brands Hatch circuit. Battered and bruised MAN. Goes to the outside. He's forced to go to the outside. Now, let's have a look at the lead battle. The gap is down to 1.1 seconds as Craig Reed runs wide further back. New fastest lap for Ryan Smith, 58.548 seconds. And he is catching Stuart Oliver now for the lead. It's going to be hard to know where to look over the last couple of laps of this race. Is Stuart Oliver going to hang on and make it 3 different Division 1 winners from 3 races? Craig Reed still all over the back of Michael Oliver. They've not been able to get past Neil Yates. Into Surtees they go. Leaders coming across the line. We'll see what the gap is as they go past the timing line. There is Stuart Oliver. There is Ryan Smith. What's the gap? It was 1.1 seconds. It is still 1.1 seconds. So the gap has stabilised between the 2 bonneted trucks, the Volvo and the Daimler Freightliner. Down Paddock Hill Bend. So until you walk round the Brands Hatch circuit, you realise just how steep that section of circuit is. It's like a roller coaster down that part of the track. Bradley Harvey catching John Powell here for 2nd place in Division 2, the Battle of the Dafts, the Dutch-built machines. And here is the other Weaver Motorsport Daft. This is Warren Harvey holding off a slightly lightweight Sisu of Sammy Oyen, and he's lost the side panel there. I don't know where that's disappeared to around the circuit. Very much in the closing stages now, just over 2 minutes to go. Now, is Stuart Oliver going to hang on? The leaders are just crossing the start-finish line now. We'll see what the gap is, and he's still just over a second, so Ryan Smith is not majorly eating into the lead held by Stuart Oliver. These two still at it towards the back of the field. This is for P15. There are the leaders. David Jenkins has pulled away from Neil Yates into P3 now. Yates still holding fourth ahead of Oliver. Craig Reed having a look there on the run up to Druids as well. John Bowler 7th and Ricky Collett still 8th, so on for pole position for race 5. Oliver moves to cover, heading down Graham Hill with Craig Reed, already a winner yesterday, right on his bumper. It really is almost welded to the back of the MAN there, the Iveco, as they come down Cooper Straights. This is great stuff. Behind them, Bowler, Collett's, then Tom O'Rourke. Oh, Warren Harvey's off. That is at Clearways. That's exactly where he tangled with Sammy Oyenan yesterday. So the yellow flag is out. There's 1 minute left on the clock. There go the leaders. The gap's down to 0.6 of a second. Now, is that another tangle, another saga in this rivalry developing this weekend between Sammy Oyenan and Warren Harvey? Here are the leaders, and suddenly Ryan Smith is right on the back of Stuart Oliver now. There's only 45 seconds left on the clock. Now, is this race going to end this lap round? Because Warren Harvey's truck is beached in the gravel at Clearways. That's a great shame. He'd driven so well there, keeping up with the rest of the Division 2 field. But in Division 1, Stuart Oliver is now having to work to hold off Ryan Smith. There's a yellow flag out at the end of the lap, though, so Ryan won't be able to make a move there. I imagine it's going to be one more lap to go, and they'll protect that with yellow flags. They come down towards the pit straight there. Sammy Oyen and Sisu ahead of them. 3 bonneted trucks together. Over the line they go. The clock counts down to 0 as they go into Paddock Hill Bend. Now they're still racing on, but there's a checkered flag showing on my timing screen, so maybe they've ended it 1 lap early. We'll get confirmation of that. These two are still racing because, of course, there's no marshal on the pit wall to wave the checkered flag because the marshals withdraw for safety reasons, but I think the race ended on that lap. Ryan Smith has got through there, but they slow down. Yes, I think the race ended a lap early there due to that incident down at Clearways, so I think Stuart Oliver has held on to take the win. Yeah, checkered flag showing on our timing tower. We'll get confirmation of the results as soon as we can, but I believe Stuart Oliver has won it. Ryan Smith's attack there coming just a little too late. He's lost a chunk of bodywork out of the front of the International of the Daimler Freightliner. So provisionally Stuart Oliver in the GT Tyres Tahuna Honey Team Oliver Racing Volvo VNL has taken the win. So provisional result then, Stuart Oliver the winner ahead of Ryan Smith. The race ending 1 lap early there due to that incident down at Clearways. Ryan Smith in second ahead of David Jenkins, and Neil Yates fighting hard for 4th place. Michael Oliver resisting everything Craig Reed could throw at him in the final laps to take 5th. And John Bowler in 7th, and Ricky Collett a good 8th ahead of Tom O'Rourke. Nathan Smith coming through for 10th, and Stephen Powell 11th. In Division 2, it was Jake Evans clear of John Powell to take his 2nd victory of the weekend, with Bradley Harvey in 3rd. The only other finisher was Sammy Oyenan because Warren Harvey ended up in the gravel down at Clearways. We lost Simon Reed into the pits. Also Simon Cole pulled off, and Callum Eason we lost as well. He did join the race for a couple of laps and then pulled off again. The trucks are pulling into pit lane. Sammy Oyenan still out on track, presumably looking for the panel that he lost during that race. Hopefully we can shortly hear from some of our truck racers following that race 3. 3 different winners in Division 1 so far this weekend then. Stuart Oliver holding off what would have been a certain attack on that final lap from Ryan Smith. Take his first win of the season. Next up it will be the pickup trucks, and then we'll have our classic and modern motorsport club Saloons, and it'll be a lunch break. Hopefully we'll have time for the grid walk with Pointy as well, and then another truck race coming up after lunch, followed by the Civic Cup with their final of 3 races this weekend. They had 2 brilliant races yesterday. Mini Challenge Club Sport are back out once again. Then it's back to TCR UK. Final truck race of the weekend. Then the pickups again, and the Super Saloons and Production Saloons and the Classic and Motorsport Club. So the heavy artillery is going to be needed, and there it is, right on cue. The Mick Gould Commercials Peterbilt. Magnificent American beast to fish Warren Harvey's truck out of the gravel. As I said earlier in the weekend, imagine being on the motorway at night and that huge Peterbilt appears in your mirror all lit up. It must be a magnificent sight. Does some of the heaviest and most difficult recovery work across the south of England. Mick Gould, an ex-motorsport competitor himself, a former drag racer. Warren Harvey's out of the truck, he's okay. He's shown very strongly on his debut weekend of truck racing alongside his son Bradley. But certainly left with little to show for it, and I think that was another tangle with Sammy Oyanen there possibly, and a tangle in race 2 yesterday in exactly the same place. Got the DAF recovery vehicle from NWVA down there as well. Truck's just heading back into Parc Fermé, so hopefully Pointy will be over in the outer paddock to have a chat to some of the drivers fairly shortly, because there will be a short pause while we have this recovery work done. Big thanks to all our recovery drivers, our marshals, medical staff and everybody else here at Brands Hatch. We could not go racing without particularly our volunteer marshals. Berry Racing says in our comment thread, been lucky enough to see it at night, can confirm, looks unreal. That's a huge Peterbilt. Right, I think Ian Waterhouse is down in the outer paddock and the truck's making their way over at the moment, so we'll see what Ian's got for us.
Hello there, it appears we're in luck. We've actually got some trucks to do interviews with. But look over here, everybody cheer. Yay! Right. No, Martin's decided otherwise. He's sending trucks into Parc Fermé, obviously, because they just like to mix things up. Shall we walk up? Come on. Honestly, they're making up as they go along in the paddock at the moment. We try and bring you interviews, we try and bring you post-race and pre-race, but they change the song sheet every day. But here we are, we'll scurry up on foot to try. Thanks, mate. Of course, certain ones will have to be weighed, certain trucks will have to be inspected, but let's just head over if we can to Stuart Oliver. We'll get Ryan Smith. Dave Jenkins, where is he? How has he got out already? Have we got Dave? We got Ryan. For once, Ryan's brought his own truck back. We've missed Dave and Stuart. They've disappeared already. Ryan, I tell you, it's been a battle after battle for you this weekend so far.
Yeah, good. I thought there were one more lap, they said, but I think they finished it early a little bit. Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
It's all right. Oh, I mean, it's quite hot in those cabs. It's all right.
Yeah, quite hot, but no. Fastest lap, position 2. You know, Neil Yates was going really well as well. Stuart did no mistakes. Good finish.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, it was a decent, clean race. Quite the battle. You missed further behind you, of course, well in the dust to where you're racing at the moment. But Division 2 was all over it. What are your thoughts on the new drivers so far? From what you've heard, from what you've seen, we got Warren, we got Nathan. How are they getting on in your opinion?
Start with Division 1 as well, but you look at Craig Reed, been away from the sport, comes back, gets the win. Bowler, he gets into it. Stewart, three winners already in 3 races, 3 different. And then you get to Division 2. Look, we've all been there. The excitement, everybody wants to do it all in the start. Everybody will settle down. It's the beginning of the season. It's Division 2 is going to be a big competition. It's going to be close racing. So, you know what? Congratulations to Division 2 and to Division 1. It's on for a good season.
Absolutely fantastic. And of course, defending champion Ryan Smith. It's almost like he's going to be the pinnacle now. The one we're going to come to for the information, the overview, how are things getting on? Because of course, this is kind of what they're all aiming for at the moment. So, Ryan, fantastic start to the year. Thank you very much. We'll catch up with you later on. Let's go and see. Perfect timing. We'll have a bit of John Powell because we didn't get much chance to speak to him last year. So, and it's always nice. I mean, look at this truck. Let's just take it in up close for a moment. This is over a year of development. We've got fantastic support, as I mentioned earlier on, from Greenhouse Group, Adams Morey, DAF as well. Have been working tirelessly on this. Now, just to mention as well, John was up very late last night, working on Warren Harvey's truck as well. So not just a driver, but also a true teammate in the paddock, giving his time in the early hours of the night, really early hours of the morning rather, to help a competitor, a direct competition to help with their truck. So John, well done, another trophy, another race. That's 3 for 3 now, podiums wise. What's it like to be back?
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, I mean, we've still got to settle the truck in, so we've not really done a test session at Pembury and 2 races here, so it's still all learning. But it's just nice to have a race. Clean start, clean finish, good gauge. Bradley had we was helping them last night. Sad to see Warren in the gravel for some reason, but he's doing really well anyway as a new driver.
Well, I was just telling everybody at home that Warren wouldn't have even been out on the circuit unless you were with him last night helping him mend that truck.
Well, it's not overly strictly true because they've had to put a clutch in it this morning, but we give him a direction of where to go to, and he just wanted some advice. And happy to help, I mean, everybody mucks in and helps everybody anyway, so that's what the job's about. Lose that, it's no fun going racing.
Exactly, well done. Well done again, John, shake my hand. Right then, I believe my ears are very loose in the wind today. We've got Ian over with the pickup trucks now, so I'll throw over to Ian.
Well, everybody, it's time to get going for the second pickup truck racing championship race of the weekend. We didn't get to see this, but we didn't get to hear from you anyway after yesterday, but congratulations. Come on, mate, let's have a hug. Let's have a hug. Race winner yesterday. How did that feel?
Amazing. I mean, we started to pick up some pace at the end of last year, and I thought, I might take this racing thing seriously, after 20 odd years of doing it. And it was just validation of all the hard work, working on site all day, get home, get the kids to bed, and 9 o'clock at night I'll go to the gym.
Yeah.
It's just
dedication.
I know I've got no family here this weekend. Mum, Dad, Jess, Lenny, Martha, love you all, miss you all.
No, I look after him.
I wish you were all here. But it was it was just an emotional win. It was made it all worthwhile.
Did you speak to them after? I take it you got on the phone to them.
Oh, absolutely. I got out of the car. I made sure I went straight to the ice cream van, got an ice cream. You got to treat yourself one way or another. But we've gone for the Lightning McQueen this year, not only because my kids love it, but the crowd love it. We're trying really hard.
I was going to ask you that. It is a popular livery, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, it's on repeat in my house 24/7 now. I mean, my son won't wear anything that's not Lightning McQueen themed, and he was ecstatic yesterday when I showed him on FaceTime. But we're trying really hard to raise money for Prostate Cancer UK this year. I mean, we've got some fantastic partners come on board to sort of help us get the livery done and everything else. So if you can, get onto the socials, donate if you can. Obviously, we don't expect it, but you know, we have a lot of families sort of tied up with it personally. Everyone knows that. If you're at the age that you can go get a PSA test done and get yourself checked out, make sure you go and do it. There's more information on the links that are on there. So yeah, hopefully we can get some money raised. And I have said, every win we get, 50 quid goes in the pot, and Dave and Carol are doing the same. So you know, hopefully we can get the budget done.
Oh, that is a fantastic cause. It really is. Look, race 2 coming up. You're in 3rd. We can make this a double, can't we?
I mean, we can. I tell people all the time, I'm just an electrician. You know, I get in and just.
You're a pretty quick electrician, though.
I don't know how to do it, but you know, we just hope that. Hope that we can just settle in. I don't care where that is. You know, just 15 minutes seems like a short race, but and because it's a quick lap round here, it feels like something's always happening. But if we can just slot in, stop the 2x2 as quick as we can to not slow us down too much, and hopefully just pick them up. The problem is, the back end of last year, we had a nice chunk of pace over the field, so I can get a breather. We come here yesterday, and I don't know what they've done over the winter, but I ain't been doing it because they've all caught up.
Everybody's quick.
Yeah, everybody is quick, and no one can be underestimated either.
No.
So it's not like you can look in your mirror and go, oh, it's only him.
Yeah.
Oh, they're animals. They're animals.
Aaron, I'm so happy for you, mate. Cool, we might be chatting later anyway over there. You never know. Good luck. Alan Cooper, starting in 2nd. Eric Bolton on pole position. Can Aaron Thompson make it 2 wins? We're about to find out, everybody. Let's go racing for the pickup truck racing championship. Dave, over to you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Ian. Good to hear from yesterday's winner, Aaron Thompson, as we get ready for race 2 for the pickup trucks. This grid based on the second fastest time for each driver in the qualifying session yesterday. And if this race is even a patch on yesterday's race, we are in for an absolute treat. It was a belter around Brands Hatch yesterday. So the grid lines up as follows. 68 Eric Bolton on pole position with last year's championship runner-up Alan Cooper, number 72 alongside. Aaron Thompson goes on row 2 in the Lightning McQueen lookalike number 41 alongside 83 Dale Gent. He's in the Kyle Larson Hendrick Motorsport NASCAR lookalike. Pickup veteran Mark Willis on row 3 alongside the reigning champion number 1 Ryan Hadfield in the all gold truck. Row 4 number 5 Dan Fisher, back this year after a season away, starts alongside pickup veteran number 93 Michael Smith. Row 5 is 42 Jonathan Hadfield, brother of Ryan, alongside 77 Chris Land, all the way from St Austell in Cornwall to race this weekend. On row 6 got number 71 Simon Ward and 27 Mel Collins. Final row 29 Tom Hutchins finished the lap down yesterday after making a pit stop. 85 Mark Chalmers, newcomer, starts from the back of the field. Pickup truck racing, if you've not seen this championship before, these pickups, as we said yesterday, very different to the pickups you see on the road driven by your local tradespeople. These are tubular space frame chassis machines powered by 230 horsepower 2 to 2.5 litre race tuned engines and weighing less than 1 tonne. They weigh about 900 kilos, these machines. This will be a rolling start. Very much in the vein of American-style racing. We see the Craftsman Truck Series supporting the NASCAR Cup, of course. And this series invented in the 1990s by the great Sonny Howard as a way to bring NASCAR-style racing to British circuits. They raced at Mallory Park on the 1 mile oval, on the 1.5 mile banked oval at Rockingham Motor Speedway in Northamptonshire as well. They would achieve speeds up to 150 miles an hour around there. And I am really looking forward to this second of 3 races this weekend for the pickups. The results of this race determines the grid for race 3 as well, with the top 8 reversed, similar to the truck racing. Championship promoted by Truck Sport UK this year. '68 Eric Bolton on pole, then alongside Alan Cooper. Aaron Thompson on the second row, going for his second win of the weekend. Here we go then, the pace car pulls into pit road. Revs are up as they come 2 by 2 up towards the red lights, keeping their formation. These 14 trucks, 15 minutes of racing about to get underway for the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. They're away. Good start by Eric Bolton from pole position. Aaron Thompson up the inside as they go through Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Alan Cooper hanging on around the outside. There's a spinner at the back. That is Simon Ward, I think. A couple of trucks facing the wrong way. Mel Collins is the other one in the 27. So Simon Ward gets it out of the gravel. Mel Collins, I can tell you, is moving as well, just looking out of the commentary box window. As the leaders come out of Graham Hill Bend, it's Alan Cooper who's got the lead. Somebody going wide onto the grass there, and off goes Michael Smith. Michael Smith, the 93, gets turfed around, so a crazy start to our second pickup truck race of the weekend. So your early leader is Alan Cooper. Dale Gent up into second place, and I think it's Aaron Thompson in third in the 41. Mark Willis in fourth, and then reigning champion Ryan Hadfield rounding up the top 5. So a couple of spinners. We lost Simon Ward early on. Mel Collins, number 27 as well. Collins, I can tell you, has spun again at Graham Hill Bend. He's on the grass there. He's getting going again. He'll be just in front of the leaders as they come out of Graham Hill Bend this time. It's Alan Cooper, number 72, the former Formula 2 stock car racer on the short ovals, who leads the way. Quite a few of these drivers with a short oval background. There's Collins being shown the blue flag there to warn him the leaders are about to lap in after a couple of moments early on. Eric Bolton, our pole sitter, has been shuffled right back. He was in 6th place as they crossed the line for the first time. Michael Smith got spun aside as they came onto Cooper Straight as well, the former 3-time champion, number 93. There's the battle for second place. Dale Gents with Aaron Thompson in the Lightning McQueen lookalike right behind him. Then Mark Willis, then Ryan Hadfield, Bolton in 6th, then Dan Fisher in 7th place, number 5. Began his career in the old Cannons Tin Top series here at Brands Hatch in a Honda Civic several years ago. Jonathan Hadfield in the bright green 42 behind them. It's Alan Cooper who leads the way, looking for his first win of the season along the Cooper Straights. Eric Bolton sets the fastest lap then, 52.511, so getting the slipstream further back in this draft for the lead. You call it a draft because it's NASCAR style racing. Single file as they come out of Clearways, Clark Curve and across the line. Alan Cooper continues to lead the way. He's a former world champion in, believe it or not, Reliant Robin racing on the short ovals. Alan Cooper, well, that's at Mildenhall, I remember, several years ago. Here comes Dale Gent up the inside. Into Druids, the Hendrick Motorsports NASCAR look like used to run a Dale Earnhardt look-alike pickup truck, the black livery. Dale Genty and his father Mark, long-time short oval racers. Mark did a lot of racing in the Netherlands as well, at places like the Barlow 1,000-metre oval. So a great breakaway of 7 trucks here, then a gap back to Jonathan Hadfield. Battle for 9th is headed up by Chris Lamb, the Cornishman, ahead of Tom Hutchins. Dale Gent runs wide, coming through Clearways. Aaron Thompson doesn't need asking twice, goes through into 2nd place. That's allowed Cooper to get away slightly. The lead gap 0.8 of a second as they cross the line. Dale Gent fights back, tries to go underneath Thompson as they dive down Paddock Hill Bend. Bit of a twitch there for Dale Gent once again. These rear-wheel drive pickups, very spectacular indeed, and bash! Dale Gent hits the back of Aaron Thompson, he fires him wide. Well, that was more like Formula 1 stock car racing than pickup truck racing. Dale Gent clearly, I wonder if there was some contact coming through Clearways, and that's why Dale Gent ran out wide. Perhaps that was a payback hit there from Dale Gent, I wonder. But Aaron Thompson has been relegated down the order to the back of this group. He's in P6 now. So we didn't quite see if there'd been contact at this part of the lap, and that was an equaliser from Dale Gent. So it is getting a bit NASCAR style out there at the moment. Robbins Racing, as a certain famous NASCAR movie said. Dale Gent under fire from Mark Willis now in the 65 for 2nd place. Ryan Hadfield, the reigning champion, is up to 4th. He's an ex-Formula 2 stock car man as well. Holding off Eric Bolton. His route has been through saloon cars. He's raced Ford Fiestas, Honda Civics as well. Here comes Aaron Thompson, the former brick car champion, and that's in a Clio a few years ago. Back around the outside of Bolton, he's made it stick as well. Good move there by Aaron Thompson in the 41. His father Steve raced in pickups in the early iterations of the class back in the late 1990s, raced in Eurocar as well. The V6 space frame Ford Mondeos. Another of Sonny Howard's inventions. They come up over the line. Thompson with the fastest lap of the race, 51.83 seconds, over 85 miles an hour average. You can see the red mist coming down for Aaron Thompson. He's going for Ryan Hadfield at the inside, and he charges through at Paddock Hill Bend. He's fired up here. Aaron Thompson back up into P4, but Ryan Hadfield is fighting back on the inside of Druids. Bolton stuck in the traffic there, the 68 car behind him, the truck that appeared in the sports car races at the Plum Pudding race day at Mallory Park on Boxing Day. First time I've ever seen a pickup truck racing in with other types of car. Certainly wasn't incongruous sights, but it proved pretty effective. He got a couple of podiums that day, Eric Bolton. Mark Willis still pressuring Dale Gent for the second place, and Thompson is fighting back, but all this squabbling is allowing Alan Cooper to escape at the front of the field. Across the line they come. Another fastest lap for Thompson, 51.607. He is really fired up here. Going for Mark Willis, the veteran former hot rod racer. Dale Gent puts a wheel onto the gravel. This is Willis's opportunity to take second place, and he's taking it with both hands up the inside into P2, and Thompson's going to dive. He's going to try and dive underneath both of them. Gets back ahead of Dale Gent. They're going to be three wide into. Oh, Thompson's off onto the grass. Yeah, I think he was too busy looking across there at his opposition and didn't see that he'd run out too wide. Oh dear. He needs a Lightning McQueen style performance now to fight back up the order. Goodness me. Now let's see if Aaron Thompson can fight his way back up. It's Cooper who still leads. Cooper's missing all the fun out in front. There's Michael Smith down towards the tail of the field, battling it out with 85, newcomer Mark Chalmers. There's the leader, we haven't forgotten about him. Mark Willis still holding off Dale Gent for second. It's Eric Bolton now in fourth. Hadfield is fifth. Dan Fisher going well in sixth in the pink fronted truck, number 5. Jonathan Hadfield seventh. Aaron Thompson is down into 8th place. This is the fight for 5th place. Reigning champion Ryan Hadfield. Ryan and Jonathan's father Rob Hadfield began his career racing in bangers and hot rods at Buxton Raceway up in Derbyshire in the Peak District. And Ryan and Jonathan followed him into the sports. They were successful in F2 stock cars before moving into the pickups onto the circuits. There's Jonathan Hadfield in the bright green machine, and there is doubtlessly now even more disgruntled Aaron Thompson. Charges over the line. He's got to try and catch back up. He's got just under 7 minutes to do so. Still the battle for 5th place between Ryan Hadfield and Dan Fisher intensifying. And of course the pickups running to timed races this year rather than a set number of laps as we've seen in previous years, making things that little bit more interesting. Is that a puff of smoke I saw out the back of Ryan Hadfield's truck there? I'm not sure. Maybe just kicked up a bit of dust coming out of Graham Hill Bend. So Alan Cooper continues to lead by 1.3 seconds. It was last time through. We'll see what it is as they come over the line start. It's down to just over a second now. Cooper ahead of Mark Willis. Dan Fisher's got a run on Ryan Hadfield here. And he's through. Dan Fisher up into P5. Wags the tail on the number 5 truck coming out of Paddock Hill Bend up Halewood Rise into Druids. His next target is Eric Bolton. There he is on the tail of Dale Gent for P3. Fabulous pace they are setting around the Brands Hatch Indy circuit, and the lead gap is coming down slightly. Indeed, the gap between second and third is coming down as well. Aaron Thompson playing catch-up. He's just gone the fastest of all in the first sector of the lap, a 30.9. So he has got his head down and is pushing to catch this lead group up. He's on the tail of Jonathan Hadfield, I can tell you. Just going past my commentary position. And Mark Willis has got the lead gap down to 0.3 of a second now. He is catching Alan Cooper. There's Thompson. We just see him on the tail of Jonathan Hadfield, but now we focus on the lead battle because Mark Willis is getting ready to mount an attack here with a third of the race still to go on the back of what's happened to Ryan Hadfield. Ryan Hadfield's dropping back. I thought I saw a puff of smoke out of the back of number 1. Yes, Ryan Hadfield's in trouble. I saw smoke a couple of laps ago. Ryan Hadfield, the reigning champion, is in problems. He's dropping back, and I think he's going to be heading pitwards fairly shortly. What about our lead battle then? Alan Cooper versus Mark Willis, and Willis had a look there coming out of Clark Curve on the inside line. 4.5 minutes to go. Alan Cooper continues to lead the way. Through Paddock Hill Bend, he gets the title line. He can't quite get the overlap on Alan Cooper there. Dale Gent in third, then it's Eric Bolton, then a gap back to Dan Fisher in P5. Checking to see if Ryan Hadfield came into the pits. No, he hasn't just yet. Where is Thompson up to now? He's made up 1 place, he's into P7. On Cooper straight come the leaders. Oh, I've just spotted out of the window. Aaron Thompson has got damage to the back of his truck and he's dropped back again. He's had a moment somewhere. The rear panel's hanging off the 41. He's going to have to head into the pits, surely. So disaster this race is turning into for Thompson. I just saw out of the window. Leaders head down into Paddock Hill Bend. Still Cooper holding off Willis, then Gent, Bolton. Dan Fisher's dropped back from this group now. So just over 3 minutes of this race to go now. Mark Willis continues to push for the lead. Fisher in 5th. It's Jonathan Hadfield now in 6th. Ryan Hadfield in 7th. There's Aaron Thompson, and look at that. The whole back of the truck hanging off. I saw him going slowly out of Druids a little earlier on, so he's gone off up there somewhere. We didn't see what happened, unfortunately, but his race is going to be run. He's going to have to pull into the pits. Meanwhile, Alan Cooper continues to soak up this huge pressure from pickup truck veteran Mark Willis. Dale Gent runs wide into the gravel. He's going to lose P3 to Eric Bolton in the 68. He goes through, the pole sitter in this race. Cooper wide on Druids, but he's got the inside line for Graham Hill Bend. Mark Willis cuts the tighter line out to the left-hander. Has he got a run on him here? No, Cooper tries to move across on him. There's a couple more laps left to go in this amazing race for the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. It's certainly been a little more eventful than yesterday, certainly. Aaron Thompson, I can tell you, he's still going. The whole of the back of his truck is hanging off. And he has been given the black and orange flag, I can tell you. That's the meatball flag, as drivers call it, the black with orange disc, meaning you've got damage, you must pull into the pits. Still Alan Cooper hanging on for dear life in the lead. Dale Gent has dropped back now. I wonder if he's damaged the aero of that truck slightly when he went wide into the gravel. Eric Bolton is in with a chance here. He's pushing as hard as he can to try and get up with the leaders now. Look at the way that 68 truck is going. It's like a 12-wheel pickup truck for the lead of the race. Mark Willis cuts over the curb at McLaren into clear ways. Is the pressure going to pay off? Can Willis get a run down the inside here into the pit straight? Aaron Thompson has pulled into the pits. There he is in what's left of the 41 truck. Over the line they go. Still Cooper hangs on. I think we'll get one more lap after this one. Behind them it's Fisher still in 5th place. But he's got a potential penalty for track limits, I think. Cooper a little bit wide out of Druids, but he gathers it up again. Behind them, Jonathan and Ryan Hadfield still 6th and 7th, despite that bit of smoke we saw from Ryan Hadfield's truck earlier on. He's still in P7. Tom Hutchins is 8th, Chris Land 9th, Michael Smith in 10th. Mark Willis still putting the pressure on. A few seconds left as they come up towards the line to start what will be their last lap. The last lap signal is out. And that's the signal for Mark Willis and Eric Bolton to go all out in attack on Alan Cooper. Willis cuts to the inside again. He's almost pushing Alan Cooper there. He gets out of the slipstream up towards Druids. Can he get the line? No, he can't. Moves back to the outside to try and get the line for Graham Hill Bend. But all the time Eric Bolton is closing as well. Down the hill, it's more like the finish to a motorcycle race. This is unbelievable. 3 of them line astern through Graham Hill Bend. Can Alan Cooper hang on for a first win of the season? Is Mark Willis going to snatch it? His only hope now surely is to slipstream his way through on the run to the line. He goes up onto the curb again with just a couple of corners to go. Cooper a little bit sideways. Willis could get a run on the inside line here as they come through. Glazed into Clark curve for the final time. He's up alongside Alan Cooper. It's going to be a photo finish here. They're bouncing off each other up towards the line. Who's going to get there? A photo finish on the line. I don't know who got that. We'll have to go to the timing screen to sort it out. The timing screen says Mark Willis by 0.032 of a second. Right, we'll wait to confirm that though. Eric Bolton got third. We'll await the timekeepers to sort that out. The timing screen says that Mark Willis has won it by 32 1,000ths of a second. We're just waiting though. There were a few track limits penalties given out in that one. So we'll wait the timekeepers to sort it out, because I've got a feeling one of those penalties may have gone to Mark Willis. But we'll wait for the timing screen to sort it out. I'm out of breath after that race. So Willis and Cooper in a photo finish over the line. Mark Willis got the run out to the final corner. Eric Bolton third on the road ahead of Dale Gents. It was Dan Fisher in 5th place. Let's have a look back at some highlights of that race. We saw a couple of spinners, Simon Ward and Mel Collins, coming out of Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. They were able to rejoin. Then there was a bit of push and shove out of Graham Hill Bend that sent Michael Smith spinning out. Contact with Mark Chalmers, I think. Then Alan Cooper led with Aaron Thompson in pursuit until Dale Gent put the bumper in at Druids, which dropped Aaron down to about 6th position. He tried to fight his way back up the order, battling it out with the likes of Ryan Hadfield and Eric Bolton. He did very well indeed to fight his way back from the back of this lead group. Aaron Thompson got himself back up into podium contention. Mark Willis forced his way past Dale Gent, but then they both ran wide, allowing Thompson back into the top 3. But then Thompson ran out of room on the outside at Graham Hill Bend. He went grass tracking, and then a further moment for Aaron Thompson later on in the race. We saw him rip the rear panel off. Dale Gent ran wide in the gravel, which dropped him out of the top 3. And how about this for a race finish? They were bouncing off each other all the way up the straight. And how's that for a photo finish? Almost a dead heat between Mark Willis and Alan Cooper. The result does remain provisional at the moment, with Mark Willis the winner by 0.03 of a second ahead of Alan Cooper, and Dale Gent in 3rd. Eric Bolton dropping to 4th. He's been given a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits, so Eric Bolton drops to 4th behind Dale Gent. Dan Fisher 5th ahead of the Hadfields, and Hutchins, Land, Smith, Chalmers, Ward, Collins, and we lost Aaron Thompson, of course, with that damage. We did get the fastest lap though, 51.607 seconds. We'll hand down to Ian, because after that race I need a cold shower.
Well, I'll tell you what, no matter the result, that was simply exceptional racing, wasn't it? Mark Willis, right at the end, coming over in 1st place. I did see something on TSL about a penalty or something. I'm not too sure. Who cares right now? We'll sort that out later. Mark, wow.
Yeah, we're over the moon with that. I mean, everybody was jumping the curbs, everybody was nicking a bit of track, what they shouldn't have done. You know, Cooper's had a great race with Al, all the boys. look, I'm 57, and I'm still enjoying it. I'm loving every minute of it. We went over the line first. They can dock me to 10th. I don't mind. I've had a good day.
You've got a massive look. We all know you got there first over the line.
Well, yeah. I mean, we was all nicking a bit of track. I think there's a few of us got penalties. We'll see what they come up with at the end.
I know. Eric was definitely.
Everybody is so the same. Everybody's like, it's level playing field, right?
Yeah.
You're waiting for somebody to make a mistake so you can get up there. You make a mistake, they're on you.
Yeah.
And you can't get that back because everybody's on it.
Yeah.
But we've had a great day. It's brilliant.
Mark, well done. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Whatever happens, you're a winner today, in my eyes anyway. Let's move down. That's going to have to be settled in his steward's room, I think. Dale, can we have a quick chat? Sorry, guys, that's all right. We're not quite sure the final results. Eric as well. Eric, you were flying today, weren't you? It does look like there's been a penalty handed to you for 5 seconds dropping you
I see
down.
5 seconds for Eric and I see one for Mark, so I thought, am I within 5 seconds
on
of them both?
TSL, yours has dropped you down. I'm sorry about that, Eric, but Mark's still hasn't, so we're not quite sure what's going on. It looks like you've been promoted, though.
I bet it'd be nice, yeah. We're just sort of hanging on there, just lost the front end's just got no grip in it. It's just pushing and pushing. It was right early on, and it's just again flicker switch and the front's has gone off. We need to have a little think about what we're doing there with that. It's struggling towards sort of halfway through to the end, just with the front end grip just gone. So
I'll tell you something, though, it might be hard work for you guys, but for us, wow, it is entertaining, these pickups.
as long as we're entertaining for the crowd and that, and hopefully,
And you're enjoying it as well.
I'm
you
enjoying
obviously
it.
are. You keep coming back year
keep
after
coming
year.
back. Yeah, I am enjoying it. A little bit frustrated. I just need that front end to turn a bit better. We're just losing a lot of time through the front there, and especially into Paddock. And I was trying all different things, and that it weren't working. So, but we'll have a little go again later on this afternoon. See if we can get it up there again.
One last dance, Dale. Thank you so much. I think I might have just heard in my ear actually that Mark Willis has been handed a 5-second time penalty, not officially confirmed yet. I just wonder if they can let me know. Right, I'm going to have to hand back because we've got our next race going already. A lot coming up for you. Don't forget, we've got that truck grid walk with Pointy a little bit later as well. But now we have the Super Saloons. They're heading out on track. This is going to be a cracker. I'm going to stay here and catch up with the drivers after the race. Dave Goddard, over to you, my friend.
Yes, thanks, Ian. Just to confirm, that penalty has now been applied to Mark Willis. 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. Unfortunately for Mark, bad luck to him. So confirmation that Alan Cooper takes the win ahead of Dale Gent in that incredible race for the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. Another rolling start coming up very shortly then. It's a mixture of different cars for our next race. We welcome the Classic and Modern Motorsports Club with their Super Saloons and Production Saloons. A mixed grid of different saloon cars out there. And the big question going on into this race, which will be a 15-minute race, can anyone beat Rod Burley? He's out in his heavily modified Ford Escort, the Ford Escort WRC as it's known, and he's looking for his 300th win on the Brands Hatch circuit. He's had over 750 wins in his career, Rod Burley, the 70-year-old, based locally to Brands Hatch in West Kingsdown, and he has qualified on pole position in that Escort, over a second quicker than fellow septuagenarian alongside him, Clive Hainsford, in his modified rotary-engined Mazda RX-8. We've seen him in the Classic Thunder Championship in the past with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. He's down there alongside him. So a nice mixture of different cars down there on the grid. Rod Burley and Clive Hainsford on the front row. The second front row is number 74, Sean Fairweather. He's in a Ford Sierra Cosworth, alongside the first of the production saloons, which is 188 Neil Gardner in a Honda Civic. Row 3, 41 Sam Haywood, he's in a Renault Megane. And Colin Claxton, we've seen him out in his Triumph Dolomite Sprint earlier this year. He's in a Mark 1 Escort this time around. Row 4, 132 Adrian Matthews, the only Volvo C30 racing in the UK. Starts alongside Lee Clue in his Audi TT. Good to see that car, he's out there. He pulled up at Paddock Hill Bend in qualifying yesterday. Row 5, Rick Skelsey with his BMW Compact, and Dominic Ryan in a Ford Fiesta. Then on the 6th row, we have number 34, Steve Dan. He's in his turbocharged VW Polo, alongside Joe Dean in a Mazda MX-5. Row 7, Nick Proudlock. He had problems in qualifying yesterday, only did a couple of laps, so watch for his Subaru Impreza coming through the field from row 7. Starts alongside Ian Seals' Ford Fiesta ST150. Tony Dean, father of Joe, in his MX-5, starts at the back, along with Martin Reynolds, the classic Ford collector. Now it says Ford Sierra Cosworth on the graphics, but I can tell you he's not in the Sierra Cosworth, he's in his Mark II Escort for today's race. He's got quite a collection of classic Fords, the Norfolk-based Ford collector and construction company boss. We've got one car being pushed off the grid, I can tell you. It's the BMW Compact. That's Rick Skelsey. Yes, as we were saying there as well, Martin Reynolds in his Mark II Escort in one of his collection of classic, but you're never quite sure which of his car he's going to bring out. He was booked in with his Sierra Cosworth. He's brought his Mark II Escort along for today's events, but we see Rick Skelsey being pushed by the Orange Army into the pit lane. He had problems with that car in qualifying yesterday as well. That's the thing with these super saloons, they're fast but a bit fragile at times. We saw a couple of cars with problems in qualifying. Lee Clue in his Audi TT pulled up at Paddock Hill Bend. I saw Neil Gardner's Civic being towed off at the end of the qualifying session as well, but he's out on the grid. It looks unfortunately like Rick Skelsey, the man from London, is going to be a non-starter. Now I suspect we're going to see Rod Burley pull away at the front of this one in that menacing black Ford Escort WRC. He's won more races in that car than I can remember. Just in my time in motorsport. His career goes back many decades. As does Clive Hainsford. He started his career on the short ovals at Arena Essex, just east of London, near the Dartford crossing, not far from Brands Hatch. And now out in the Racing Beat Europe Mazda RX-8. Lovely variety of machinery we've got out on track. There's Martin Reynolds, the Escort. He missed qualifying yesterday, was racing elsewhere. This will be a rolling start. 15 minutes of racing for the Classic and Modern Motorsports Club, a relatively new club for motorsport in the UK. They ran a classic festival at Mallory Park a few years ago, which was a great occasion, featured a number of these cars. This series has grown out of the old Dunlop Motorsport News Saloons and the Cannons Motorspares tin tops that used to race at Brands Hatch in years gone by as a regional or one circuit championship. They start to form up 2 by 2 then. Black Escort, the red and yellow and blue RX-8s on row 1, the red Sierra Cosworth of Sean Fairweather on row 2. The white Honda Civic there of Neil Gardner, the ex-Metro Cup racer, on row 2. Sam Hayward in the yellow and black Renault Megane RS. That could be a car to watch here, alongside Colin Claxton, the Castrol liveried Escort. There's Martin Reynolds at the back, along with Tony Dean in his Mazda MX-5. This car pulling into pit lane. Are we going to see Rod Burley run away to his 300th Brands Hatch victory? Can Clive Hainsford keep him in check? The two 70-year-olds on the front row of the grid. The power about to come on, and the Super Saloons get underway. And look at that front row of the grid. Leave the other standing. Super start by Colin Claxton in the Mark I Escort as well. Charges up onto the outside into third place. But it's Burley who leads from Hainsford. Claxton in third. Then around the outside is Neil Gardner into fourth. Sean Fairweather is in there in the Sierra Cosworth as well. Then Sam Hayward. Steve Dan's made a decent start. The little turbocharged VW Polo. As a Volkswagen Polo owner myself, I'm very pleased to see that car out there. He was having a few issues with in qualifying yesterday as well. And behind him, the Volvo of Adrian Matthews. Used to run a Ford Puma in various saloon series, now in the Volvo C30, the red and green car there. Martin Reynolds has charged up from the back of the grid. He's made up a few spots already. And Nick Proudlock's Subaru Impreza. But it's Burley who leads. Claxton has gone through into second, and then Sean Fairweather's Sierra putting Clive Hainsford under pressure for third place. The little Polo flies up the outside. There's Reynolds, who's come through already from the back of the grid up into P8. He's gained 8 places on the opening lap alone. It's Ford's at the front. Oh, the Polo slowing. I think his problems in qualifying have returned, Steve Dan. Martin Reynolds charges round the outside of Sam Haywood, and Clive Hainsford under fire for third place. Sean Fairweather and Neil Gardiner in there. Reynolds is up to 6th ahead of Haywood in the Renault Megane. Wonderful mixture of cars we've got out here in action. Yeah, Steve Dan's pulled off at Graham Hill Bend, I can tell you, in the Volkswagen Polo. You better not be raiding my car for spares in the car park. So anyway, Rod Burley wants his lead over Colin Claxton as they cross the line. 1.6 seconds as Reynolds whips around the outside of Neil Gardiner's Honda Civic. Gardiner still leading the production saloon split. The rest are the more modified super saloons at the front of the field. Colin Claxton, a beautiful Castrol liveried Escort, under fire now from Clive Hainsford, who's got the Mazda a little more wound up now, the big RX-8s. Ahead of the rotary, behind the rotary engine beast is Sean Fairweather, the red Sierra Cosworth. Looks similar to the cars that Dick Johnson used to run in Australian touring car racing, that machine. It's Reynolds, Gardiner and Nick Proudlock's Subaru coming through the field. In the background there, the white Impreza ahead of Sam Haywood now. Reynolds up the outside. Gardiner fights back on the inside. 5 of them together for second place now. This is good stuff. But of course, out in front of all of them, Rod Burley, as he tends to do in CMMC Super Saloon races, is running away with it. 787, the Mazda, numbered in honour of the Mazda 787B that won Le Mans in 1991 for the Japanese company. Chases Colin Claxton. Reynolds could go from last to second here in the Mark II Escort. Very potent machine that is for the man based near Wisbech. Sean Fairweather back around the outside though in the Sierra Cosworth. Did Reynolds miss a gear there, I think, coming out of Graham Hill Bend, possibly? Various subclasses all the way down the order in this one. In fact, the top 3 all leading their classes. The production saloon split is led by Neil Gardiner. Second of them is Sam Haywood's Renault Megane. Adrian Matthews' Volvo is third. As here comes the Mazda around the outside of Colin Claxton. Clive Hainsford goes into second. Little puff of smoke on the overrun from the Mazda. We haven't seen the flames out. Oh, there we go. There's a flash of flame there. And again into Paddock Hill Bend. That's what we like to see. We want flames from the back of that Mazda. Has he get second place here ahead of Claxton? Yes, he does it. The cars are definitely the stars in this CMMC Super Saloon series. Claxton third, Reynolds fourth, Fairweather's Sierra Cosworth in fifth. It's Neil Gardiner in the Civic. Behind Gardiner is Nick Proudlock's Subaru. Then it got back to Adrian Matthews, who's got the Volvo ahead. There they are, of Sam Haywood's Renault Megane RS. Then further back is the Fiesta, a 127 Dominic Ryan, rounding out the top 10 overall. Over the line go the E2 Escorts together. Mark 1 ahead of Mark 2, battling for P3 overall and the lead of Class B of the Super Saloons. Just under 10 minutes of this race to go, so we're at 1/3 distance for the Classic and Modern Motorsports Club. Rod Burley leads by 3.5 seconds, but Clive Hainsford has just done the fastest lap of the race, 54.429 for the Mazda man, and he's going after Rod Burley out in front. 80.5 miles per hour average around Brands Hatch for the rotary engine machine. One car coming down pit lane, I can tell you it's Lee Clue's Audi TT. Looks like his problems from qualifying may have returned, unfortunately. That's a great shame. He is heading back into the paddock. He's out of the race. The Escorts fight it out for third. Reynolds on the outside, Claxton on the inside. Looks like the Zach Speed Escort just about holding the place on the inside. Days of the European Touring Car Championship evolved from that car. And Fairweather and Gardiner side by side behind them for P5 as well. Fairweather goes ahead in the Sierra. Martin Reynolds got the inside line for Graham Hill Bend, but no, Claxton later on the brakes. This is allowing Fairweather to close up on them as well. It's going to be 4 battling for third place shortly because Clive Hainsford's broken away. He's going after Rod Burley. Now the lead was 2.6 seconds at the end of the previous lap. Across the line they go. It's down to 2.4 seconds now between the two leaders. They're trading fastest laps. The top two, 53.133 that time for Clive Hainsford, who is slowly but surely eating into Rod Burley's lead. Here comes the third place battle, still at it down Paddock Hill Bend. Claxton, Reynolds, Fairweather and Gardiner together. Martin Reynolds determined to get the line for Graham Hill Bend from his fellow Ford Escort pilot. He's got another Ford up behind him though. Here comes Sean Fairweather. Neil Gardiner just keeping a watching brief. Claxton a little wide through there, but it doesn't make any difference. And the lead gap is definitely coming down between Rod Burley and Clive Hainsford. I'm just keeping an eye on them out of the commentary box window. It was 2.4 seconds. It's down to 1.9 seconds now. Hainsford another fastest lap of the race, and he's taken another half a second out of Rod Burley's lead. We'll pick them up when we can, but it's hard to look away from these two Escorts at the moment. They're absolutely together into Paddock Hill Bend. And still Colin Claxton soaks up the pressure. Also, not forgetting our other classes further down the order. That is one of our Mazda MX-5. That's Joe Dean. His father Tony is further back in the order, the invitation class Mazdas. As Martin Reynolds slingshots down the inside. This time he's got the line for Graham Hill Bend and he's up into third place. And look at the way he's pulled away there in a straight line from Colin Claxton. Sean Fairweather had to lift off, I think, there to avoid clipping the back of Colin Claxton, and Neil Gardiner's going to get through in the Honda Civic. Fairweather back to the inside at Clearways, leans Neil Gardiner wide and retakes the place. Now goes for Colin Claxton. They're absolutely charging at each other, this little lot. Meantime, there are the leaders. Lead gap was down to 1.6 seconds. So I think Burley's pulled away a little bit once again. You can see them there. Down to Graham Hill Bend. Burley did a personal best of 53.2 on that last lap. Clive Hainsford's last lap was a 52.9. Sean Fairweather going round the outside on the exit of Druids of Colin Claxton. He's going to take P4 away. Yes, he's done it. They're coming up to lap Tony Dean's Mazda MX-5. There's Reynolds pulling away into third. Fairweather fourth. Claxton fifth. Gardiner sixth. Still seventh is Nick Proudlock in the Subaru. 13 cars running out of the 16 who were on the grid. Of course, we saw the BMW of Rick Skelsey pushed off the grid. Stephen Dan retired on the second lap in his Polo at Graham Hill Bend. And Lee Clue has pulled into the paddock in the Audi TT. There's Adrian Matthews, the UK's only racing Volvo C30. That'll be an intriguing looking machine with the similarly shaped Renault Megane of Sam Haywood behind. The Team Hornets car, he's going to have a look up the inside as they lap Tony Dean's Mazda MX-5. Rounding out the top 10 is Dominic Ryan's Fiesta, then behind him we've got the other Fiesta, the slightly older shape model of Ian Seal, and then the Deans rounding out the field. Lead gap is back up to 2.5 seconds now. Rod Burley has pulled away again from Clive Hainsford, but they are about to encounter, just looking out of the box window, a couple of back markers. Rod Burley will be hoping they don't delay him. He's got his headlights on. That's Colin Claxton, staying ahead of the leading production saloon, that's of Neil Gardiner, with Sean Fairweather having pulled away now in the Sierra. These two battling it out. Just looking at Colin Claxton's lap times, he seems to have lost a bit of pace in the Mark 1 Escort. Whether he's got a problem, I'm not sure. He was lapping in the 55s earlier on, he's lapping in the 57-second bracket now. He's just lost a place to Neil Gardiner's Civic as well, the ex-MG Metro racer. So whether Colin Claxton's got a problem, I'm not sure. Whether he's losing a bit of boost, that turbocharged Escort. A little bit of smoke I saw there, quite possibly. Nick Proudlock starting to close in on him. Oh, and somebody who is in trouble. I've just seen a big cloud of smoke out of the window. It's Neil Gardiner. The Civic has blown up, so that's our production saloon leader gone. And the lead in that split will be handed to Adrian Matthews in the Volvo. Let's hope he hasn't dropped any oil there at Clearways. As Neil Gardiner blows the engine, I think, in the Civic, that'll be the end of his day, if so. These cars have another race coming up at the end of the programme. So Adrian Matthews, the red Volvo, now leads the production saloons. Where are our overall leaders? Just coming across the line now. Lead gap is 2.4 seconds still between Rod Burley and Clive Hainsford, the Escort and the Mazda. Martin Reynolds a long way behind in third place overall with the Mark II Escort. We can see now Colin Claxton's dropping back into the clutches of Nick Proudlock in the Subaru that started towards the back of the grid. There's Clive Hainsford, still pursuing Rod Burley. There's Burley, we haven't seen much of him in this race, in that menacing Escort. There is the Mazda, the Racing Beat Europe Motorsports team Mazda. Rod Burley in the Escort that's taken him to so many hundreds of wins over the years. Just over 2 minutes ago, a flash of flame from the side exit exhaust. Lapping Tony Dean's Mazda, the Paul Sheard run car once again. Paul Sheard Motorsport, one of the foremost preparers of Mazda MX-5s in the UK for competition. Still a cloud of smoke in the pit lane, I can tell you. I think Neil Gardiner may have suffered a fire under the bonnet in that Honda, unfortunately. I think that's extinguisher powder we can see down there. Thankfully the marshal's there to deal with that. There we can see it. Yes, the looks like the fire is out on Neil Gardiner's Honda. That's the end of his day, certainly. Colin Claxton continuing to drop back. There is Sam Haywood. Now he's got the Renault ahead of the Volvo now, so that means a change of lead in the production saloons, because the Renault has taken over. Sam Haywood ahead of Adrian Matthews. But even with a relatively small fleet of cars out there in this race, still lots going on all the time. The lead gap is now up to 3.2 seconds, so Rod Burley has pulled away again, making it safe. There'll be one more lap to go in this first race of the weekend for the Classic and Modern Motorsports Club, and it's looking good for Rod Burley. Still this battle going on. Haywood, Matthews, Claxton and Proudlock has dropped behind these two now. There are our leaders, just lapping Dominic Ryan's Fiesta. The red machine there gets out of Clive Hainsford's way, and here he is. The clock counting down to 0. It's going to be another win for Rod Burley, potentially his 300th here at Brands Hatch. He qualified on pole by over a second. He has not been headed, despite the best efforts of Clive Hainsford. They're way ahead of everybody else. And the Escort WRC comes through to Clearways for the last time. Clive Hainsford closing in, Burley taking it easy around the final lap. But here comes Rod Burley. It's 300 up here at Brands Hatch. Clive Hainsford comes over in second. Winning margin 1.7 seconds. Here's some of our lap traffic coming in. That's Ian Seal's Fiesta, with Joe Dean just behind him. They're both going to win their subclasses. Behind them, Martin Reynolds Escort. He's going to take third overall from the back of the grid. We missed qualifying yesterday. Sean Fairweather's Sierra fourth. And next home looks like it is going to be Sam Haywood. He's going to win the production saloon split in the Renault Megane. He comes over in 5th. Who's going to be next across the line? It's going to be Colin Claxton in the Escort, ahead of Adrian Matthews. Nick Proudle, Subaru. I think they're the last men on the lead lap. So an entertaining opening race for the Classic and Modern Motorsports Club, and a 300th Brands Hatch victory for Rod Burley. He wins by just under 1.8 seconds. Clive Hainsford tried his hardest to close in. He got fastest lap with a 52.756. Martin Reynolds completing the podium. Sean Fairweather 4th and Sam Haywood 5th. He wins the production saloon split. All the top 5 win their subclasses. Then Claxton, Matthews, Proudlock and Dominic Ryan, Ian Seal completing the top 10. Then Joe and Tony Dean, the final 2 finishers in their X5. We lost Neil Gardner with that big blow up, making it into pit lane where the fire marshals dealt with that. We lost Lee Clue into the paddock. Stephen Dan was an early retirement, and Rick Skelsey didn't take the start. So we're just about to go into our lunch break here at Brands Hatch. We'll have a break of just under an hour before we resume with the British Truck Racing Championship. We'll have the grid walk with Pointy during the lunch break as well. Then it's the Civic Cup with Andy and Henry taking you through that one. Then the Mini Challenge Club Sports have their 3rd and final race of the weekend, followed by TCR UK. Back over to Andy and Henry for that one. Our final truck race, the pickup trucks who are back out for another cracker, and then we close out with the cars you've just seen, the Super Saloons and Production Saloons. So I'll rejoin you after the lunch break, and I'm sure we'll hear from Ian and Pointy shortly.
Yes, hello everybody, welcome to the Outer Park Thermae here. We really want to speak to Rod Burley because we want to say congratulations. It was 300 wins here at Brands Hatch for Rod Burley. And Brands Hatch, of course, celebrating its 100th birthday this year, so a very, very memorable day indeed. He is actually stopped in the in the pit lane right now. He's just chatting to Alan Hyde. We've got some of the other drivers though from CMMC, so it's great to have him along. Here's Clive Hainsford. He came home in 2nd in that race, and a few times it looked like he might get a little bit close. Here's Martin Reynolds as well. We'll have a chat with these guys whilst we hopefully can get Rod Burley back over here. Let me just jump in with Clive. He's just sat in the car at the minute. He's just parking up. He's still got his helmet on. There he is. Hello, Clive. I'll let you get out, mate. Don't you worry. We'll let you get out, have a quick chat. Colin Claxton just coming in as well. It's like maybe the tyre just went off a little bit towards the end of that race. He was having a good battle all throughout it. And here he is. Look, Clive, stay in the car if you like. Sit down for a bit. He looked. I'll tell you something. You didn't let Rod get away there, did you? Really?
No. You had to get. Trouble is, every time we go out, the car's different. We've got a different type of diff in the back of the car. Still not quite happy with the rear end. We're going to make some adjustments and see if we can get him next time.
Well, there is another time. There's another race a little bit later, and now he's got that 300 in the bag. Maybe he might ease off a bit.
No, he won't. 78, I started racing him.
Yeah. Oh, really? You two go way back then, eh?
Yeah. So, yeah, I know I'm okay around him as well.
Yeah.
So we had a couple of drivers out there I wasn't sure of today, but no, you get used to people around you, obviously. But no, I had a good race. Car's fine. Be good for the next one.
I tell you, actually, whilst I've got you, Clive, tell us about the car because it's always catches the eye, doesn't it?
It may look like an RX-8.
Okay.
But it really isn't. It's not a space frame car.
Yeah.
It's still a steel-bodied car, but it has a 3-rotor in it as opposed to a 2-rotor.
Yeah.
So therein lies the biggest difference straight away. It took me 10 months to just engineer the thing into the car.
Right,
to give you an idea of what a mission it is. But no, while you're on, thanks for all the guys around me. I couldn't do this without them.
Yeah.
So I haven't got sponsors or anything like that. Just really nice people help me.
It helps that you're a very quick driver as well, Clive. It's good to see you, mate. You take care, yeah. Right, let's just move around a little bit. I really do. Hello, boys. You're right. I really want to go see Martin. He's just down here now, still waiting. Hopefully, Rod will come down. Martin, yes, that would be great, Martin. How are you, mate? You're all right. It's good to see you.
Well,
You're all right.
Good.
Oh,
Yeah,
very well. How are you out there? All right. Enjoy that.
Yeah, back in UK.
Tell us what you've been doing. Where you been then?
I've been to Hockenheim. Really enjoyed it. Had a few problems on the first session on the platform, and then after that we had a good race in the last one. Got a 6th. It was good.
Brands Hatch or Hockenheim then?
Brands. I have to say that, don't I? I have to say that.
Yeah, right now, yeah.
Thank you.
How was that race anyway?
Yeah, it was good fun. Got held up a little bit with the escort, and I was trying to get around the outside of him, but he's so quick down the straight. But anyway, I knew I couldn't catch the other two up, so I thought I'd ease up my tyres because I've got the next race. I'm up there now.
Exactly.
Ready next one.
Top man, Martin.
Thanks.
Good to see you, mate. Yeah, really good to see you too. Right, let's. I'll tell you what we're going to do. I'm going to hand over because we have got a British Truck Racing Championship grid walk coming up for you very shortly. We'll go find Pointy. We'll get ourselves over there. If we see Rod Burley on the way as well, we will have a chat with him, even if we've got to record it and play it back. But we will definitely find Rod Burley and have a talk with him. We're going to go get ourselves into position. When we come back, we'll be on the grid for the British Truck Racing Drivers' Championship, and it's going to be an absolute cracker for the grid walk. See you soon. Right, we've come to the outer paddock with MV Commercial, and we're going to do a little bit of a challenge here. Pointy, what are we doing? What are we about to do?
We're going to play with an extendable length, this pole finger crane that's bolted to the back of this flatbed wagon that Fruhoff and MV Commercial have brought down to put on display this weekend. Of course, being a championship sponsor, they get to bring these cool things down to show off. But apparently, we get to have a go at the Dangly Thing Challenge. That's not the official name.
How hard is this? You're going to help us, aren't you?
I'm going to help you. Open to a bribe so I can be a bit more helpful.
Okay. A bit more helpful?
Okay,
hang on. Do you want me to bribe him for you?
Hang on, I do have something I can bribe you with. Look, Easter egg. There you go.
Oh,
what have you got?
Oh, what? I've got access to the championship. If I don't win, there's going to be a conversation about MV Commercial.
Right, Pointer, you're going to have a go. Let's have a little, and we can talk this through. Can you just show the camera and explain exactly how this works?
So it works off a remote control. So we have a slew which is left to right, 2 arms which lift up and down, and then the next end which is in and out. We're playing, it's like playing golf with a fishing rod.
Oh, I like golf. I can't stand fishing.
I can't stand either.
Right, Pointy, come on, you're up. I'm going to commentate on. I'm expecting a lot, actually, Pointy. I think he's quite technical and probably going to be very good at this. Big thank you, of course, to MV Commercial for coming down to Brands Hatch and bringing this down with them. Great stuff. As I do check them out online as well. mvcommercial.com. Pointy's going to have a go first. And look at this. He's actually doing okay here. He's managed to lift it up. And the intention, you can see the bollards there, the 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. The intention is to get the weight into those bollards. So we're going to see how he, in fact, it wasn't even Pointy who did the first bit, was it? Pointy, I just gave you all the credit for doing that and I realised it wasn't you.
No. I mean, I think I'll be okay. I'll give it a blast. I'll be all right.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to put the pound in the machine yet.
He hasn't put his pound in the machine yet. Yes, a lot coming up here at Brands Hatch, and as you can see, this is just some of the things that we have happening on truck weekends with the British Automobile Racing Club. So much coming up throughout the course of the season as well. And Pointy is just gearing up, ready to have a go. There you go, look, he's going to take it. Is it heavy, Pointy? How does it feel? Let me come around. Hang on. There you go.
It feels quite lightweight, but very sturdy, robust. I've only got to need these 3 apparently. Okay. So I'm just going to go for it.
Good luck. Here we go. Pointy's going to have a go. We're starting at 1, so we'll put the camera on the weight, and Pointy is going to move this. Let's see how. Hang on. This is why we got hard hats on. Look at the way it's swinging around. I imagine it's quite difficult for people to get going with.
It's not inverted.
Once takes a couple of minutes, and then once you know what you get used to all the feel of it.
Yeah.
It's like anything else, but it's just be gentle with it. Just caress it like a fine partner.
There you go, caress it, Pointy. Just be very. I'll tell you what, he's not doing too bad here. He's trying to get it into the number 1 bollard already. He's a little bit off. Oh! No, he couldn't, could he? He couldn't. Let's have a look. Oh, not bad at all. I'll tell you what.
No.
Good effort though. I'll tell you, that's a good effort.
Oh no!
You're doing well. Keep going, Pointy. I'm actually impressed.
Stop it shaking for a second.
Can he do it? Can Pointy do it? Of course. Can he move it round? Go on, Pointy. You can do this. I believe it. Is it hard?
It is very hard. Yeah. I mean, even though it looks really dangly and loose, it's quite hard. It's just all about lift up gently. I've just got to lift it up gently.
It's got a bit of a lip, hasn't it? So it doesn't just, you can't, like, yeah.
It's really difficult. Oh.
Go on, you're almost there. Just half inch over. It's just starting
No.
Yes!
Push away. Oh, baby. Oh, look at that. It's in. I got it in.
Well done, Pointy. Good stuff indeed. He's swinging it quite a bit. Oh, we're starting the timer, are we? Okay. Go on, Pointy, you got this.
Doing it all very nice and slowly.
Now we're moving on to block number 2. Can he do it? I'll tell you, not bad, yeah.
This might be a good opportunity for a very long edit.
Well, I'll tell you, Pointy, whilst we're here, I'm going to pick you off a little bit. Truck sport this season, it's not just a British Truck Racing Championship, it's the pickups as well, and you've done it, I think.
Oh, yeah, we have. I've got to get it up to the red bit, I think. I'm not allowed to just put the tip in. I've got to give it the full insertion. Look, wait for it. Oh, mate, come on now.
Go on, drop. Oh, no, it's on a slight angle, isn't it, I think?
Hold on, I'm going to pull it. I'm going to do it this way instead. Why won't it go in? Oh, it's...
Yeah, well done. Well done, Pointy.
There we go.
You've done good.
Okay, back out now, back out. And then we're going to go to number 3, yes?
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to come out.
One more attempt.
And I'm going to go over this.
You're getting a bit of a damp hand of this.
Yeah, I wouldn't want a pack of bricks on this.
Listen, Pointy, whilst we're here, talk to me about Division 1 and Division 2 in the trucks. Who do you think are going to be the big players?
Well, we've got some new drivers in Division 1. We've got a new driver in Division 2 in the way of Wayne Harvey, Bradley Harvey's dad. So both driving around in the Weaver Transport race trucks. Massive sponsorship from HGV Direct. And yeah, they looked... I mean, he's been training under Dave Jenkins in the off-season. Yes!
Well done.
Love that little splosh as it goes in all the way. Here we go then, full extension. There we go. Yeah, so we've got Division 1. Who have we got in Division 1? Nathan Smith now. He's going to be one to watch. Nathan Smith, of course, Dave Smith's son, same truck as they had last year. Did very well with his time at the Truck Prix at Donington in the summer. So yeah, I'm quite looking forward to seeing how that comes out. Does a lot of sim racing. Yeah. He's been compared to a British Norbert Kiss with regards to the journey into truck racing. because I pressed the wrong one.
I'm putting you off here, aren't I?
Yeah. This is hard to talk and do.
Well, look, I think we've seen enough from Pointy. He's made it into 1, 2, 3. Well done. Congratulations.
I think we should give Ian a go. So we can see how
I don't have time, Pointy, because I've got cars on track, so I'm going to have to shoot.
That's only qualifying. You're all right. Come on, you're not getting get in there. Come on. See him trying to get away from it then. Unbelievable. I'm not having that. So yeah, quick go. Right, you watch this now. So now this is where we get to watch the controls. It is quite difficult. So easy to do it wrong because you got to feed it in, and it's
But did he turn on the easy settings for you, or did he have the extremely hard settings?
I think he might have had it on the extremely hard settings.
Again, yeah, I know you're better than that, Pointy.
Unbelievable. No, I had it on extremely hard settings, and I did that well. I did that well. I mean, never done it before in my life. I'd have probably done it better with a digger. So maybe you should bring a 360 on the back of it next year, and we could have a go on both.
Get me more space than I will.
Okay. Well, the space is on the back of the flatbed. That's all your space there. Right. So here we go then. Ian Waterhouse, pal finger operator extraordinaire, dangling around already. So I'm going to let him get into it for a moment before he starts to get too distracted. Very difficult to go for the further ones, I've discovered, when doing these kind of games at trade shows and stuff. I'm going to let him do his first one. That extension, very delicate movements on these joysticks, as you can see, can create a huge amount of movement. But that end is just swinging around so freely. It's just brushing against the opening. Oh no, he's hit the side. And now I'm going to come in with the microphone. It's hard, isn't it?
Yeah.
Leah, come on over here. You've got to get used to talking rubbish on the camera. How do you think he's doing so far?
It's a bit tragic, isn't it? Bless him. He's trying.
Yeah.
He's steadied it now.
He's steadied it now. He's gone again.
Is it quite sensitive to control?
Very sensitive. You can almost absolutely just using just your fingertips can make the whole thing go off.
Unreal.
Oh, now look, he's just resting the weight on the rim of the opening now and see if he's going to be able to just drop it straight in. As I said before, the ones further away from the pivot point are considerably more difficult to do because you've got a lot more leverage. When you slew it round, it swings with a lot more force. Now he's just teasing it now.
I know, honestly. Ian, come on.
Come on, Ian. No pressure. Oh, he's gone the wrong way again.
Not again.
Let's just hope he sticks to sport journalism. Yeah. Sports journalism. Speaking of sports journalism, how on earth did you get into this? What's happening?
Oh, I'm actually still at uni at the moment.
Oh, right.
I'm in my second year of uni.
And then when you finish and realise it was useless, you can come and do this.
I can't wait. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I've wasted 27 grand. I'm still here.
It's only what all the students say, though. So,
I know, exactly. But
what are you actually doing at university?
Sports journalism.
Excellent. Oh, well, maybe it won't be wasted.
Well,
you've already got work experience, so you're laughing.
Exactly. Yeah, I am, to be fair. Very lucky. Obviously, Ian's shown me the ropes. Luckily, he's a lot better at...
Hopefully he's not training you how to use a pal finger.
He's a lot better at presenting than he is this, clearly.
Yes, absolutely. I'm just grateful he's making me look good. That tenner was well spent. He's in, look at that. Okay, he was right when he said we didn't have that much time. But yeah, all skill.
Or ability.
Hey, listen, you'd get used to it, okay? It is difficult. If you want to go, then come on down. They'll be here tomorrow as well. Get yourself on the leaderboard and try and do better than myself and Ian. Ian, who are we off to see now?
I'm off to go see Mini Club Sport right now, but we must say a massive thank you to MV Commercial.
Thank you, MV
really,
Commercial,
really
very good. I'm going to put my hat back on.
Yeah.
Way too much ventilation in those hard hats. Right, lots to see and do here at Brands Hatch.
So much.
Great way of starting the day, Ian.
It's going to be one hell of a year, Pointy.
One hell of a year. Leah's at university. This is the British Truck Racing Championship. Delivering edge-of-your-seat racing action for over 40 years, this is a championship like no other. While looking very similar to their road-going counterparts, these monsters are built from the ground up. With over 1,200 brake horsepower and 6,000 Newton meters of torque, these things don't hang about. Weighing in at over 5.5 tons each, these guys spray water on their brakes to stop them exploding during the race. Consisting of 34 races over 7 race weekends at some of the UK's best circuits, including one at Le Mans in France. So that's it, we've got 20 trucks in 2 divisions battling at 100 miles an hour around circuits at the UK and in France. For more information, check out btrc.co. Make sure to check out our official YouTube channel to watch the British Truck Racing and Pickup Truck Racing Championships live for the 2026 season. He stole my pen. Where's my pen? He stole my pen. I put it back in there. Oh, look, there was a pointy nib on that when I handed it to him. I tell you what, they don't make anything like they used to anymore. So I'm joined with a very special guest here who's getting a bit of a run around the circuit today. Tommy Sainz, is that right?
Yeah.
And you're not from Tommy Hines, sorry. Yeah. You're not from round here, are you?
No, from Ireland.
Ireland, because you couldn't tell by the accent. So over here, just to your right now, if you want to pan round just quickly, we've got a very historic moment. So I don't know whether you know this, but Brands Hatch is actually celebrating 100 years of racing to the year, and of course the guys at the team at Circuit, Andy, Mike Manager, have organised this with some previous drivers, so some historic drivers. 40 years they've been racing trucks here, believe it or not. So you're actually here, a very special birthday. We've got some drivers over from France in the way of Fabien Calvete. He actually organises the Le Mans circuit later on in the year. I'll try and introduce you to him at some point. But then of course we've got the British drivers and good old Andy here handing out the autograph posters. So, they're free. Have you had one of these? We'll get one of these. Here you go. Grab yourself a poster and then we'll get some for everybody else. We can go around signing. Get your pen from over there and you can get it signed. There we go. Right. So we've got a job to get as many driver autographs on there as we can. Once the drivers are sorted, there we go. Oh, so John Powell just wanders into the side there last minute. Unbelievable. There's always one, isn't there? I tell you. Yeah. So how long have you been here for today?
I've been here since 10 o'clock.
Have you? So you've seen a bit of racing now, then?
A good bit of racing, yeah. And
right, well, as you look over there, the onslaught of punters is now making their way down. So let's get in with the drivers quickly and get some autographs. Guys, can we get some autographs on? Tommy's poster? Get your pen out.
Here we go.
Dave Callum, this is Dave Jenkins, Neil Yates. You're going first. Look, he always takes prime position. Watch this, brilliant, it's beautiful. But that's it. You see, he reacted quickly. It was a quick reaction.
It was. He beat Stewart.
He beat Stewart to it. That's what it was. We got Callum Easton over here. Also, we'll get reigning champion Ryan Smith over there in a minute as well. I'll just go and get him, and we'll get a couple more drivers to sign for you. Hello. You excited for the next race?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, don't be too excited, will you?
No.
Okay. That's the best interview. Very busy here, isn't it? Have you ever done a grid walk before?
No.
Right, then let's so John Bowler, autograph over here from John Bowler.
Having a good day? Oh, good, yeah.
Ricky, can I get your autograph in a moment for this young man on his poster, please? And we'll get Ryan Smith. Yeah, no, I'm all right. Yeah, I want to keep me as clean. I got to give him back to the Easter Bunny later.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Ricky. Ryan, before you go, I need you over here a sec. Sorry, can you just? Sorry. Don't slow him down, John. Could you sign Tommy's autograph? We've got some pens over here.
Oh, good.
Tommy will be handing out your trophy after the next race, Ryan. So
if I get one, me and Tommy's good luck charm.
Give him a rub on the shoulder. There we go. So have you got any words of wisdom for 10-time British champion?
Give her a boot, hey.
Give it a boot.
Just drive the damn thing.
Just drive the damn thing. Well done. Thank you, Ryan. Very good. Brilliant. Right, shall we move on and have a look at some trucks up close? close. Come on. Right, we're going to make our way through the crowd now, ladies and gents, because as you can see, it's absolute pandemonium down here on the grid at Brands Hatch for the grid walks. Oh, sorry, guys, sorry. It's my fault for walking backwards, but it's kind of part of the job. You have to walk backwards. We've even got. Have you met Ian Waterhouse before?
No.
So Ian's the professional in my field. He actually does this as a job.
Whoa.
I just do it.
I don't know if I say professional.
I just steal the microphone every now and again. I mean, absolute scenes down here for the grid walk. The 100-year anniversary of Brands Hatch, 40-year anniversary of the trucks.
Have you ever watched Pointy do this before?
No.
This is his favourite part of any weekend, isn't it? It's absolute carnage.
It's
great
full
to
on.
watch though, Pointy. You're so good at this. Go on, have a great time.
Right, okay,
I'm gonna
right.
keep Tom safe.
You keep Tom safe, yeah. Just and you can organise people. Hello there, hi. So 33-0 Yates, you've had his autograph already.
Yeah.
Let's speak to some little punters down here. Hello, what's your name?
Sienna.
Hello, Sienna. I love your Easter bunny. Is that like an Easter bunny stitch? Is it? Yeah. Oh, do you like my bunny ears? Oh, excellent. Okay, we'll leave her. She looks absolutely petrified, which is fine. It's the reaction I usually get from most people. So, yes, come on down. Have you ever sat in one of these before? We'll sort that out. Not now, probably, but after. Definitely after. John Bowler, you've already had his autograph as well. This is his truck over here. Quick chat to Team Bowler. How are we looking?
Oh, we're looking a lot better now, thank you.
Yeah, looking a lot better.
Yeah, some big repairs there in between races, swapped an intercooler.
Oh.
Yeah.
You ever swapped an intercooler? Do you know what an intercooler is?
Not really.
No, it's basically like a radiator that cools air instead of water. You know, makes the air more dense, so when it goes into the turbo, it gets compressed quicker and produces more boost. Bet you didn't think I knew that, did you? Come on! Yeah. I got a roll of gaffer tape in my van. I've already passed the entry exam. Yeah. Right then, Nathan Smith. Now, young lad, first time in a full championship year. Where is Nathan? Here he is, Nathan Smith. Come on in. Nathan, now you are. This is Tommy, by the way. Have you signed his poster?
No,
You've screwed your poster up. Look at the state of that. Oh my goodness! You've got to keep it open like that. That's it. There we go. So Nathan, whilst you're doing that, let's see if you can multitask. Sim racing, a lot of talk about it this year, thanks to you. But of course, there's a lot of evidence in other motorsports that actually it can really prepare you for the big leagues, and here we are.
Yeah, it does. To be honest, the first time I jumped out in it, I was putting in 1 minute deads, literally within the second lap. So it does make a big difference. I mean, the FIA boys during COVID got with a load of computer nerds, I like to call them, and decided to develop a race truck in one of the games. I used that as the platform, and they developed it so well. It's so realistic. So I, for a few years, drove that. Raced in championships with Norby Kiss online.
Who's also a massive sim racer, turned extremely successful European racing driver.
Yeah, so I did that with him, and then it just sort of happened that I went out testing once and was quite naturally fast, so here I am. But I wouldn't be where I am now, skill level wise, if it wasn't for the sim at all.
So it really is. What kind of games do you play? Do you play on computer games?
Not really too much. No, but if I was playing, I'd play like GTA or Rocket League.
GTA, that's what it's about. Oh, it's on my ears again. I know it's John Powell though, he just loves them. Look, there he is, look at him over there. John Powell, the Easter Bunny's evil twin. But only the naughty twin, we'll call him the naughty twin. There we go. It's okay, mate. I'm glad you're involved, buddy. It's great to see John Powell in such high spirits, isn't it? I'll tell you what, because he is a brilliant personality in the paddock. He did have a very hard year last year. I mean, I don't think he completed a race, did he, at one point?
No.
Such a shame. But this year, done 3 races, got 3 trophies. Just goes to show literally anything can turn itself around. Right, let's move on, shall we? We'll go. You okay? You doing okay?
Oh, yeah.
Because some people can get very overwhelmed with this. Or just me. They get very overwhelmed with just me, to be fair. Right, so Ryan Smith, 10 consecutive years in the championship, 10 consecutive championship wins.
Lovely.
This is right, yeah. So he's very good. He's already signed yours as well. Yeah. But you can say, I think it was your dad earlier on was talking about these, and I think he called them the funny shaped ones.
Yeah.
Also known as bullnose or T-cabs, depending on which brand exactly. You're partial to a T-cab, are you?
Yeah, I like those. I like good Scania T-cab.
Yeah, no, so I'm trying to find out more about you here, Tommy.
Yeah.
So what do you get up to? What are you into?
I like lorries and all that, like Scania and T-cabs and all
big
that.
trucking world
Yeah,
over in Ireland, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
It's funny, but such a small plot of land it is, but how much you guys have got going on over there, it's crazy. You could spend a lot of time exploring, couldn't you?
Yeah, oh yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on, like lorries and all that.
So what's your favourite truck then?
Scanias.
It's got to be Scanias.
Oh yeah.
You got, was it Marty Moan, is he? Is that you like him?
Good singer.
He's a good singer, isn't he? Yeah. Michael Oliver, you haven't had his autograph yet. And Michael, again, doing very, very well. Always doing the homework on the circuit as well, aren't you?
Homework?
Homework, yes. Practicing, looking over your footage, all about the hard work behind the scenes off track.
I had at least 4.5 minutes last night doing that, yeah.
4.5 minutes, which is at least 4 minutes longer than most other racing drivers here. Most.
Oh, well, yeah.
So you see, dedication, the 4 minutes that makes the difference on track, that's what it is.
That's why I am the
here, you're here. Yeah, you're definitely here. Mike and I have fantastic time in front of the camera. Yeah. Great crack.
They're actually my bunny ears.
They are actually his bunny ears, yeah. He looked better in them than I did, but I just thought, you know what, you've got to take a memento, I'm going to take his ears. Mike, good luck in the next race. Thank you very much. Right, who else haven't we got? Tommy, what are we doing next? Where do you want to go? Do you want to go further back, Division 2? Yeah, let's have a look. Let's have a stomp up to Division 2. We'll see if we can't find some more spectators on the way to have a word with. Like you, young lady. Hello. No, thank you. It's terrified. See, you just got to jump on them, but then they do run away quite quickly. Do you want to say hello? Yeah, you'll say hello. Come and say hello. What's your name, little boy?
My name's Ben.
Hello, Ben.
This is Arlo.
Hello, Arlo.
This is first truck race.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
so there really is lots of amazing celebrations there. We've got 100 years Brands Hatch, 40 years of truck racing here.
It is first.
And your first ever. In 40 years, do you think you'll be doing this?
We hope so, don't we, mate?
Absolutely. I saw him nod up here. It's okay.
That's on his birthday list, I think, one of these.
Yeah, well, I think it's on a lot of people's birthday list, yeah. I'll tell you, I think most of these guys wake up and pinch themselves. It's like, is that actually parked in the lockup? Like, yeah. Favourite team, have we got one?
Oh, it's got to be Ryan Smith and then his team.
Oh, Glory Hunter. Glory Hunter. I'll just go for the number one. If you couldn't have Ryan, here's what really puts people to the test. If you couldn't have Ryan Smith, which one would you go for?
I reckon Martin Oliver.
Michael Oliver, you mean?
Or Michael Oliver.
Martin Oliver's the dad.
Oh,
yeah.
The dad.
Well, the dad of the dad.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
He's the dad of the dad.
Yeah.
Stuart Oliver's the dad. Michael Oliver's the son.
There's loads of them here.
There is so many Olivers. But you like that one. Number 12.
Number 12.
We've just spoke to him, haven't we, ladies and gents? Fantastic. Right, well, I'll leave you to it. Thanks for being here. We'll see you again next year. Okay. Such a talker, that little one. Bless him. God, first ever race. Couldn't keep him to shut. I said, mate, just shut up a minute, yeah? Just give me a chance.
You're kept quiet.
I know. I was waiting for the moment. Right then, let's have a little wander further up. So we're moving into the Division 2s now. So over here we've got last year's, hello mate.
Hello, mate.
We've got last year's champion, Jake Evans, next to the very playful John Powell that we just had a moment ago. This is the truck that he was working on all of last year, and he's now getting those results that he's worked extra hard for. Lovely. Jake Evans, great team. Let's introduce you to these guys. Did you get John's autograph or did he run off too quick?
I'm not sure.
Well, let's see if we can find Jake. Here we go. The good thing about having a microphone is you can just push into the front. Yeah, hello, Jake, Tommy, Jake.
How we doing? All right, mate.
Give this man a handshake and an autograph.
Oh yeah, let's have a squiggle.
Let's get this squiggle on there. They're like Pokemon, these truck drivers. You've got to catch them all.
You do,
So last year's champion, we had a chat to you before the weekend started,
yep.
Yeah, I mean we're doing well so far, aren't we?
Yeah, it's not been too bad. Yesterday We had a first and a second and a first this morning, so if we can get clear and not get caught up in the back of the Div 1 chaos that sometimes ensues on a Sunday, then
yes, that's true. It's getting to that time of the day, isn't it?
Of the day. We got 2 more to go, and I think the last one will probably be the most chaotic. But if we can get through, we should stand a good chance of getting some more results and some points on the board, which we spoke yesterday, and that's what counts in this championship.
Optimism and modesty. This is what you get from Jake Evans. You know, you could tell him, look, mate, you know, you can be a little bit more cocky now. You won last year, right? So it's cool. And no, well, we've still got to work hard,
Anything
and we've got to.
That's the problem. That's the problem in this sport. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen. No, it's not karaoke.
As well.
We're not doing. Have you got any questions for him?
No.
If you could, do you work on trucks in the week, don't you? You around that industry.
Yeah. That's my industry.
So Tommy likes a bit of truck stuff, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's particular? Is it the driving? Is it the photography? What part of trucking are you into?
The driving mostly. Yeah.
Driving the mostly.
Love to drive one.
Yeah. Have you driven one?
Oh yeah. I have.
Oh, that's
yeah,
good. Thank God. I was going to say. I mean, you know,
if you've got the love for it, you got to.
Right.
You?
So yeah, I mean, I'd love to do the whole. No, we'll have to get you in one of these. You've got no chance. No one, literally. Yeah. Unless you got a couple of $100,000, you can just throw at it.
I know, yeah.
And then it's really hard for the rookies now, though, isn't it? Because they've changed the rules recently.
Yeah.
So you've got to have a truck licence and a race licence, but then also have a certain amount of other races under your belt before they let you race in one of these.
Yeah, there's 2 ways really. You can either, if you've come from car racing before, you can run X amount of car races, and then if you've got a minimum Class C, you can get a national truck licence. It's like you just have to do your ARDS test if you haven't already got it. But if you raced a car, you can go and get your truck if you've got your Class C.
Right.
I didn't have any car racing before this.
Whoa.
So the alternate route is get your ARDS, and then you have to go to Pembury with your truck and be trained by a Class 1 driver effectively.
Right.
So we had to do 2 days at Pembury, and myself and Bradley Harvey from Weavers did it at the same time. So we both went with Dave Jenkins, and I think any other rookie now coming into the sport from last year moving forward has to do the same.
Pretty much have to get trained up by, a Div 1 driver that's got, several thousand hours probably of driving and racing.
20 years plus, isn't
20
it?
years plus, yeah. I didn't want to put it in years, it'll make them sound really old. Right, shall we move on?
Yeah,
Jake, thank you very much.
Nice
Thank you.
one.
We'll
Nice
speak to you. Trophies, of course, being presented by Tommy down in the paddock after this. You two look very happy to be here. What's your name? Oliver and? William and Oliver, great names. You're here for the trucks, are you? Yeah. Which is your favourite truck? Have you got one? No. Which colour one do you like the best?
Blue.
The blue one. What's your favourite colour truck?
Don't know.
You don't know what colour? What about?
This one, red one, number 3.
Ah, there we go. See, they panicked under pressure. That's what it was. You were already media trained. You were right. You were ready. Right, he was ready for it, wasn't he? You could tell. Yeah. Right, let's move on. Right then, Tommy, I need you to give me a question to ask the next driver. Let's think about this.
Did it do it full time maybe, or I don't know.
What's your best lap time of all time?
What's it?
What's your best lap time of all time?
All right, yeah.
Should we do that one?
Yeah.
Okay, right, just getting a photo shoot. Look, she's on the camera here, look at this. Getting a photo shoot going on. Hello. Yeah, is this a picture or a video?
I don't have no idea.
Well, anyway, come here. What's your name?
My name's Mel.
Mel, come back in front of the truck, Mel. You can't get away. You can't have photo shoot. No, you can't have photo ops. Is he gone? He's run away.
Yeah, he's run away.
It's okay. He'll be waiting for you over to the side. So, Mel, what brings you to Brands Hatch today?
Usually the TSRs.
Oh, okay, right.
So, yeah, but we came here because this is my first time seeing trucks.
Really?
Yeah,
that's the second first timer today. That's great, yes. Looks considerably older than the first one, though. He was in a wheelchair still. Bless him. Pushchair, wheelchair, pushchair. It's definitely a pushchair, not a wheelchair. I mean, it's a chair with wheels, man. What do you want from me? Come on. It's the same kind of deal. So, Mel, your first time here, have you already seen one of the races?
Yes.
And are you hooked for life now?
I don't know about life, but yeah, I'll watch it.
By the end of the next race, it'll be in your blood.
Hopefully.
Yeah. Whereabouts are you based?
Hastings.
Oh, so this is your kind of local track then.
It is.
You might be able to venture north a bit to Snetterton later in the year.
Maybe. I'd like to go to Donington.
Donington, Convoy in the Park. If you guys out there don't know about Donington, Convoy in the Park is the pinnacle, the biggest, bestest of the British truck racing calendar. Thousands of show trucks. Tens of thousands of spectators on on-track action, full race package, and off-track action as well. We got fairgrounds, entertainment, live music, you name it. It's happening at Donington, and that'll be later in the year. So head over to official BTRC on Instagram to see the timetable. Yeah. Thanks, Mel.
Oh,
Fist bump, handshake.
Have a lovely day.
You too. Thanks for coming. You're the first timer. She wasn't a racing driver though, so I didn't ask her the question. Right, we got Craig Reed over here. So Craig and his brother Simon, you can tell the difference because one of them's got considerable amount more hair than the other one.
And better looking.
Yeah, and better looking. This is Craig without the hair. So these guys were racing over in Europe last year. Craig, can I steal you away after that one? So they were racing in Europe last year. They did some Dutch Cup as well, and we finally convinced them to come back into the British. Craig, this is Tommy.
Hi, Tommy.
Shake hands. Get his thing signed over here.
Yeah.
Of course, Tommy will be handing out the trophies for the next British truck race.
Good.
So we kind of worked out a question to ask the next driver that we came across.
Yeah.
So Craig, what is your best? Doesn't matter what circuit, what year. What is your best lap time of all time?
My best lap time. It's pretty close. It's actually yesterday, I'd say.
Really?
Because
fresh record.
Yeah, fresh record. Because so in my other truck, I used to do like a 59, or I'd be like a low 59, and obviously yesterday I did a 58.6. So I actually did a 58.3, but it got disallowed because I caught the penalty mark.
Right. So if you hadn't taken the shortcut,
exactly. I think the racord might be a 58.2.
What?
So yeah.
So you're pretty damn close.
I'm close. Yeah. Well, on my Garmin system, my optimal and my best were absolutely bob on.
Optimal and best, bob on.
Yeah.
Wow, so a new record. I think that's a really interesting question to be asking any driver. Your best lap time of all time, and I bet everyone would remember a little story about when they got that feeling of I can't believe I just did that. Right. Good luck in the next race. Thank you very much, Craig. We'll see you soon. You guys can come back in now and get autographs. Who's right? Let's head a bit further back. Pardon?
How's the hot water?
Hot water's doing well, mate. It's lovely and hot. It's got clean hands for a bit. Lovely. We met in the toilets earlier on. Don't worry, we were just washing our hands. It's fine. We were very happy. We were mentioning how Brands Hatch has got hot water. So, just really visionary stuff. You got hot water at your house?
Yeah.
Me too. It's great. Isn't it great? Right, we've seen Callum. We've met Callum. Let's head over to see someone very favourably called Aggie. Aggie sat up over here, look, on the wall. Because if he's not on the wall, he's not much taller than some of the kids, you see, which is why he likes to get a bit of the height. We're gonna just push in for a second. So we're doing autographs. Aggie, this is Tommy. Tommy, this is Aggie. So there we go. We'll just give you that to sign. We're asking drivers a question.
Yeah.
You want to ask him? Go on, you ask him.
What's your fast lap time?
Fastest lap was 101.3 yesterday. 101.3 yesterday.
Here.
Yeah.
What's your fastest lap time of all time? Can you remember where it was?
I can't remember that.
Oh my God! You thought you'd have memorised it, etched into your memory.
I struggle to do a full lap without crashing. So.
Now you had a bit of a bump yesterday.
Twice.
You wrote twice. Yeah, but you know your team worked very hard last night to work on it. What kind of stuff do people need to do to end up working on these things in a race situation? Because where do you find the mechanics stupid enough to come and do it?
Most of the mechanics work for me anyway in the garage.
Oh, so it's kind of forced then that you make them come.
No, they enjoy coming. They like it. They enjoy coming.
Right, that's good. And then, for example, if you were setting up a new team and you didn't already have a successful haulage firm, where would you be finding these guys that want to come and give their time, predominantly for free, I might add? You know, it looks like there's a lot of money here. It costs a huge amount. The staff see very little of it, including the drivers. It costs them a fortune too, doesn't it?
Yeah, all your staff do come for free. They give the time up every weekend, so much appreciated off them all. But no, I don't know where you'd actually find. I think you'd have to go around commercial workshops trying to poach
poach because lads that want to do it for free.
Poach volunteers, you heard it here first. If you want to work on a race team and you don't mind grafting until the early hours for free, you can come and do it. We've got a lot. This is the first weekend of the year.
Yeah.
You like trucks? I reckon you should just come on over, man. Just do it.
Don't know.
It's fine. Well, you're not actually doing it for money, so you don't need a visa or anything. I'll check with who's it? Customs.
Customs.
That'll do. Whatever. Bring you over in a suitcase. Right. Thank you very much to Bradley Harvey. We're almost at the back now. Oh, look at this. So this is actually Bradley's dad, Warren.
Oh.
Okay. He started races his first year in the championship, and he's already got his first trophy. He got a third place yesterday.
Fair enough.
So we're gonna push in and get Warren's autograph as well. Warren, this is Tommy Warren.
Hello,
Tommy Warren. There sounds like a good man, doesn't it?
No, good.
Right, you got your pen. Get this thing sort of signed off. Now, Warren, first trophy yesterday.
Wow.
I know, right? It's your first weekend of racing ever.
Yeah.
It was your second race ever, and you came home with a trophy.
It's just stunning. I mean, I've just been explaining some of these guys here. My journey into the truck racing world started last year with Bradley, driving this truck, Britannia. Get the bug. We spoke about it at Donington.
Absolutely, you were thrilled. You just came up with the idea, and he was like, "We're going to do it. I'm going to race next year." All of a sudden, he's on the entry list.
So we did that, and then my journey into the truck racing started on January the 16th with my first track day ever. Never been on a track in my 57 years of being on this wide earth, you know. And then we did that with the help of Jane, and that's a big shout out to Dave Jenkins.
Yeah.
Tremendous instructor.
Getting a bit of a reputation, this Dave Jenkins, isn't he?
He's just listen to him.
Yep.
It can be a bit sharp with his language.
Absolutely. You wouldn't listen to him otherwise.
You know, so we started that journey on the 16th of January. We then took the ARDS test and the licence, which you have to.
You have to, yeah.
We then went down to Pembrey for our own track day, a test day, which I was as nervous as anything in the car. That just calms you down. It's the weirdest feeling. I've been around the wagons all my life.
Yes.
We've got 125 on the road, as you know. But that, you get in there, your hat's on, your ears are on, you're plugged in.
You're in the zone.
And it takes you.
Yeah.
You're completely in the zone. So that started down there. We then did the press day.
Yeah.
And obviously we're here. You know.
Here we are.
I'd got a nervous thing about Paddock then because everybody's bigged it up.
Yeah,
but you know what?
Yeah.
In the zone.
This is it. I was actually saying to someone earlier on, you were getting chased down by Sammy Oyen, and I was like, you know what? To think he's only been doing this for 3 races, you know, to come from just driving trucks to racing trucks, to be, you know, putting up with that kind of tussle so early on. It is pressure. We were singing your praises just before you were in the gravel. So I just want you to know we were thinking of you.
So you jinxed it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
But no, we came and we did.
I'm not commenting anymore. Can't say anything at these things.
You know, and track the test day on Friday when we first came out. 1.8s, 1.9s, 1.7s. They started to come down, and then consistently just mid 102s.
Right.
Which is not far off these guys with these fancy D20 engines.
I know. Yeah. I mean, this is it.
Bradley struggled this weekend because of that different power and different setup. But listen,
this is it. I don't think any team
fun.
gets a clean weekend. You
and
know,
I said to the team yesterday, if I get one podium position this year, I'm happy. And I got it yesterday morning.
That's it, go home now, save yourself a fortune.
And they worked hard, they've done the clutch this morning, they rebuilt that cab last night, and that's a massive shout out, and everybody says it's your team. Good team, they're the soul of the job, and sponsors galore.
Absolutely.
And I'm not going to name them all, they know who they are.
Yeah, of course.
And it's very, very appreciative, without a shadow of a doubt.
There we go. Right, sponsors, thank you to you. Thank you very much. Right, we'll let you back to the punters.
Shout out very quickly. I've got 2 little grandkids at home.
Yeah.
So we've got Georgia and Charlie.
Georgia and Charlie. Look, say it to the camera.
Georgia and Charlie. Keep watching. Fantastic.
There we go. Grandad's going to win another race in a minute. You watch this space. No, I've jinxed it again. Oh, no. Right, thank you very much, everybody. Let's go and... Right, now, I think we should set you up on an interview. Shall we interview you, man? Come on, let's interview you, man. Yeah. Come on. Right, let's have a word with you then, Dad. How are we doing? I'll tell you what, let's spin it round. I like the backdrop better over here. Come on over this way. Sorry, Tom. Come on over this way. There we go. This is better. We want trucks. We're here at Brands Hatch. Prestigious event, 100 years.
That's right.
History in the making behind us.
A fantastic crowd here. Great weather.
just a buzz all around the place. Fantastic lorries. The horsepower is unbelievable.
Oh, I know, it's incredible.
Where
isn't
would you
it?
go with it?
So you saw a race this morning, right?
Sorry?
You saw a race this morning,
that's
didn't
right,
you?
Yes, that's right.
Now, of course, you know, it's going to be pretty loud when they get... Where are you going to be watching the next race from?
Just back there, but very close to it.
Very close,
because
very close.
When they pass
you need the roar
of it, and the ground just shakes.
Absolutely.
The ground shakes.
Yeah.
They're like aeroplanes.
I'll tell you what, it's pretty crazy if you ever get the chance to go to Europe. When we're at Le Mans later on in the year, we'll have to see if we can sort something out. But we're at Le Mans later on in the year. There, right, you can literally just hang off the pit wall. You see these holes in the fence. Show them the holes in the fence, Tom. See these holes in the fence? There's usually people literally just hanging out of those, waving at the drivers, giving them little messages in signs and stuff.
So safety doesn't work.
Well, yeah, I mean, it does for them, apparently. They just don't care, I don't think. Right, we are slowly getting pushed off the grid now, which means we are very nearly ready to go racing. So, Tommy, are you up for handing out trophies to the drivers after this race?
Oh yeah, I am.
Brilliant, right. You guys, you going to be there for it as well?
We will, surely. If he got the chance, he'd be in one of them. So we would.
Oh, I bet. I think a lot of people here would be. Well, look, we've got a bit of time after the next lot of trophies, so we're going to walk you around the paddock, introduce you on a bit more of a personal, calm basis to the drivers. We'll probably get you in a few trucks as well. Doubt you'll get a chance to drive any. However, we're going to get you in some trucks and introduce you to all the teams, who are all very excited to meet all of you. So without any further ado, I'm going to hand back to Dave over in the commentary box, who is probably going to run through some details of what's about to go down here on the circuit at Brands Hatch. What was your name again, sorry? Kevin, thank you for joining us. Tommy, thank you for joining us. We'll be down shortly after the race to do trophies, but for now, up to Dave in the commentary.
Yes, thanks very much, Pointy. Good to hear from everyone down on the grid. A very busy grid, despite the blustery conditions here at Brands Hatch today on this Spring Truck and TCR weekend. Shortly coming up, it will be race 4 of 5 this weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Another 6 races to come after that. We hand back to Henry and Andy for the Civic Cup after our truck race. Then the Mini Challenge Club Sport is next. TCR UK back on circuit for their final 20-minute race of the weekend. This morning's race was a good one. Final truck race followed by the pickups in race 3 with a partially reversed grid in that one as well, just to make things even more spicy. And then we close the day with the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club with their Super Saloons and Production Saloons. The grid is shortly going to be cleared. One truck we are missing from the grid. You'll notice there's a gap on the outside of the front row. Simon Reed is not there. He had a breakage in this morning's race and is still repairing that truck. We're not 100% sure what the problem was. I'm sure Pointy can find out for us down there, but no Simon Reed on the grid at the moment. He may join in once the grid walk has been cleared. He might join in at the back. We'll have to wait and see. Neil Yates on the pole for the second time today. 8th place in both of yesterday's races. This grid based on the result of race 2 yesterday with the top 8 flipped around. So Ryan Smith, our winner, has to start back in 8th place. He's going to find the going tough from there, I'm sure. But not as tough as Craig Reed, who had that suspension breakage in race 2 yesterday. Failed to finish, and he's back with the Division 2 runners towards the rear of the grid, as is Ricky Collett. He pulled out with a flat tyre in yesterday's race, got beached on the grass on the Cooper Straight. And Mick Gould's big Peterbilt had to recover him. So we will shortly be underway with race 4 this weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship in just a few minutes' time when the grid is clear.
So here we are now with Chairman of the Board, as I like to call him, Steve Thomas, one of the top dogs at the British Truck Racing Championship and of course Truck Sport. Now, before we get on to growth and new ventures, it feels like quite a long gap between when we finished racing at Brands in November, but of course here we are already a pre-race or pre-season at Pembury, looking forward to the Brands Hatch reopening.
Yeah, it seems like a long time, but this year has gone so quick. The out of season has gone from November until now. seems like weeks, not months, and we've still got lots to do. Yeah, we've got a lot of trucks here at Pembrey today. Coming to the media day, there's still a lot of trucks out there still being built.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of photos on Instagram of bits and pieces all over the garages.
Yeah, so I think we've done well to get what we've got here today. But now this year is looking a lot better than last year. Yeah, we've got more new sponsors, we've got a few new drivers. Trucks are looking absolutely fantastic. Yeah, what we've seen today, which obviously we'll share that with you at some point. But we're at Pembrey, sun's shining.
I know, for now. Torrential downpour on the way here, though.
Yeah.
But this is a really good little shakedown, I suppose a lot of the drivers say, that have had the opportunity to come, just to see if they've made modifications. I know some of the guys have kind of just gone, right, well, we'll just rebuild it, give it a good service, get back out there. But then from the other extreme, we've seen complete rebuilds from the chassis to ground up.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the trucks, you look at them and you think they are the same truck as they were last year. But believe you me, these trucks have been back to the workshops, stripped down, lots of stuff changed. There's a couple of trucks out there who've got totally different axles, suspension, all trying to get that little tenth of a second here and there, which there was nothing wrong with the truck last year. It was great. But this year, they're just, the competition is getting better and better. And I think last year was the best racing we had. Yeah, we obviously now got restrictors in the top 3 trucks, which brings everything, the top 3 closer together. No one's running off with the championship. As a truck progresses into the lead of the championship, he has a smaller restrictor, so which slows the truck down. So the second truck has a bit of a bigger restrictor, the third truck has a bigger restrictor.
So for people that aren't up to date with that, then this was something that was brought in last year, which would effectively restrict the airflow into the turbo of the engine. So effectively hindering the driver by all
it strangles the engine, so you don't have as much power. We are restricting the truck. We're penalising the truck for doing well.
Doing well,
So which didn't go down too well with the drivers, but it's making it a good sport now.
Was it interesting to see though that even with those restrictors going in those, shall we say, regular podium winners, that actually they were still kind of keeping their head above the parapet?
Yeah, and even with the restrictor in, don't mention any names, but they were still, winning lots of races and still very good. But they weren't miles ahead like we have had in previous years. People were running away with races, being 10, 15, 20 seconds ahead. Now it's
huge leads.
It is bumper to bumper racing, and the racing was clean, tidy last year, absolutely fantastic. So, hopefully this year we will see the same again, if not better. I think everyone's up in the game, so we should see lap times getting quicker, trucks being more responsive, handling better, with all the adjustments and stuff what's being done, and the money what's being spent on these things.
Absolutely.
Axles, to put rear axles in,
really
to put suspension, springs, and people are trying all sorts of things. And this is the reason for today that there is a truck here today that's had really has had a lot of modifications and it just hasn't worked. So back to the workshop, do it again. And hopefully
so
at Brands.
Without weekends or days like this, it would literally be you land at Brands Hatch and spend a very short practice session figuring out what you've done wrong over Christmas.
Yeah, or in the kitty litter. Because it's all gone wrong on
There's
the first
lap. There's a lot of kitty litter to find at Brands Hatch. Speaking about modifications then, are there any major regulation changes that we need to be aware of for the 26th season?
No, pretty much the same. There's a few regulations, technical regulations, but nothing untoward. We've got a new camera system come on this year, a new speed control system this year, which we're trialling here today, which so far looks really good. Everything seems to be working a lot better than we have had in the past.
Good.
So that seems okay. All the officials are happy.
That is the important thing. Yeah.
So I think everyone at the moment, everything's going according to plan. So I think like they say, when the flag drops, stops.
We'll probably bleep that bit out. but indeed you are correct. So it sounds all very promising for it to be at this stage of the year. We've got better trucks, we've got more improved drivers, as experience will always improve a driver, hopefully. And of course, that's only going to translate to a better show for all the fans, which of course, again, being in the industry yourself for as long as you have, around the trucks, and of course managing truck sport as well, you've obviously seen a huge change in the amount of spectators coming to these events live on the weekends, and of course a lot more viewing live on our streams as well.
Oh yeah, I mean, when I came into it 15 years ago at Pembrey, I was here with 9 trucks.
Wow.
Probably not many more spectators, and even at Brands' and Doningtons and stuff, there wasn't the crowds like we're getting today. And each year the crowds are growing. The fans are absolutely fantastic. With the following we've got has been absolutely immense. We're getting more and more. Thousands of people. Yeah. Everything, all of our social media, the TV, everything is going through the roof. People are loving watching the truck racing, and and the people what come, it's all families. It's a lot of families, and we do a lot. Especially at Pembrey for the Convoy Cumbria.
Yeah.
We've got fairs, we've got tractor pulling, we've got Munster trucks.
Of course, because there's actually 3 of the convoy events through the year, isn't there?
Yeah,
First
so we've got
one
Thruxton, which is our second event for this year. So that's changed from where we usually have Pembrey and then Thruxton. Now we've changed it around. So we've got Thruxton first. So Convoy on the Plain, which is with the new wooden area.
Yeah, that new viewing area up on the hill,
brilliant.
That is so great.
Absolutely
brilliant bar tent. Everybody, great party there on the night as well.
That was good last year, and this year, we've got a lot more going on there. A lot more show trucks booked in.
And of course, all that off-track entertainment is all still covered under your weekend ticket. You come, you enjoy, you be part of all the action.
Yeah, I mean, there isn't many places you can go. Get a weekend ticket, go camping. Bring your camper, bring your tent, have Friday night, Saturday night, and have 2 nights of entertainment, watching racing all day, something for the kids to do.
Yeah.
For 70, 80, 100 quid. It's a cheap weekend for a lot of the fans, and as it's proved over the last few years, it's just grown and grown and grown.
Bigger every year, isn't it? Yeah. One thing as well to mention about the non-convoy weekends is also something I personally experienced. I took my young son, Henry, to a Ferrari weekend, and I was shocked. I was expecting what we're used to at trucks. This is on the track, then that's on the track, then that's on the track, then this is off the track. And I was there, just an empty car park. I'm thinking, I've paid the same money that people are paying to come and see the truck racing, but there's a 3-hour gap between races on the circuit and absolutely nothing's happening. Yeah. I was like, what a way, I don't understand. There is never spare time on our circuits, is there?
No, I mean, the circuits are packed. They're packed out with different formulas, so there's always something to see on the track. And this year, the good thing we've got this year, we've got the trucks, the big trucks. We've also taken on as truck sport.
This is what we were going to get to.
Pickup truck racing, which has been run by Sonny and Barbara for over 30 odd years.
Wow.
They've retired. They asked us if we'd take it over. We've taken it over. It runs perfect with big trucks.
Yeah.
We've also got the mini challenge with us as well, which people like to see.
Yeah.
We've also got TCR. So we've now got a nice package for people. When they come to watch it, they're watching good content all day. They're not watching 2 or 3 decent bits of racing and then something of a 2-hour endurance or something what people don't want to watch. So there's always something good going on. They're all, you can go in the paddocks, you can see the drivers, you can touchy-feel of the trucks.
It's true.
Yeah, the pickup truck racing, which used to follow us a couple of years ago, is absolutely fantastic. Good, close racing, and probably, I was speaking to Ben Taylor from BARC earlier, and he was saying it's probably one of the fastest formulas they've got.
Wow.
In on cars on circuit, they are fast.
Wow, they do look fast.
Yeah, apart from your touring cars and stuff like that, but they are quick, and they're just a man-made car with fiberglass shell on.
Ground up, build the chassis themselves, roll cage, and then
which is built by Sonny Howard, SHP. It's built by Sonny, and it's a red top Vauxhall engine or a a Ford engine.
Right.
And they are quick, and they scream along, and they sound great.
Yeah,
and
so they're obviously
look
highly
good.
tuned 2-litre Vauxhall engines.
So they're following us around all of this year, apart from Le Mans.
Right.
But to counteract Le Mans, they're going to American Speed Fest.
Oh,
so if you want to come
cool.
to American Speed Fest, then obviously you will see them at American Speed
I'll
Fest.
see you at American Speed
Yes,
Fest.
and I
Brands
will.
Hatch in June.
Alongside all the other American, V8s.
Yeah, we've got European NASCAR there.
Yeah.
We've got the live action arena with monster trucks, stunt shows. I know because I commentate that. It's fantastic. It really is a good weekend, actually. So you'll be there as well, I take it?
Yes, I will be, yes.
Excellent.
So we're there with the pickups, and we may be there with the truck drifting. So obviously at Donington we do the live arena, which is for we do the caravan smash, as Pointy well knows.
Love the caravan smash. That is a fan favourite.
Truck drifting, and last year we had drifting, car drifting, which was good as well. So this year, I don't know what we're going to do yet. We're going to try and do something a bit more. We've done truck drifting and caravan smash for the last 8 years.
So we're looking for the next big
We're looking for
thing
something.
Convoy.
So I think we need people to, come onto our social media and tell us what they want us to see.
That's a good idea.
What they want to see. They want to see a truck drive through a caravan, or instead of
now I'm thinking.
just so can we have some feedback from the fans?
That sounds good. Let your imagination run wild.
Yeah.
So
we can do anything. Yeah.
Let us know in the comments on our YouTube whether you are going to comment on Facebook. Follow us on there, and of course official BTRC over on Instagram as well. Let us know. Drop us a message, a DM as they say, and see what you want to see at Convoy at Donington.
Arena.
Yeah.
The live action arena. We need something spectacular.
Something spectacular. Yeah. Pyrotechnics. I think we should.
No, we're not allowed pyrotechnics.
Oh, yeah, we're under an airport, aren't
Under
we?
an airport,
Okay, well, Steve, fantastic effort. The growth continues for Truck Sport UK. And I mean, you must be proud to see where it's come from in the last few years to where it's evidently going.
No, we are. Yeah, we're it's not just me, obviously. There's myself, Stuart Oliver. All the team what work for us, yourself. There's a lot of stuff goes on behind the scenes. These convoy in the parks take 12 months. As soon as we finish one, we're working on the plan for the next one.
I know that you and Stuart Oliver just worked tirelessly on this. It started off as a kind of dream, and now it's almost like a full-time job.
It is a full-time job. It's hard work. We have our day jobs as well to do. So, but we enjoy it, and to see the fans come and they enjoy it. And I do enjoy it, and I enjoy watching the racing because it is good racing now. You don't get that a lot of places.
It is close.
And to see the banks packed with people.
Makes you feel good to know that you've made that happen.
Yeah. So I just wish I had the gate money instead of.
Wouldn't that be lovely? Well, build your own circuit, and we can do that, can't we? So to recap, we've got a full paddock of 20 trucks. Obviously, that's limited by MS UK. So we've got as many as we can have. 2 divisions. Few new drivers, which again we'll learn more about. Make sure you're following our social media channels for more information on the new joiners. And 7 weekends, including a little holiday trip over to Le Mans in France. So it's going to be a hell of a year, 2026, and also a slight weather change at some of the circuits because we've mixed up when those weekends are happening. So they will actually be slightly different track conditions this time round as well.
We're coming to Pembrey later. This year, but last year and the year before, Pembrey has been absolutely scorching.
Sunburn.
I can guarantee this year we're going to come later and the weather's going to be terrible.
Horrible,
We've got Thruxton, earlier after Brands, and that's usually later on in the year. That's good. So it's either going to have 2 good weekends, but we don't know.
Is it the postcode? Is it the month? We'll find out.
But just as we speak, it's pouring down the rain.
Well, I think that's everything. Steve, thank you very much. It'll be a pleasure working with you again for another 2026 season, and lots to keep track of. Again, just to remind you all, make sure you head over to our social media channels on Facebook, Instagram, and of course YouTube for all of the live racing action, or to watch some of the stuff from years gone by. It's all there for you to view.
Well, great to hear from Steve Thomas there, taking us through the ins and outs of British truck racing. It is now time for race 4. The truck's already on there. rolling laps. Neil Yates on his own on the front row for race 4. No Simon Reed, his truck still being repaired from the race earlier on. John Bowler and Stuart Oliver on the second row. Nathan Smith up there on row 3 alongside David Jenkins, then Michael Oliver and Ryan Smith, the winner of race 2 that set this grid yesterday. Stephen Powell and Tom O'Rourke round out the top 10. Then the first of the Division 2 trucks, John Powell alongside Jake Evans. They'll be battling for the win in Division 2, I'm sure, once again. Row 7 is Sammy Oyanen with Ricky Collett after his non-finish yesterday. Simon Cole and Craig Reed on row 8, also non-finishers yesterday. Bradley Harvey and Callum Easton are next, and Warren Harvey at the back as a novice. Archie Handy is a non-starter, so we've got 19 trucks out there for race 4 of the weekend here in the sunshine at Brands Hatch. Blustery but dry and sunny conditions for this spring truck and TCR weekend. This will be a 15-minute race. Can Ryan Smith be the first double winner in Division 1 this year? Can Neil Yates hang on from the front row of the grid to take his first ever British truck racing victory? This one is going to be a cracker. Callum Eason just looking to get a full race in this time after his problems earlier in the weekend. The pace truck pulling into pit lane. Neil Yates alone on the front row will lead them up towards the red lights. Stuart Oliver's nicely poised on the outside, looking for his second win of the weekend. Revs beginning to rise, the pack about to be unleashed for race number 4 here at Brands Hatch. We're aware another cracking start down the outside by Stuart Oliver. Look at Nathan Smith trying to get up the inside in the number 11, but I think Neil Yates has just about held his advantage on the inside as they tumble down Paddock Bend for the first time. Are they all going to make it round? David Jenkins goes wide, so does Ryan Smith. Jenkins onto the gravel, but he keeps it going. Everybody will bottle up slightly behind. It's Yates who leads, Oliver side by side with Bowler for second place. I think they've all kept it going further back. They all make it through Druids, the Harvey family at the back of the field. And the first 3 have broken away very slightly as a result of Jenkins running wide. Yates leads it from Stuart Oliver, John Bowler, David Jenkins in 4th place, Nathan Smith up into 5th ahead of Michael Oliver in the 12, and Ryan Smith caught in heavy traffic just behind them. There he is. He's in P7 ahead of Tom O'Rourke, who's made a better start this time, the Scotsman in the 86. He's got Stephen Powell up there behind him in the number 3. Then it's Ricky Collett and Jake Evans, the Division 2 leader, as they come through towards the completion of lap number 1. Over the line they go. Michael Oliver with the front bodywork missing from his MAN after some contact in the race this morning. There's Craig Reed already making progress through from the back of the field after his suspension failure on the first lap of yesterday's second race. He's passed the Division 2 runners. Up the inside, Stuart Oliver leans on John Bowler. He's been on the receiving end of everybody else's battles all weekend, hasn't he? David Jenkins getting involved, trying to get alongside. These two have already had some contact this weekend. Bowler this holds the inside. That's where he overshot in the race this morning and dropped down the order at Graham Hill Bend. Nathan Smith keeping pace with them in the number 11 as they head up towards Surtees and McLaren. Neil Yates holding the lead. Could we see him take his first ever win in the British Truck Racing Championship? Come through to complete lap number 2 this time. There's Nathan Smith under fire from Michael Oliver, just cutting the grass on the inside near the pit wall there. David Jenkins getting ready for a possible attack on John Bowler for that 3rd place. Bowler holds the tighter line. They had some contact at Paddock Hill Bend at this corresponding meeting 12 months ago as well. They do have a bit of history, Bowler and Jenkins. Up the inside, John Bowler just about holding the line there for Druids. Jenkins trying to get the line for Graham Hill Bend as he did in the previous race. Ryan Smith still stuck behind Brands Hatch specialist Michael Oliver. There's a column of 7 trucks all bottled up behind Neil Yates at the front of the field. Tom O'Rourke is in 8th place. The result of this race won't set any grids for later on. In Division 2, meanwhile, further back, Jake Evans staying ahead of John Powell for the lead of the class. Here comes Nathan Smith having a look at David Jenkins. Now, Nathan Smith, he's clipped the back of Jenkins there. Shreds the front bodywork of his truck. That will slow those two down. And now Ryan Smith had to look up the inside on Michael Oliver. Michael Oliver keeping his foot in. He's trying to get round the outside of Smith after he lost momentum. I think he may have got caught up in there as well. More bodywork going missing from the front of Michael Oliver's truck. It's an MAN Superleggera now as they go into Paddock Hill Bend for the 4th time. The lead is still with Neil Yates, 0.3 of a second ahead of Stuart Oliver. This is a great drive. Neil Yates has been one of the stars of the weekend for me so far. Nathan Smith, you can see that damage from hitting the back of David Jenkins, still under fire from Michael Oliver, who might get the inside with a bit of luck here on the run into Graham Hill Bend, and he's done it. Michael Oliver up into P5. Ryan Smith still in 7th. There's a bit of a sort out behind with Stephen Powell and Ricky Collett having battled their way past Craig Reed. Race 1 winner yesterday in the 68 Iveco. His brother Simon failing to start this race after some damage in race 3. That's this morning's event. Further back in the order, it's still Jake Evans leading from John Powell, but he's under pressure from the DAF, I can tell you, further back in the order in Division 2. As the Division 1 leaders head over the line, Ryan Smith trying to attack on the outside line now. He can't find a way through on the inside, so he's taking the high line down the straight. It's not working for him, though. Still Neil Yates. Stuart Oliver a bit sideways out of Paddock Hill Bend there. That'll lose him some momentum, bit of speed. And John Bowler trying to have a look. Doesn't manage to do so. It's long column, it's 8 trucks now because Tom O'Rourke has closed up as well. Stephen Powell, Ricky Collett and Craig Reed are not far away. And here's Jake Evans. There you can see just a couple of truck lengths lead over John Powell in Division 2. Third in that division is Simon Cole. He's having a better run, this time in the 41. Has had a lot of problems and a fair bit of damage yesterday with the number 41 Iveco. Behind him is Bradley Harvey, then Sammy Oyanen and Warren Harvey. Callum Eason has pulled off into the pits. He got the black and orange flag incidentally, Callum Eason, I think for producing a bit too much smoke from the engine of the 26 MAN. There is the British champion, 10 times consecutive British champion, Ryan Smith, but he can't get past his namesake, Nathan Smith. His father David was well known as a very defensive driver. There was one race here last season where David had the widest MAN in the world, was determined not to let Ryan Smith get past him. And now Nathan, I think he's been learning from his father here. You shall not pass, he's saying to Ryan Smith. You shall not pass is what Neil Yates is saying to the entire field at the moment, but Stuart Oliver could have a run here out of Graham Hill Bend. He's going through. Good move from Stuart Oliver, and the 10 times champion takes the lead, and now they're all going to come through. Look, because Neil Yates, he lost momentum coming off Graham Hill Bend. He's out onto the grass at Surtees. Oh, don't spin it, Neil. Good save. He's dropped behind Michael Oliver. He clips the side of Michael Oliver as they come through Clearways. Neil Yates will be frustrating there. His face will be as red as his truck, having lost the lead there. He's down to about 5th position. Now here comes Ryan Smith on the inside. He's got past Nathan Smith while we were watching that. And Nathan's on his bumper as they head into Paddock Hill Bend. This could be interesting. Neil Yates has been shuffled back out of the lead. He's been shuffled down the pack. He's half a lap ago he was leading. Now he's about 7th. Leader is Stuart Oliver from John Bowler. What a great weekend he's having. Jenkins, then Michael Oliver. The Smiths up to 5th and 6th. Ryan ahead of Nathan, and Tom O'Rourke says, I'll have a bit of this as well, and tries to elbow Neil Yates aside. He's done so. In one lap, Neil Yates has gone from 1st, now he's 8th. Craig Reed completing the top 10 just behind Stephen Powell, who's had a quiet weekend so far. He'll be concentrating on his daughter Lexi's racing exploits. She's in the Mini Challenge Trophy up at Silverstone on her debut in senior car racing. Wonder if we'll ever see Lexi in a race truck with her dad. John Bowler under fire from his weekend rival, David Jenkins. They've been sparking up quite a rivalry, these two. This is Division 2. That's John Powell. He's dropped back from Jake Evans now to a tune of just over 3 seconds on the last lap. And look at Simon Cole, a much better run for the 41. I think John Powell's in trouble here. I said he dropped back quite away from Jake Evans, the category leader, and we saw him dropping back behind Simon Cole there as well. So I think John Powell might have a problem with the DAF. Yeah, Cole's up to 2nd and Bradley Harvey 3rd. Yeah, John Powell's got a problem, I think. That's a great shame. There's Warren Harvey and Sammy Oyanen. We've seen what they can do. They've had a couple of tangles this weekend. And so have these two, Bowler and Jenkins, fighting for P2 behind Stuart Oliver, who's starting to clear away in the lead. His lead was 1 second last time through, just over 1 second. See what it is as they come across the stripe to complete lap number 8. Over the line they go, 1.3 seconds now. The fastest lap recorded by Smith, but not Ryan Smith, Nathan Smith. 59.21 seconds for Nathan Smith in the whites number 11. That's because he's in clear air. He isn't bottled up behind anybody and he can get his foot down a bit more. Personal best that time for Stuart Oliver as well. He leads by 1.3 seconds. Nathan Smith, 73.7 miles an hour average around Brands Hatch for this very highly rated young gun. the truck that over the last couple of years his father made a successful return to racing, the former Division 2 champion David Smith. No relation, those two, to Ryan Smith. Just over 6 minutes of this race to go. David Jenkins looking to size up a move on John Bowler, but he's got to be mindful that Michael Oliver's right there behind him. Ryan Smith still in the traffic in there in 5th position, but this man's escaping at the front. Stuart Oliver. There's Ryan and Nathan Smith. Then a gap back to Tom O'Rourke. Then we've got Neil Yates, who led early on. Stephen Powell, his teammate. And then Craig Reed ahead of Ricky Collett. Then there's a gap back to the Division 2 runners, who are led by a clear margin by Jake Evans. Tom O'Rourke comes a little bit wide. Here comes Ryan Smith having a look at Michael Oliver at Druids for 4th position, and the champion goes through. Next up is his arch rival of the last few years, David Jenkins. Ben's off track, but deadly rivals on it. The two Midlands-based drivers. Stuart Oliver from the northeast, John Bowler from the northwest. He's from Stockport. Ryan Smith closing right up on David Jenkins. Somebody off. That's Simon Cole. That's at Druids, and that's a great shame. He was 3rd in Division 2. He's managed to back it out of the gravel, though, and trying to get the motor started again in the Iveco. Let's hope he can get it going again, otherwise we might have to see a virtual safety car. Leaders are coming up towards Druids. The yellow flags will be out there, so no passing. Through Druids they go then. Simon Cole stuck there trying to get his engines fired up again. He got the truck out of the gravel but then stalled. So he'll lose 3rd place in Division 2 to Bradley Harvey. Craig Reed still attacking Stephen Powell. Oh, and it was contact with Bradley Harvey there. I think Bradley just missed his braking point, hit the back of Simon Cole. We just caught the end of that. Still this battle for 2nd place rages on. Stuart Oliver still about 1.3 seconds clear of John Bowler in 2nd place. David Jenkins still able to make a move. Did I see a bit of smoke coming off Ryan Smith's truck there? They're coming into the yellow flag zone again at Druid, because Simon Cole is still stuck there on the outside line. But I thought I saw a little bit of smoke as he came down the Brabham straight there from Ryan Smith in the number 1. Keep an eye on that. Come down towards Graham Hill Bend. You can see, yeah, just a little bit of smoke there as he comes down towards Graham Hill Bend. Yes, that's getting a bit worse there. Has Ryan Smith got a problem here? There's just over 3 minutes of the race to go, so hopefully he can keep going to the finish. He's still pursuing David Jenkins. Behind them, Michael Oliver and Nathan Smith. But yeah, that smoke is getting worse from Ryan Smith. Is his turbo starting to fail, I wonder? They lap John Powell. We know he's got problems with the DAF. He's slowed down. At least try and keep going and get some points in Division 2 from a lap down. And that's Callum Eason, who just come out of the pits, but the truck hasn't got very far. Stuart Oliver still leads. Druids still being shielded by a yellow flag. Now, have we gone to virtual safety car conditions? Yes, we have. I thought they slowed down coming up Halewood Rise there. So, virtual safety car is out. Stuart Oliver, John Bowler, David Jenkins still the order. There's about 2.5 minutes of the race to go, so I'm wondering if this will bring the race to an early close. Wait and see as they come round towards the end of this lap whether the marshals will be determining whether they can get Simon Cole's truck moving from Druids, and if they can't, I imagine this will be end of race. There it is. And they keep going at reduced speed under the VSC conditions, or VST you might want to call it, virtual safety truck. Ryan Smith will probably be anxious to get back to the paddock and try and find the source of that smoke we could see. 90 seconds left on the clock. We're giving Simon Cole, I think, every chance he's got to try and get his Iveco moving again. I don't think he's going to, though. And in fact, the red flag has come out. Yes, the red flag out with just over 1 minute left on the clock. Okay, so that will be a result declared, and it will be a second win of the weekend for Stuart Oliver in the number 7. Ahead of John Bowler and David Jenkins. Ryan Smith will have to settle for 4th. We'll confirm the full provisional results in just a few moments' time. But our first double winner in Division 1 this season is Stuart Oliver, one of our 2 10-time champions on the grid.
Red top, which is what this one's running, or you can run a 2.5.
Take a look back at some highlights for our 4th truck race of the weekend. There was contact between, I think it was Nathan Smith and David Jenkins that sent David flying wide into the gravel, but he recovered it as everybody charged up Halewood Rise on the opening lap. It was Neil Yates who led from the front of the grid. Stuart Oliver wasted no time in getting past John Bowler and up into 2nd place. David Jenkins doing his utmost to follow. That's how it stayed for the next few laps, with Nathan Smith then clipping the back of David Jenkins. They were lucky not to go spinning out there and take Michael Oliver and Ryan Smith with them. Michael Oliver able to get up the outside on Nathan Smith as a result of that down the Brabham Straight. They continued to battle. Good fight going on behind. Stephen Powell, Craig Reed and Ricky Collett scrapping out in the lower reaches of the top 10 as well. Neil Yates continued to lead as Ryan Smith went diving past his namesake, but then Neil Yates was slow out of Graham Hill Bend, and Stuart Oliver didn't need asking twice. Neil Yates then basically got railroaded down the pack, nearly spinning out of Surtees and then nearly taking out Michael Oliver. John Bowler held off David Jenkins for 2nd place as Ryan Smith got past Michael Oliver at Druids for 4th. That was as high as the champion would get, and then the incident that would eventually bring out the early end of the race. Simon Cole going straight over. It looked actually as if his brakes may have locked on there going into Druids. I thought it was contact with Bradley Harvey, but seeing on replay there, I don't think there was contact. I think Bradley had to lock up to avoid Simon Cole as his truck came to a halt, so maybe Simon's brakes jammed on there. So the provisional result then, Stuart Oliver the winner ahead of John Bowler, with David Jenkins completing the podium. Ryan Smith in 4th ahead of Michael Oliver, then the consistent Nathan Smith ahead of Tom O'Rourke. Neil Yates, the early leader, has settled for 8th, then Stephen Powell, Craig Reed rounding out the top 10. Ricky Collett behind them. Jake Evans wins Division 2 once again. He was well clear of Warren and Bradley Harvey. I think that's Warren Harvey's best results of his debut weekend. Sammy Oyanen was behind them. John Powell a lap down, he slowed towards the end of the race. We lost Simon Cole, of course, up at Druids with what looked like brake problems, and Callum Eason was still running at the finish, albeit several laps down. Non-starters in that one, Simon Reed, and of course we haven't seen Archie Handy so far this weekend. We will shortly be able to hand down to Pointsy and Ian in the outer paddock as the trucks head back over. Next up after this, it will be the 3rd race, the final race of the weekend for the Civic Cup.
race out of the 4 so far this weekend. Sammy Oyden going past me there in the background. Now, of course, TSL, if you're following the live timing at home, still showing that Bradley Harvey took the 3rd there, but of course, he's currently at the top of the hill, so I don't think it'll be him. Great result though, 2nd podium, 1st place finish for Stuart Oliver. He'll be very, very happy with that. That's not Stuart Oliver, that's Heppel, one of the head mechanic, I suppose you could call him now. Very great member of the team. Probably thrilled to be driving that. The driver probably got out down in the pit lane hoping to speak to me. Of course, I don't think anyone's got the memo that we're doing it all over here this time. John Bowler takes your 2nd place. Absolutely fantastic result. Doesn't know where the horn is, apparently. Is Dave actually in his truck? Let me see. Or has he got out as well? He's got out as well. Brilliant. So no one's got the memo that we're doing interviews over here. We will try harder as the year goes on to actually have some truck drivers show up for an interview in the right place. I promise we're going to work on it. Look, Michael's in his. Hi Michael.
Hi,
thanks for joining us.
No problem, anytime, mate.
Oh, we just thought we'd stop you because everyone else had a mechanic in it.
Oh, am I the only one responsible enough to drive the truck?
You're just too low down the pecking order, mate. You've got to do it yourself. Right, you better crack on. See you later. Bye, love you. There we go. We got you a driver. You happy? Good. Nathan Smith's mechanic. John Powell. Let's play a game, shall we? Mechanic or driver? Next up, John Powell. Is it mechanic or driver? Driver! Yes, that's 2 drivers we've got now. We've got number 86, Tom O'Rourke, pulling in. Is it mechanic or driver? It's the driver. Fantastic. 33, Neil Yates. Is it mechanic or driver? It's the mechanic. Oh no, I can't believe it. Number 3, who have we got in number 3? Mechanic or driver? It's a driver. Okay, next. We've got a helmet, it's driver. They're just none of them are stopping. It's a great game. Mechanic or driver, the driver's gonna hit the scrutineer. It's okay. Definitely the driver.
It's a good game, yeah.
Okay, Callum Eason, mechanic or driver?
Driver.
Driver.
Got the part for that.
I'm going to say
driver.
mechanic. I'm going to say mechanic. Is it mechanic or driver?
Driver.
It's driver. Yay! Woo. Okay, should we go and speak to a driver for a laugh? Yeah. Okay. Just for fun. To see if we can actually hear them, of course. That is the tricky thing. Looks like we got both the trucks recovered that were in the gravel at the top there, so that's great news. Tom, how we doing, buddy? Nervous cough. Here we go.
Great. We've got a broken liner.
Yeah.
And the truck's losing 2 gallons of oil. We've had to make a tank to store it. So under the circumstances, it's fine, you know.
Doing fine. I mean, it's driving well, other than the fact it's got a cracked piston liner, which would usually mean you just don't drive a vehicle at all. Somehow these guys have got it going into race conditions, which is impressive work.
Had it not been for, obviously, with Stuart's experience, we were parking it up for the weekend, and he says, make a tank and take a pipe, you know, so you have a catch tank, essentially. So that's what he's done. So it's just a bit down in power, but I was kind of getting into it there, but I couldn't keep up with the first back, you know.
But you know what? The points are there, you're catching them in, and that's what's more important, isn't it?
Yeah, well, we've finished every race, albeit somewhere near the back, but we've still finished, you know.
Great result.
But yeah, it was great. I thoroughly enjoyed that race. It was really
glad to have you back for the 2026 season, Tom. Oh, before we go, right, we're talking tunnocks. Are we saying tea cake, log, or caramel?
Oh, tunnocks tea cake all day long.
Tea cake all day long. You heard it here first, the voice of reason. Right, that's all we got time for down here in Parc Ferme. Thank you for joining us for the first ever screening of Mechanical Driver. We'll be playing that game as the year goes on.
All year long. No, what a great game. What a great game. Look, we're going to have to hand back because Civic Cups are heading out on track now. Let's hand over to the commentators. We've got Henry Bennett and, of course, Andy McEwen. Let's go racing. Yeah.
Well, they're full of beans, aren't they? Which is quite impressive for this late into a busy Easter weekend of racing here at Brands Hatch. It is myself, Andy McEwen, and Henry Baudet back in the booth to talk you through all of the action coming in this third and final race of the weekend for the Civic Cup. They had 2 yesterday, and then they've had a very relaxed Easter Sunday morning because they haven't been out on track at all today. I'm pretty convinced all of that pent-up energy is about to be released over the next 15 minutes or so, and we could be in for a real show. The grid is based upon the second fastest lap times from qualifying, which took place more than 24 hours ago now. So it is Jake Hewlett, who won on the road yesterday in race 1 but was later disqualified for a technical infringement. He starts on pole alongside former champion Alistair Camp. Matt Wilkins, one to watch for, I think, from third on the grid. He has got Wesley Swain alongside. It was Wesley Swain who inherited that win in the first race yesterday. Jake Renshaw, his first race ended up in the gravel trap at Graham Hill Bend after a part failure. He starts 5th alongside Dave Marshall, who had a thermostat that wasn't working, which took him out of race 2 before it started. Race 2 was won by former Junior Saloon Car Championship race winner Wilf Butler. He starts this one from 7th alongside fellow youngster Louis Austin, and then Don de Graaf has Spencer Stevenson for company on row 5. Don de Graaf picked up the Paul Winfield Trophy victory in the first race yesterday, but then found the barriers at Paddock in race number 2. Harry England and Dan Petters, they're together on row 6 with Dan's brother Jamie on row 7 alongside Josh Bromley, who is targeting a top 6 position finish in this race, he says. And the way that car's been going, I wouldn't bet against it. David Walsh, meanwhile, 2nd yesterday, a brilliant result in the reverse grid race. He starts on row 8 alongside Jack Riddell, who seemed to find more pace in that second one. Charlie Constable and Francisco Disco Howitt even, are together on row 9 with Sean McGovern and Harry McGovern keeping it in the family, rounding out the top 20. Then it will be, Freddie Ingram on row 11. With William Butt, yes it is, spoke to William Butt, the Welshman, earlier on. He was very animated after a couple of collisions yesterday. He's hoping for a clean race number 3. Adam Parker and Charlie Budd share the 12th row ahead of Ben Bateman and Anthony Gannon. Mark Hughes down in 14th place. He and Anthony Gannon battling for the Goodyear Diamond Award this weekend, and they start right next to each other, deep in the field ahead of Callum Enstone, get the teeth in, with Adam Kirkland and Aidan Mitchell, who tangled with Will Butt on at least one occasion yesterday, starting on row 15. And right at the back, Joseph Dalgarno in 31st position. I mean, it's quite overwhelming, isn't it, for some of these new drivers? They're coming into a championship which they knew would be competitive, Henry, but I think some of them perhaps shocked a little bit to discover just how tricky it is now that they're actually here. It is such a competitive grid.
Yes, and also these cars, okay, some of the older body-shaped Civic Type R's are a little bit long in the tooth in terms of when they first came onto the scene in the UK. However, speaking to Ben Sharp this morning, he was saying that these cars are very tricky to drive quickly. It's what makes them such a useful, not only career path, but stepping stone, if that's what a driver wants to use them for, into the likes of TCR UK, because the nature of them, the way that they are built, what you have to do to get them to go quickly is can be very tricky indeed. What I am pleased with is after 2 somewhat rambunctious races, we've got a full complement of 31 cars sitting down, well, on the rolling lap, as it were, about to take the start for this one.
Yes, which is great to see. It is such a strong field, not only a competitive field, but a massive grid. There are not many one-make championships out there, I've made this point a few times this weekend, that will regularly get grids in the 30s. The Civic Cup is one of very, very few, and these are not the newest cars in existence, far from it. They're basically classics these days, but they all look absolutely immaculate, and especially now in this Easter sunshine that is blessing us this afternoon. Nice warm conditions, the wind's dying down a bit, pretty much perfect conditions for the big Brands Hatch crowd to enjoy, hopefully, another classic Civic Cup race. We've had 2 races this weekend. 6 different drivers have stood on the podium. No repeat podium finishers yet. Is that going to change in race 3?
Ballast. Now, of course, we have the situation where race 2 winner, Wilf Butler, is starting. Where is he starting? 6th, 7th with the success ballast, well, the most success ballast out of everybody.
Indeed so it might be difficult for him to move forward up the order. Let's find out. The red lights are on. Away we go. Final Civic Cup race of the weekend underway. Pretty even start at the front of the field. Dave Marshall's off well in the grey FN2, and he is up into 5th position ahead of Jake Renshaw as they head towards Paddock Hill Bend, where Hewlett leads, and it's side by side for second. That's Matt Wilkins up the inside of Alistair Camp, who once again finds himself on the wrong side of the road. They're 3, nearly 4 abreast in the midfield. That's got disaster written all over it as they head towards Druids. Are they going to make it through the hairpin in one piece? Well, yes, no, maybe. There's a bit of paint traded. Jack Riddell is tagged sideways. He'd already been into the back of David Walsh, I think. It is elbows out stuff at the top of the hill, but they all survive and make their way down into Graham Hill Bend. Ben Bateman there on the outside gets the lent on slightly by Freddie Ingram, that was, in the 57. It is elbows out stuff on the opening lap. They're still doing it up at Surtees. One of the Petters brothers is elbowed over to the grass. That was Spencer Stevenson assaulting him, but somehow I think they'll all make it through to the end of lap 1.
There is a Petter's brother with a splitter hanging off. You can see there that yellow splitter just dangling down on that one of the Petter's brothers. Couldn't quite see which one it was. Into Paddock Hill Bend. There's Josh Bromley, the blue and silver car, getting a little bit sideways. Ooh, flirting with the gravel trap at the exit of Paddock Hill Bend. But for me, this is Alistair Camp's moment to shine. Second in what was there or thereabouts in race number 1. Got a bit of ballast. That started him backwards, and he goes saying that with the ballast that you can't really do much of anything. Now he's ballast free up near the front, although near the front, Mr. Hewlett is pulling away once again.
And Camp's not quite as near to the front as he was at the start of the lap, because Dave Marshall's gone past him now, so he's actually off the podium at the moment, Campy. I'm not convinced all is quite right in that FN2 this week, and he's refusing to tell me of any issues, but he hasn't been quite as lightning fast as we've sort of come used to seeing from Campy. Good battle here a little bit further back. That's Don de Graaf, isn't it, coming up the inside of Wesley Swain. That's for 6th position, and he will go through. Jake Renshaw's ahead of him. Spoke to Jake in the over the morning here today at Brands Hatch, and he was well up for the fight in this one. Says he perhaps had podium potential. Dave Marshall definitely has podium potential. He's already into 3rd, and he's trying there to go around the outside of Matt Wilkins for 2nd place. I spoke to Dave as well, and he was a little unsure actually. They were in that car without a thermostat because they weren't convinced it was going to work properly, and he was a bit worried they'd be down on power. Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, no, because I spoke to Dave as well, and he said one more lap yesterday, and that, you know, he said it could have been worse. Yes. Yeah, one more lap, and that thermostat issue would have become very, very expensive for Dave Marshall, who is there chasing the number 84 car of Matt Wilkins. Wilkins holding on. Wilf Butler, 9th at the moment, race 2 winner, now laden with success ballast. The drivers are saying that yes, okay, the ballast is difficult to deal with here. They said at a circuit with any slow hairpins, Alton Park, they were saying that this is going to be really, and somebody flirting with disaster. Goodness, he saved it. That is that Adam Parker?
It was Adam Parker with the save of the day. I don't know how he gathered that together. Well, that could have been a huge accident, couldn't it?
All I will say is R.I.P. corner marker, but not R.I.P. Honda Civic. That was a save from Adam Parker. Is that the phrase high, wide and handsome being used at Paddock Hill Bend to a little bit more of like Brian Jones somewhere above us going, oh, that was high, wide and handsome through Paddock?
Well, it might have been high, wide and handsome at Paddock. By the time he got to Druids, though, I think he'd have rather been on the low line, wouldn't he? Look, he just couldn't get out of the gravel, bounced over the grass.
Dear.
Within a foot of that tyre barrier, and that could have been an enormous hit for Adam Parker. Thank goodness he gathered that together. Right, 2nd position, Dave Marshall on the tail of Matt Wilkins, wants to get on with this because Wilkins, I think, is backing him up into the pack because he's defending. That will inevitably slow them all down, and Dave Marshall really wants to try and go after Jake Hewlett if possible. Hewlett's already 2.3 seconds up the road though, and that's not going to be an easy job for anyone to bridge that gap. You can see the gap. There goes the leader, then 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, the rest of them basically all in a long line, and it's all being led by Matt Wilkins, who is maybe a bit wide on entrance to clearways, but gets to the late apex, and he's at the moment covering that gap, preventing Marshall from making the move.
This is a really big moment for Jake Hewlett. Yes, there was something to do with the exhaust ring, the timing of the exhaust ring, which was found to be outside the regulations. He wants to come round and he wants to prove, hey, that was a complete fluke. I am quick, the car is quick, the team is great, regardless, you know, that wasn't an anomaly. Here we go, back on the second. I have to say, 3 seconds up the road, regardless of whether Mr. Wilkins is proving to be the cork in the proverbial Easter bottle of Honda Civic champagne, but you know, this is important for Jake Hewlett, who is doing a fantastic job, who is just clearing off and letting the minor placings, as it were, provide the entertainment. And entertainment there is. We're looking at Will Butt in the green Civic, the green and red, the Welsh liveried Civic. There he is, the number 25, the driver from Pontypool. Oops. And somebody in front of them was getting a little bit agricultural, and that was the number 50 car of Disco Howitt. Why Disco, Andy?
No idea. Maybe he's a good dancer. I'll find out.
Well, Francisco Howitt, Disco Howitt. It's a good nickname. I like it. I'm always good. I'm always good for a nickname.
Yes. Sadly, it's not doing him any good at the moment, because he's lost a third position now to Ben Bateman. Dirt on his tyres, knocked out of his rhythm, and he will have to try and regroup, as indeed he does. Has a peep to the inside of Bateman at Druids, but not quite close enough to do it. Charlie Budd is the next driver behind him in, I'm pretty certain, the ex-Matt Luff Civic. Meanwhile, the second place Squabble doesn't really do it justice, does it? Is heading towards the end of another lap. We're just ticking towards half race distance, and I know we're sort of talking about Matt Wilkins here almost as if he's slow. He's not. He's just defending very well, and that inevitably means he's not running his absolute quickest lap times, but he's keeping Dave Marshall at bay. Who's that off? One of the area cars?
It is. Oh, now is that? Let's have a look. I thought it was number 30-something on
Harry McGovern. Harry McGovern, 56 it is, who's been off up at the top of the hill. That is the ex-Lewis Kent car.
As it was number 38 last year. That's
was,
yes. There we are.
I see where you were going with that one.
Tenuous.
So a bit of a grassy trip for him. Here comes one of the Petters. That's Dan, I think, who was one who sustained a bit of front-end damage on the opening lap.
Yellow splitter hanging down. That'll be Dan Petters. And is that Will Butler? He's going around the outside of. Well, there it's the success ballast, you know, encapsulated in one image, I have to say.
Absolutely, and Will Butler wasn't able to put up much of a defence there to Dan Petters, and now there's another lunge being made by Josh Bromley into what is usually an ever-closing door. Well, he's going to prize it well and truly open against Harry England, gives him a bit of a rub on the way, and through goes Josh Bromley. He said he was up for the fight today, and that proves it. Up into 11th position goes Josh. Harry England falls behind him, and Will Butler will be his next target, the ballast-laden Will Butler with 40 kilos of success ballast on board his car. Leaders up the hill, we're halfway through the race. Jake Hewlett leads by nearly 5 seconds. I mean, that is astonishing pace, and still it is Matt Wilkins in second place.
You can see everyone trying to bypass the lapped car of Callum Einstone, who's doing his very best to get out of the way of Graham Hill Bend. He's got to take the corner eventually, though, and luckily everybody manages to avoid or not get too delayed by Callum Einstone, who is again learning his craft, novice driver, out there staying as out of the way. There's Harry England in the 3-3-3, Bromley, Butler and England as they come out of Jim Clark onto the Brabham Straight. That car with the Jolt livery on it, would that be Mr. McGovern in the number 67? That'll be Sean McGovern for Area Motorsport. Here we go, round the outside, Mr. England. He's fair play, made the move stick, Andy.
Yeah, and that was really just the weight. It slowed Butler down on the straight and meant he couldn't brake as late into Paddock Hill Bend. He might lose another one now, I think, to McGovern as they round Druids Corner. Oh, they've all sort of tangled together. They all run wide. And who's this nipping up the middle of them all? That's Constable, isn't it, I think? Coming through. Charlie Constable in the number 6 car. Yes, it is. Who's managed to pick 2 places out of all of that. Will Butler now left to battle with Harry England as they head towards Surtees. Harry's on the inside. That's a difficult place to go side by side. Fingers crossed they both emerge to the other side of that corner unscathed. Blue flags waving for the traffic, no sign of yellow, so that's good.
Yes.
Means they got through the corner in one piece. Leaders go through. Hewlett managing the gap now, I think, at just under 5 seconds. Wilkins still second. Marshall, I've noticed out of the window, has been ducking out of the slipstream quite a lot. I wonder if he is managing engine temperatures.
Yes, I think that would be a very safe assumption to make, Andy. Of course, without that that warning, you're driving basically to try to feel the pitch of the engine, to feel the engine vibration, to just literally by the seat of your pants, and your wallet.
Yes, that will be at the forefront of Dave's mind, I'm absolutely sure. He has put a real effort into putting that car together. Brand new car for him this year, and does not want to do any unnecessary damage. I think if he could survive this race with a podium finish, he'd be quite happy. He's keeping campy at bay for now.
Now, we got 5 minutes to go. Very quickly, Andy, enlighten me. A lot of people are saying they've got new cars this year. Because obviously the cars aren't new, the actual framework. What do you mean by new cars?
So a new shell is essentially what they're normally going on about, and a new engine, not necessarily a factory fresh engine, but not the engine or chassis they ran the year before, and there might be some slightly newer and, more importantly, chassis that haven't been raced and abused on a racetrack over the years, that will be a bit tighter, a little bit less, a little bit more reliable, I should say. That's what they mean by that. So it's a new shell for Marshall, new engine, new overalls for Dave Marshall, and a new attitude. He is in this for a championship fight, that's for sure.
Okay, thank you for clearing that up. That's so new shells, and well, someone coming out of their shell. That is Mr. Delgado.
Second place, sorry, I've just seen out of the window, we're not seeing it on the screen, but Dave Marshall, settling for third, Henry. He's going for second. We're not seeing this on the screen, but I can see into Paddock Hill Bend. There it is, Dave Marshall to the inside of Matt Wilkins. Sorry to come across you, but I just caught that out of the corner of my eye. I don't know how he got to the inside, but he did, and finally, Henry, he's unleashed into second.
Now we'll see Mr. Hewlett, well, just under 4 minutes to go, the gap 5 seconds. If Jake Hewlett was managing the gap, we're now going to see, and it's not, maybe not for this race, but for future races, let's see the pace of Marshall against Hewlett with both in clean air. Now, of course, Jake Hewlett doesn't need to push, but he isn't going to want to let Dave Marshall just drive up to the back of him. You know, that's bragging rights, that's driver psychology. You know, Dave Marshall wants to set the fastest lap of the race on the last lap as Josh Bromley to the inside of Petters and Clearways pick up a position. That is 9th place for Josh Bromley now.
Well, it's 9th on the road, except he's been given a 5-second time penalty for exceeding track limits, as is Wilf Butler. So Wilf Butler perhaps struggling with the weight, just not quite getting out of the corners well. And his Bromley's car smoking there. It seemed to slow a little down the straight, but then he seems okay.
It was tyre lock. I think
possibly a tyre lock, yes. He's clearly pushing on, hence why he's ended up exceeding track limits once or twice. So he has a 5-second penalty. That will put Dan Petters back into 9th, and Sean McGovern into the top 10 again. He's the yellow car at the back of that train. Dave Marshall, by the way, last lap 53.78, so was a 10th quicker than the leader. He's not going to catch Hewlett in this race, but as you say, trying to prove the point.
And he wants to look at the result sheet and then just look at the fact, fastest lap number 16, last lap of the race, whatever it is, fastest lap Dave Marshall. He just wants to just show that to Jake Hewlett, just point that. There we go. Just that's driver psychology 101. If you can't beat them, make sure they know that you were quicker, and that if the racing gods had shuffled the cards of that race another way, then you would have beaten them, and that is what every driver wants to try and instill. Here we go, up in That was a move, and I think, was that Renshaw and Stevens going side by side?
It was Stevenson taking 5th place away from Jake Renshaw, and here Josh Bromley, out of sort of nowhere really, has got himself to the front of this little group. He's ahead of Don de Graaf, Wesley Swain and Dan Petters now, so Josh Bromley is not quite going to reach the top half dozen, although there are still 2 laps to go, but that does put him into 7th position. He really is flying in the second half of this race, is Josh Bromley, another driver with a new, in inverted commas, new car this season. Don de Graaf now left to try and fend off Wesley Swain, who tries to hang it out on the outside, almost gets levered into the gravel trap. That was very close, and Dan Petters could yet be the beneficiary of this.
Swain on the outside, has he got momentum? He's going to try and hang it up on the outside. De Graaf to the inside. De Graaf just beautifully slides across and just takes Wes Swain's momentum and his line away from him. Petters now gets the headlights on. Tactic, and behind Petters as well, you have got McGovern with his headlights on. That classic touring car tactic. If all else fails, let's just flick the blinkers and try and upset the person into making a mistake in front of us.
Indeed, so down into 30s we head then. Last lap board will be held out momentarily for Jake Hewlett. In fact, he's already taking that last lap board as this battle continues to rage on. So one more time around the Brands Hatch Indy circuit for our Civic Cup drivers. There is Hewlett crossing the line, and this has been a dominant performance, even more so actually, you could argue, than his win yesterday, which was taken away from him. He'll really be hoping against hope now that this one does not get taken from him. Marshall has definitely been closing the gap though. He's the fastest driver on track by quite a way at the moment, Dave Marshall. On the previous lap, in fact, was half a second quicker than the race leader, but I do think Jake Hewlett's just sort of stroking this home.
Yes, I mean, the gap when Marshall eventually took second place from Wilkins was 5.4 seconds. It's now 3.7 seconds. You're looking at Alistair Camp, quiet. That is it's a very quiet, almost anonymous weekend for last year's championship run-up. I say anonymous as he sits behind Mark Wilkins for a place on the podium. But it's not going to happen.
No, because the top step of the podium will be held once again, I'll say once again, by Jake Hewlett. Hopefully this time he does get to keep the win. Second goes to Marshall, third to Wilkins, and Alistair Camp comes home, as we said, in fourth. That's a drag race to the line. Who was that? That was De Graaf and Swain, was it? Yes, it was. Absolutely neck and neck at the line. Don De Graaf got the better of Wes Swain for 7th, with Dan Petters 9th, and Sean McGovern does indeed get 10th. Charlie Constable in 11th. Seem to recall he started some way down the order, so he's had a good little drive there. Yes, from 17th on the grid, picking up a handful of positions. Josh Bromley, of course, drops down the order with that 5-second penalty. So does Will Butler, and the rest of them all streaming home behind. We lost a few from that race. We lost Joseph Dalgarno, Jamie Petters, David Walsh. This is something that happened up at Druids, meanwhile. Oh, not Will Butt again. Oh, well, Will Butt saw the attack coming there, didn't he, from Harry McGovern, and rather missed his breaking point, I think. Josh Bromley has stopped on the run-up Halewood Hill and is out of the car. So that's a shame for Josh Bromley after he did get to the line, didn't he, Josh Bromley? Yes, he did. Had penalty, of course, was classified 12th, but the car has now broken on him on the way back into the pits. Anyway, Jake Hewlett is the winner on the road for the second time this weekend. Dave Marshall, really strong weekend for Dave Marshall. Had it not been for the non-finish yesterday, he might well have ended up the championship leader. Matt Wilkins with a solid run in third, ahead of Alistair Camp and Spencer Stevenson. Jake Renshaw, Don De Graaf, Wesley Swain, Dan Petters and Sean McGovern complete the top 10 ahead of Charlie Constable. Josh Bromley with that 5-second penalty was 12th, Harry England 13th, and Jack Riddell in 14th position. 15th was Wilf Butler. He was the other driver that got 5 seconds added on, ahead of Adam Parker, Harry McGovern, Will Butt, Ingram and Ben Bateman at the back. So I think we are momentarily going to head down to hear from Ian, and he will have our podium finishers with him down in Parc Fermé. Jake Hewlett will be very, very pleased, I'm sure, to have another race win. Let's head down there then and hear from our race winner.
Second time this weekend at Jake Hewlett. Hey, Joe, I've got to give you that look. I've got to give you that. Let me put it on you. Oh, there you go. I don't think. There you go. It's not, it looks good though. It will look good on you when you put it on. Look, yesterday, of course, we know you finishing third didn't count, but this one, brilliant stuff. Happy?
Yeah, that had to happen, didn't it, after yesterday, just to, yeah. But yeah, really, really pleased. Obviously, we knew it wasn't a performance-gaining thing anyway, but them the rules, and obviously it's made some other people change some things across the grid as well, so I'm glad that they didn't get caught out with it. But yeah, look, really, really pleased. Obviously, start as we mean to go on. It's a very tough grid. Car was obviously really falling off towards the end there. I see Marshall coming. Yeah. Looks like these guys had a great race, so congratulations to them.
Just, it's a brilliant race. It always is, though.
Yeah, it is. I saw they started scrapping early on, but yeah, the Civic Cup always creates great television, doesn't it?
I'll tell you what, for the rest of the season, even though yesterday's race didn't count for you, this does show that you are going to be right up there, doesn't it? Also?
Yeah, we do everything to make sure that we can be. You know, we obviously help a lot of people outside of this as well, and you know, it's obviously a good look for us, showing that we're towards the front. fantastic grid, fantastic drivers all around us. Yeah, what more could we ask for?
Okay, well, go celebrate, mate. Yeah, sun. Oh yeah.
Again, of course, I've obviously just got to say a massive thank you to all the sponsors, our title sponsors, Europa Crash Centre and Mill Street Motors. Obviously on a mission on there, as well as some others down the side. The mechanics, the missus for putting up with everything. The late nights, you know, we're getting back at. Everyone knows what it's like, but you know, you're getting back and people are in bed, and then you're going and doing it again the next morning to make this all happen. So yeah, thank you then.
Thank you to them. Congratulations, congratulations to your team and everybody involved as well. Dave Marshall's got the bonnet up. Dave, is everything all right?
Nothing's without drama, is it? Dear me.
Listen, you're a bit of a seasoned campaign, shall we say, for Civics now. The racing just continuously excels, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's close racing. Matt just gave us just enough of an opportunity. I'd already sort of decided I was going for that move. And then I think he just snagged a rear or something, pushed him a little bit wide, and I was half the car there, and I thought, that's my best chance. Huge congrats, Morgan Bailey Lump. What a motor, because I've just ran that at about 110 degrees.
You're cooling it down, that's it.
It got a little bit hot. We had the thermostat issue yesterday where it got stuck. Faulty part, unfortunately. So we ran without a thermostat, and it's got very, very hot, but still kept going somehow. So, yeah. Sorry, Morgan.
Dave, well done, mate. I think we're going to be chatting a lot this season. I've just got a sneaky feeling. Let's go round the back here because they're just doing a bit of extra stuff. Because I really wanted to talk to Matt Wilkins here. Matt, well done.
Cheers.
What a great. Oh, you're very red faced. That was a great race, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a good race. I was driving in the mirrors, to be honest, because Dave Marshall had the pace a bit more than I did. So I managed to hold him off for quite a while, but in the end, he got by.
How motivated does this make you for the rest of the season now?
Good. I've been chasing that podium.
Yeah.
You know, last year we did 3 rounds and then ran out of budget, so I've been chasing that since the start of last year, so it feels good to get it. So thanks to Motion Motorsport for all they do with the car.
Good stuff. I've got a feeling we're going to be chatting a lot more this season as well. Well done. Congratulations. Right, everybody, more action. The Mini Club Sport heading out on track a little bit earlier. I caught up with a couple of the drivers. Let's hear from them now. Right, time for the final race of the weekend for Mini Club Sport, and I've come along to chat to Dave Gibbons, and we've got a bit of a problem with each other this afternoon, haven't we? Because he's a West Ham fan, I'm a Leeds fan. Come on, you Irons, up the whites, come on, Leeds. Dave, look, let's talk about the weekend first of all. How's it been for you?
It's been totally different to what I've ever expected. Never driven on a track before. This is my first season, and I'll tell you, yesterday was so daunting. I got bullied yesterday, but I wasn't going to get bullied today, so I really enjoyed today so much better. And it can only get better, can't it? So.
I imagine, and I don't know, but I imagine from your first race to your second race is where you learned the most.
I learned a lot from yesterday, especially I ain't got a clue, Scooby-Doo, what the names of the corners are, but the second corner, I got
Druids, the hairpin
I got pushed out, and then when we come down, I got pushed into the thing. I just couldn't go nowhere, which left me right the way back. I just couldn't keep up with the pack.
Yeah.
Where today, I just kept. Boys told me to keep on the inside lane, inside all the way through. Didn't get pushed out, and I ended up getting a 17 gap.
Am I right though in thinking in race 2 you got a 10-second penalty? Is that right?
So I've been told.
Yeah.
And I think I've been told it's from I've moved on the start.
Right. Okay.
So
here's a scenario for you. I might be able to have a word of race control. I can't guarantee this, but I might be able to get that 10-second penalty. However, if I do, West Ham get a 10-point penalty deduction.
Mate, I'll take it for the team, son. I'll take it for the team.
I'd say good luck to the Hammers this afternoon. I don't really mean it, but
you love it, didn't you? You love it.
Dave, good luck for race 3. Yeah, I'll be rooting for you. Top man.
Cheers, boys.
Dave, over to you.
So good to hear from one of our newcomers in this year's Mini Challenge Club Sport Championship with Airtech Motorsport, their third and final race of the weekend, about to get underway in the sunshine of Brands Hatch, with Ollie Wilmot looking to make it a clean sweep in the R56 category, and Paul Sawyer likewise in R53. Jacob Heap going for 3 out of 3 in the Coopers. They'll have their own separate grid once again at the back. Grid then for our third and final race of the weekend. Ollie Wilmot and Freddie Hewitt once again on the front row of the grid, ahead of Andy Langley in the Estate and Steve Webb alongside. Row 3, Paul Sawyer, first of the R53s alongside John Wyatt. Fourth row, Ian Trundley and Chris Johnson, with Adrian Lingy and Ben Trundley completing the top 10 this grid based on the results of today's earlier race 2. Row 6 of the grid, 55 Simon Sinfield alongside 7 James Dudley, the Welshman. And then at the back of the first group on the grid, the R56, R53 cars, number 10 David Gibbons, who we just heard from, starts alongside 469 Lauren Fletcher. Then a gap of a couple of rows, and then we've got the Cooper class cars. Jacob Heap will head them up, looking for his third class win of the weekend alongside Jacob Baldry. Behind them, Colin Wilmot and Dan Butcher-Lord. Then Daniel Truman, watch for him coming through from there. Only 5th in class in the earlier race alongside Neil Clark. Chris Aram and Anthony Greenhouse are next, and David Taylor should be at the back, but I don't think he's there. No, his car broke down in this morning's race, and with a long journey back to Dundee, I would suspect that David Taylor has headed for home already. Great shame for David, great entertainer he is in the Mini Cooper category. After this we go back to Andy and Henry for TCR. Then we've got the final British Truck Racing Championship events of the weekend. Then the finale for the pickup trucks, a partially reversed grid in that one, the top 8 flipped around. And then the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club's Super Saloons close out the weekend here at Brands Hatch. Mini's heading on their green flag lap then. Ollie Wilmot looking to make it 3 out of 3 now. Freddie Hewitt's led the first lap of each event so far this weekend. Will he get the best getaway again? We mentioned the way the front straight, the Brabham straight, is cambered here at Brands Hatch. It sometimes makes it easier to get away from the outside of the front row. So Freddie Hewitt looking to get the better start once again. The Coopers have been fantastic this weekend. Some huge scraps between all of them. We've got 8 cars out there for them, as you say. No David Taylor on the grid, unfortunately. Looks like they are doing a second green flag lap to get some additional heat into their tyres. Whoever you'd fancied a go at saloon car racing, this is an ideal low-budget way to get into the sport. We've got, as we've seen, a lot of novices out here this weekend, including David Gibbons, who we heard say had barely driven on a track before. Don't forget to, if you enjoyed the action today, subscribe to the British Automobile Racing Club YouTube channel. Leave a like on the stream, and do follow us on social media as well. Search for official BARC on the various platforms. Up to the grid they come then. Let's catch a glimpse of Colin Wilmot there. And we see son and father win their classes in the same race. Ollie Wilmot in the white and red car on pole position, with the grey, purple and green car of Freddie Hewitt alongside. Second row, the black and white Clubman Estate of Andy Langley, the reigning R53 class champion, making the move up a class this year. Steve Webb, the black and red car alongside him, the number 2-3. Waiting for the last couple of Coopers to pull into line at the back of the grid. Then the Marshal on the outside waves the green flag. Marshals are happy. Once the clerk of the course is happy with the lineup, will be underway. Over 15 minutes of racing, the final race of the weekend for the Mini Challenge Club Sport Championship is go. It's another good start by Freddie Hewitt. Looks like he's outpaced Ollie Wilmot from the front row of the grid, and somebody a bit slow at the way at the back. That's David Gibbons, I think, that's dropped to the rear of the field behind the Coopers. A bit of a slow start for one of our newcomers. It is certainly a crafted motorsport car, and it is once again Hewitt who leads up towards Druids for the first time. And so in all 3 races he's done that. Is this race going to follow the pattern of the first 2 in every way then? They're all round Druids for the first time, okay. As the leaders head back down towards the Cooper Straight, it is still Freddie Hewitt who leads the way. Battle already starting to be joined among the Cooper class. Wilmot in second, Langley third. Looks like Paul Sawyer's got away well up into fourth place. Once again, been making some demon starts this weekend. And going with them, that looks like it could be Ian Trundley up behind them. He's got away well, if so, in the number 41. Side by side for the lead, Ollie Wilmot. Well, this is what he did in the previous two races. He's going to do it again. Straight round the outside of Freddie Hewitt and takes the lead. And this is a carbon copy of the two races we saw earlier in the weekend. Sawyer under fire, it is Ian Trundley up there in fifth place. Another great start by him. Wyatt in sixth place. Steve Webb, not such a good start. He's down into seventh ahead of Ben Trundley. Then Johnson and Lingy round out the top 10. As for the Coopers, it's Jacob Baldry who got away best of them, just ahead of Dan Butcher-Lord. So Jacob Heap certainly didn't get the start he wanted. That's three wide from the Coopers. Chris Aram on the inside. In the middle was Daniel Truman, and Neil Clark got squeezed out around the outside. Now Truman to the inside of Graham Hill-Benn, so he's made up a couple of spots already in his chase for a Cooper class win, which would be his first of the season. So battle well and truly joined. They've got ahead of Lauren Fletcher in the 469, the R53 car. Side by side there up into Paddock Bend. Ollie Wilmot runs just a little bit wide on the exits. That's Ian Trundley attacking to try and go through on Paul Sawyer there for fourth place. Andy Langley closing down Freddie Hewitt as well. Sawyer goes out wide through the hairpin of Druids. His teammate John Wyatt is in there behind him as well in the 777 car. Sawyer stays ahead and still leads the R53 class as well. James Dudley there from Cardiff, the number 7 car in 12th place. Looking back towards the Cooper class, it is Jacob Baldry who leads Dan Butcher-Lord. There's Jacob Heap in third place ahead of Colin Wilmot. And Dan Truman still only 5th in class at the moment in the number 19. Across the stripe come the Cooper leaders. The overall leaders have already gone through. So under 1.5 seconds is Ollie Wilmot's lead over Freddie Hewitt now. The inside, Chris Aram, all very late on the brakes. He's all over the place. Is he going to save it? Coming down Paddock Bend. Amazingly, he has. That's the save of the weekend from Chris Aram in the number 14. I thought for certain there he was going to bounce off John Gibbons' car there and go flying into the gravel trap. Amazingly, he got the car slowed down and around Paddock Hill Bend and down the hill. Although I think he'll be making a stop for some new underpants this time by. That was a scary moment there for the number 14. Let's have a look at that again. He dove up the inside of David Gibbons, completely misses his braking point, throws the car sideways to try and slow it down. That's how you corner in a classic Mini through there, not a BMW Mini. Brilliant save from Chris Aram, and it carried him past Lauren Fletcher as well. That was a remarkable bit of driving. Back towards the front of the field now. This is Paul Sawyer under fire from John Wyatt. They've got Steve Webb up behind them. This is the battle for 5th position. I saw a puff of tyre smoke. Somebody's locked up possibly through Graham Hill Bend there. Still plenty of laps to go in this final race of the weekend for the Mini Challenge Club Sport, with Ollie Wilmot in dominant form. He's already 2 seconds clear of Freddie Hewitt at the front of the field. As Steve Webb has a look at the back of John Wyatt in the 777. Man from Brentwood in Essex on his local circuit this weekend. Behind Steve Webb we have Ben Trundley, Chris Johnson and Adrian Lingy rounding out the top 10. First of the R53s is Paul Sawyer, second is Ben Trundley, third Chris Johnson. They plunge their way through Paddock Hill Bend. Once again, lead gap is up to 2.5 seconds now for Wilmot ahead of Hewitt. Well, nobody can live with Ollie Wilmot. Maybe a move into the trophy category of the Mini Challenge could be in the offing in months to come. This very talented racer. Here comes Jacob Heap having a look at Dan Butcher-Lord as they go round Druids Hairpin. This is the second in the Cooper class, and yes, Jacob Heap moves through in the Gulf liveried car. He wants a hat-trick of class wins this weekend. the Cooper straight. Still Jacob Baldry that leads that class. It's Heap, Butcher Lord, Colin Wilmot is next then. Daniel Truman behind him. Colin Wilmot's a little bit of corner cutting there. Neil Clark behind them. Over the line goes Neil Clark with Lauren Fletcher to the outside, one of our novice racers for the NT2190. Just behind Neil Clark. Now she's got John Gibbons, I think that is behind her. As the Coopers head down into Graham Hill Bend. Leader Ollie Wilmot has just set a new fastest lap of the race, 55.716 for the Swiss-based driver. Dan Butcher-Lord under fire from Dan Truman, has a look up the inside, they door handle together, and that's Colin Wilmot's, apologies, not Sir Dan Truman, door handling together with Dan Butcher-Lord there as they came through clearways. Wilmot's got the inside line, but Dan Butcher-Lord keeps his foot in. Steve Webb still all over the back of Paul Sawyer here, who still leads Class R53. Small gap to Ben Trundley behind them, and it's Chris Johnson. Across the stripe go the second, third and fourth place cars. It's Ian Trundley having his strongest run of the weekend here, holding on behind Andy Langley. Could he get in contention for a podium here? Ian Trundley in the Norfolk cars, number 41, the man from Kings Lynn. Steve Webb in the 231. Now, has he got ahead of Paul Sawyer? I think he has. Paul, one of a number of similarly coloured cars in this race, of course, run by the Crafted Motorsport team. Yes, he has got ahead there, Steve Webb. That's up into P5. P6, I should say. And then Ben Trundley behind them in the 16. Over 6 minutes of this third race for the weekend for the Mini Challenge Club Sport Championship with AirTech Motorsport to go, and this is the battle for the lead in the Cooper class. They're down to 13th and 14th overall, but nothing between Jacob Baldry and Jacob Heap, apart from a couple of mini lengths. Across the line they come. Baldry looking for his first class win of the season. Former junior saloon car man. Third in the Cooper class, Colin Wilmot coming under fire from Daniel Truman now after his fairly slow start to the race. Then we've got a couple of the R53s, John Gibbons on the tail of Lauren Fletcher. Inside, Jacob Heap has another look. That's a better run into Surtees, and he's done it. Jacob Heap takes the lead of the Cooper class. Now, can he hold on to it? So 4.5 minutes to go now. Main focus, once again, is for the lead of the Cooper class. No problem overall for Ollie Wilmot. He's nearly 7 seconds ahead now, I think, of Freddie Hewitt. Further 1.25 seconds back to Andy Langley in third. Here comes Colin Wilmot now attacking Daniel Truman, the number 19. These two having a decent little scrap a bit further back down the order. Colin Wilmot gets the move done at Surtees. Like father, like son in this race. Son Ollie is currently nearly 7 seconds ahead of Freddie Hewitt in the overall classification, with Langley third, Ian Trundley fourth, and John Wyatt rounding out the top 5. There's the leader, disappearing into back marker traffic at the moment. Oh, somebody running wide there. It's one of the crafted motorsport cars. I think that might be John Gibbons. He's got a wheel arch flapping in the breeze as a result. Ollie Wilmot had to go way wide there to avoid those two back markers, but now comes through to lap them, including his father. So he gave him a wave on his way past. This is John Gibbons running wide through the gravel, which does its job, and John able to drive out again with no problem except that little bit of bodywork damage. Blue flag being waved at the back markers to warn them that the leader is approaching to come up to lap them. Still the battle in the Cooper class goes on. Is that Ollie Wilmot trying to lap them? Bit of damage there on the back of that's John Gibbons' car. That's the one where he went off at Paddock Hill earlier on. He's dragged the car through the gravel. He's trailing the rear bumper. Our leader, meanwhile, Ollie Wilmot, has just lapped the Cooper class leaders. Andy Langley charges past a couple of back markers there. He's still safe in third place, just under a second behind Freddie Hewitt. There's Hewitt. Been a fairly quiet race at the front of the field in this one, as Freddie Hewitt comes up to lap Colin Wilmot. Daniel Truman staying ahead of Neil Clark, but Truman certainly hasn't had everything his own way in the Cooper class this weekend. It's been Jacob Heap and Jacob Baldry, the star men. 1 minute to go now. Ollie Wilmot's heading for his hat-trick. He's over 6 seconds clear of Freddie Hewitt. There's Jacob Heap across the line. 1 lap to go this time for Ollie Wilmot. There he is going through Druids. We may not have made the best starts from pole position in each race, giving best to Freddie Hewitt each time. But he's made up for it with some dominant race performances, picking up exactly where he left off in the Mini Challenge Club Sport Championship in 2025. He's well clear of Freddie Hewitt in second. Clock about to count down to 0, so looks like it will be checkered flag this time. And a perfect hat-trick for the number 70 of Ollie Wilmot. He makes it 3 out of 3 in the Mini Challenge Clubman Championship here at Brands Hatch. Well clear of Freddie Hewitt in second, Andy Langley in third. Ian Trundley gets his best results of the weekend in fourth. John Wyatt in 5th place, then Steve Webb. Chris Johnson. I'm not seeing Paul Sawyer coming through on that final lap, have we? Lost Paul? No, he has come through in P11, so he's dropped back there in the closing stages. So whether Paul had a problem, I'm not sure. but that means that the R53 class goes to Chris Johnson in the 219. And what about the Cooper class? That went to Jacob Heap. We saw him get past Jacob Baldry to take the class victory. Provisional results coming up then. Our final race for the minis. Thanks to our marshals there, giving the drivers some acknowledgement, the drivers waving back. So Ollie Wilmot wins by 7.24 seconds this time over Freddie Hewitt, with Andy Langley once again on the podium in third. Ian Trundley a fine fourth ahead of John Wyatt and Steve Webb. Chris Johnson wins the R53 class ahead of Ben Trundley. And Lingy and Sinfield rounding up the top 10. The Cooper class, that went to Jacob Heap, a hat-trick of wins for him this weekend, ahead of Baldry, Colin Wilmot, Neil Clark and Daniel Truman, only 5th in class, the reigning champion. Let's head down to Parc Fermé then with Ian.
Hello everybody, welcome down. We've managed to just flag Ollie Wilmot down. Ollie, sorry about that, but we went out to quick chat. You 3 from 3, must be delighted.
Absolutely amazing, what can you say? Let's keep on going.
Perfect way to start the season, because you just seem so in tune with this car.
It's very good, and especially me and Ben working together is just phenomenal.
Yeah, exactly. I know Freddie's been nipping at your heels a little bit, but you've just got the measure of him, haven't you, so far this weekend? But I'm sure he'll come back at you at some point this season.
Oh,
right?
Definitely. Like last year, he'd come back straight away, and it'd be a good battle, let's say it that way. Especially with Andy as well.
I better let you go before you get told off. Cheers, Ollie. Thanks for stopping. The Mini Club Sport, that rounds out their weekend here. They're heading back to the outer paddock. I thought one or two we might get a few more to stop, but unfortunately not. What we have next, though, is the final race of the weekend for TCR. What that means is we're just going to go for a quick break whilst they get out onto the circuit, catch up with some of the drivers. This is going to be absolutely epic. Give me a couple of minutes and I'll be in position very soon. Do not go far.
This is the British Truck Racing Championship. Delivering edge-of-your-seat racing action for over 40 years, this is a championship like no other. While looking very similar to their road-going counterparts, these monsters are built from the ground up. With over 1,200 brake horsepower and 6,000 Newton meters of torque, these things don't hang about. Weighing in at over 5.5 tons each, these guys spray water on their brakes to stop them exploding during the race. Consisting of 34 races over 7 race weekends at some of the UK's best circuits, including one at Le Mans in France. So that's it, we've got 20 trucks in 2 divisions battling at 100 miles an hour around circuits at the UK and in France. For more information, check out btrc.co. Make sure to check out our official YouTube channel to watch the British Truck Racing and Pickup Truck Racing Championships live for the 2026 season.
So we have got into the final sort of stanza, if you like, of our Easter weekend of racing. 4 races to go here at Brands Hatch. Dave Goddard taking a well-deserved break after another entertaining mini race. TCR UK up next, that's why you're listening to me, Andy McEwen, in the commentary box. Hopefully to be joined by Henry Baudet again shortly. He's been busy down in the pit lane getting Civic Cup social media interviews. Be sure to give all of our championships actually a like and a follow on the socials. Certainly TCR UK and Civic Cup very active, as indeed I know are all of the BARC championships in general. TCR UK up next then for their 3rd and final race of the weekend. Then it's the last truck racing action of the weekend at about 10 to 4 give or take. I think we're maybe 5-10 minutes behind schedule. Pickup truck racing after that, and then it all finishes with the Super Saloon Series and the Production Saloon Series to conclude what has been a very entertaining weekend of racing. The crowd, every time I look out of the window, the crowd seems to get bigger. The South Bank is absolutely packed with cars. The grandstands and spectator areas are busy as well. It's great to have so many of them here, so many fans here to enjoy a busy weekend of racing, and I hope they continue to support the BARC's championships as we move through the rest of the season. So we've got TCR cars starting to work their way out of the garages. They'll be released onto the grid before too much longer, and when they are, I'm sure Ian Waterhouse is going to be in position. I can see him wandering down the pit lane now, hopefully ready to talk to some drivers when they get there. Couple of bits of TCR related news then to bring you after the race earlier on. Jenson O'Neill going, we saw, claiming that historic victory, became the youngest ever TCR UK race winner. He did have, as we alluded to in that race, a little bit of contact with Mark Smith in the early stages up at Druids when Mark Smith was leading on lap 1. Jenson O'Neill going was right behind him. Mark didn't really accelerate off the corner as quickly as Jenson was anticipating. There was a touch and around went Mark Smith. That was investigated after the race and a penalty was handed out to Jenson O'Neill going. So, but it was not a penalty that robbed him of the win. He was allowed to keep the win, but was given then a 5-place grid penalty for the race 3 grid, so he'll be starting a bit further down than he was expecting, but he has at least been able to keep that win. And initially there was a penalty given to Jenson Mason for that little bit of contact that he had with Carl Wardley at the start, just before actually the O'Neill going and Mark Smith collision on the entry to Druids. There was side-to-side contact between Carl Wardley and Jenson Mason. Mason was given initially the same penalty as Jenson O'Neill going, a 5-place grid penalty. That has been successfully appealed though, so he, I believe, will be taking up his original starting position, which is 7th on the grid for Jenson. Remember, should have started in and around the top 10 yesterday, but had a clutch issue, as many drivers did, with a slightly unplanned starting procedure, and that caught a few drivers out. Jenson was one of them. This time hopefully he'll get off the line cleanly and he'll be able to go and challenge for a really strong result. It's Callum Newsham who'll be starting this race from pole position though. Callum Newsham in his Hyundai Elantra, which should have started on pole yesterday. He has Max Hall for company on the front row, and really, Henry Baudet, this is almost a rerun of race 1, but hopefully the race we should have had in race 1, because we've got a similar group of drivers at the front. If they all get off the line cleanly, this could be a barnstormer.
Absolutely. Hello and welcome back. Thank you very much, Andy. I just dashed over from the infield after the Civic Cup podium. I'm looking at, I think I can see all 17 TCR noses sticking out of their garages. And yes, you're right. This could be the race that we were robbed of yesterday. Even though yesterday's opening race was an absolute cracker, this is the first time, really, we hope to see most of the expected front runners starting at the front. Yes, there's ballast to take into account, but let's hope they all get off the line cleanly. There's no opening lap incidents, and none of them have to fight from the back. This could be a really, really good highlight to the weekend, because the signs have been there, Andy. The signs of the strength in depth of this grid of TCR UK in 2026 is there for all to see.
Most definitely so, yes, and you know, the fact that we've got perhaps more than half the grid capable of winning races is a point we've laboured quite a bit this weekend, but actually there have been drivers who, I'll be completely honest, weren't on my list of potential race winners who suddenly are. I knew Jenson O'Neill going was going to be quick. I didn't necessarily expect him to win on his first weekend in the championship. We had Ron McGovern, yes. Yeah, absolutely. 2nd place yesterday, really solid sort of top 6 runner. Did I expect that? Not convinced I did necessarily. So the list gets longer with every race, seemingly, as to who the potential winners are. I think we could well have another new winner in this race. Certainly if Callum Newsham has anything to say about it, we will. He really does feel that he was robbed of a chance to go and win yesterday. We saw how rapid he was in the Elantra on his way to 3rd place, getting ahead of Brad Hutchison late in the going in race 2 this morning. If he can get that Elantra off the line well from pole position, he could be tough to beat.
Indeed, because he was... Callum Newsham had his 3 fastest laps removed for track limits, and yet his 2 remaining fast laps were still good enough for first in race 1 and first here. Here's your grid.
Yes, it is Callum Newsham who will start from pole. Max Hall alongside. He was sort of at the centre of that drama at the initial start to yesterday's race when his Honda didn't really accelerate as quickly as he hoped. Brad Hutchison looking for a podium from 3rd. Cole Bordley looking for a finish. The double returning champion hasn't finished yet this weekend. Had damage yesterday, got involved in that contact with Jensen Mason at the start of race 2. So he's one to watch most definitely, as is Rod McGovern. We've seen how quickly he's going in the Cupra Leon VZ. He's got Lewis Kent in the Lincoln Co. That's an interesting prospect, isn't it? Now they've got a race under their belt with that car. Jensen Mason, as I said, strong qualifying there, 7th alongside the race 2 winner Jensen O'Neill going, with race 1 winner Jack Constable having Harry Bloor alongside the company on row number 5. Harry has been pretty impressive as well so far in this weekend's races. Max Hart only 11th after turbo problems in qualifying, but he, remember, was 2nd in race 2, so there's no reason why he can't move forward from there. In fact, he finished 2nd from 11th on the grid in race 2. He's got Rick Kerry alongside, then Russell Joyce and Luke Allen in the Golf. Barry John McHenry's Audi, that had a wishbone damaged in the race earlier on today. He's got Mark Smith's Cupra Leon VZ for company, and then we have Jeff Alden in the Hyundai i30N at the back of the grid.
Now you're looking at, why is Luke Allen's number black and is the plate on the graphic that you can see is a slightly different shade of blue? Well, that is because he is a Gen 1 Cup entry. That Volkswagen Golf GTI is one of the only Gen 1 Cup car in the field. There was supposed to be 2 with Jeff Alden, but Jeff Alden's Astra decided it did not want to play, and that is why he is in a Hyundai i30. Now I did do a quick bonnet count and I thought I counted 17. I'm looking down now, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. I can only see 16 TCR UK cars. Who is the driver that is missing? That is the question. Is it Mark? No, Mark Smith is there. Barry John McHenry there. Is the Golf of Luke Allen there?
Not convinced it is. No.
I think it isn't.
Yeah, it is. It's the 14th place car that's not there. Someone who is on the grid is Ian Waterhouse, though, and he is ready to have a chat with a few of our drivers. Not Luke Allen, but plenty of other people for him to speak to.
We are for the final time this weekend. It's time for the TCR attack out here at Brands Hatch. I'm with Jack Finland here. Jack, first meeting of the season. Always a bit nervous for you?
Yeah, especially after yesterday, race 1. But no, I think it's been a special weekend for the championship overall. You know, Jack Constable coming back, winning that, you know, disrupted race, but in really good fashion, a great drive. And then to have our youngest ever winner in TCR UK, and just knowing what it means to Jensen, his mum, his dad, Power Max, the whole family, it's special. So yeah, hopefully they get off the line here and maybe we see a different winner. Who knows? It'd be great.
We might well do. Jack, I'm going to let you crack on. Thank you. Let's move around a little bit, shall we? The cars are on the grid, as you can see, for Max Hall yesterday. Couldn't get off the line, unfortunately. Didn't quite go to plan. Let's have a quick word with him now. We'll just very quickly jump in. We don't have too long. Sorry, is that all right, Max? Just having a quick chat with you again. Of course, yesterday didn't quite go to plan. Today's been a better day so far. What can we do from here? Can we beat Callum?
Yeah, I reckon so. All we need to do is not have a repeat of yesterday and we should be alright. But yeah, we went out on used tyres in last race and now we got new ones on, so yeah, I got quite a lot of confidence.
So, man, I'll let you crack on and focus. Thank you for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Max Hall there. He's moving, about to get underway. Brad Hutchinson very quickly. Brad, how are we feeling already for this one?
Yeah, I'm happy. The car looks good, the grid looks good. We had a fast car last race, let's try and win this one, I think, is the idea.
Excellent. You're always in contention. I'm looking forward to watching this one. Here we go. Right, we've been told to get off the track already. Here we go. There's Lewis Kent there. There's Cole Balding. There is Rod McGovern. This should be an absolute cracker of a race. For one last time, the final dance of the weekend for TCR here at Brands Hatch. Let's get underway and let's hand over to commentators Andy McEwen and Henry Burdett.
Yeah, thank you, Ian. So yes, we are minus the Luke Allen Golf. That's odd because he was running at the finish in race 2, so if there is an issue, it's something they've discovered between races, but we have still got 16 cars on the grid. we've still got probably 8 or 9 of those who will feel they've got the pace to win this race. But Henry, the difference between this race and the race this morning is it's not a reversed grid. So the reversed grid, plus the fact a lot of the quick drivers non-finished race one, meant that those at the back of the grid were surging forward. Here they all start together at the sharp end. So actually there's more urgency than ever really to get those moves made on that 1 or 2.
Yes, indeed. And here's something that I'm hoping I'm not going to put you on the spot here, Andy, but Maximus Hall mentioned he's on new tyres for this one. What are the tyre regulations? And generally, in your experience, the difference of, over 20 minutes, a new set of tyres versus a used set of tyres? I mean, it doesn't take a genius to work out that new is better.
Yes.
How much better is the question, which we're going to find out.
In the past, I'll be completely honest, I've never noticed it make a massive difference, but I think because of how evenly matched the front sort of 6-7 drivers are this year, if you've got an extra 1/10 or so a lap because your tyres are a little bit better than the drivers around you, that's going to make quite a big difference actually. So I think it will make more difference than normal. They are limited on how many sets of tyres they can use over a weekend. I did chat to Max Hall after race 2 and he said they deliberately went out on all tyres in race 2, just try and get the best result they could. This is the race they were focusing on because of course they already knew they were back on the front row. Because it was their second fastest lap times that dictated this grid. So he is very much focusing on this race. He won't be the only one, man. There will be other drivers who sacrificed race 2 a little bit because so many of them were out of position on the grid, and they're focusing on this third race as a great opportunity, they hope, to get on the podium.
He's the only one that lets slip, is what you're saying. He's the only one that lets slip. Just looking there now, Brad Hutchison's car is called Ella.
It is.
Because Brad always names his cars, and the Elland Roofing Supplies sponsored machine is called Ella. And even if you look at the graphics and you look at the way they've got a little quotation mark on the Elland part of it, they've got the little gaps, the little quotation marks over the Ella part of it. So Brad and Ella are getting acquainted with one another. Brad's at the half, who's not called Ella,
but who might be feeling jealous.
Well, I don't know. I think that, to use a very American term, I think that that Ella is Brad Hutchinson's hall pass.
I like it. He's certainly getting along well with Ella, is Brad Hutchison, really enjoying it. It's not actually a new car, it's not a new build Cupra VZ, it's actually got the upgrade kit, so that is his Gen 2 Cupra from the previous 2 years in the championship with an upgrade kit on it. In theory, it should be exactly the same performance as a brand new Cupra VZ, and that's sort of the case really, because he's been more than quick enough to mix in right at the front of the grid in both races. But that is, we believe, the first time we've seen that happen, certainly in TCR UK, that one of those Cupras has had the upgrade kit attached, and they're still very much learning their way around that. It comes with its own set of challenges and complications, but it's clearly worked, and it's certainly a heck of a lot cheaper than buying a brand new car. So that's what's going on with that car, and he will be eyeing up a podium here, most definitely, won't he, will Brad Hutchison? He's yet to get one this weekend, but he has been knocking on the door.
And we looked at Jeff Alden there, who's going to be starting at the back, and I spoke to Jeff during the break, and of course he had that technical problem that he said manifested itself on the rolling lap. But then he thought, I've never started on pole before, I don't want to give this up, let's see how she goes. He got off the line, and then, I think it was the right rear brake caliper was locking on or something like that he mentioned. He said, look, I did the start, I started from pole, that's something that has never happened to me before, I don't know when it's going to happen again, and now let's bring her into the pits, no damage to get her fixed for this race. But Jeff was, he's happy to be here. He thought, you know what, I'm not going to give up I know I'm a bit hobbled, I'm not going to see the checkered flag, but hey, I want to start a race in TCR UK at Brands Hatch from pole position, and who is anybody to argue against that?
Yes, he's always here to have a good time, is Jeff Alden. Great character to have in the paddock, and he is going to be going for the back of the grid, but looking to try and get stuck in with the likes of Mark Smith and Barry John McHenry and Luke Allen. Well, Luke Allen not there, of course, at the back of the grid, but I'm sure Jeff will find himself someone to have a race with. Callum Newsham's definitely got a race on his hands here. Max Hall starting to his outside now. At about this point yesterday, I was sort of bigging up this idea that starting on pole isn't always the best place to be. The outside of row 1 sometimes is better. And then Max Hall absolutely fluffed the start from the outside of row 1 and caused carnage, not intentionally, but he wasn't the centre of it all. Can he get it right this time and take advantage of that to get the lead?
Yes, because it was about this time yesterday, Andy, that I was bringing up the chance of Lewis Kent winning the first race. So I am going to shut up.
Who's going to win this one, Henry? You don't have to answer that. I'm throwing you firmly under the bus there, Henry. I appreciate that.
That's quite all right. I don't want to. I mean, I have a feeling that there's a driver that's starting at the very, very front of this grid who has the bit between his teeth and a steely eye to right the wrongs that happened yesterday. I shall say no more.
Okay, right then, Callum Newsham, we apologise. He is on pole position in the Hyundai Elantra with Max Hall alongside. The green flag is waved at the back of the grid. It's our third and final TCR UK race of the weekend. Will we get a third different winner in this third race at Brands Hatch? The lights go out now, and Max Hall again is not that quick away, but the car does keep moving at least. He will plummet down the order though on the run towards turn 1. Look at Jensen O'Neill going to Max Hart in unison, going to the outside of Max Hall, who will split them. Lewis Kent is sideways, right in front of Max Hall, who really should never have been anywhere near Lewis Kent, into Paddock Hill Bend, but gets delayed anyway. Great save from the double former champion, but that has lost quite a few drivers, quite a lot of time through that first sequence of corners. That was Jeff Alden, destined for the gravel trap, thankfully manages to keep the car going and digs the Hyundai on the grass down the hill. Who's leading? It's Newsham. Who's second? It is Hutchison, and that is Jack Constable around, and again Max Hall is involved. He had to take to the grass to avoid the spinning Audi. Max Hart was involved in that as well. Hopefully no major damage done.
No, but I do know that there are suddenly 3 or 4 phones ringing to the nearest dry cleaners with drivers saying, I've just soiled my race suit, can you please come and sort it out? Well, to start with, Max Hall fluffs his lines. That new set of tyres is now going to be needed because he is right down the back of the order. Lewis Kent sideways through Brands Hatch. That was the trigger that kicked it all off, but my goodness me, that spin on Cooper Straight from Jack Constable there, again right in front of Max Hall. Great avoidance there, and we've got there is Lewis Kent. Well, he's done his Dukes of Hazzard impression. Now get your head down in that Link & Co. Oh no,
that's Jeff. That's a big
Jeff
one
Alden,
up
yes.
at Druid's corner. He's getting out of the car. That's a relief. That's the same place he was sideways on lap 1. This time he's got it completely wrong and is in the barriers quite heavily. That will be a safety car at the very least for sure. At the moment they're still racing, but the Hyundai safety car I'm sure will be heading to the track. Yes, it is being scrambled and the race will be neutralised, and Max Hall doesn't realise because he's going on the inside of Harry Blur into the first corner. Lewis Kent is wide at Paddock. We are under safety car conditions right now, and they really shouldn't be racing like this. Yellow flags being waved furiously by the marshals, and everyone just has to bring things under control. That's such a shame for Jeff Alden. Said he was just here to try and have a good time. That's his second car of the weekend, remember, because the Vauxhall Astra that he was supposed to be driving was misbehaving itself a little bit during the week, and unfortunately that Hyundai i30N is now in a barrier up at Druid's corner. The marshals spring into action though to go and help to deal with that, and the safety car does now gather the pack together. Callum Newsham leads them, Brad Hutchison second, Jensen O'Neill going's third, by the way. Shouldn't really be hugely surprised to hear that. And I want to just emphasise something that I noticed. I'll get to that in a moment. Yes, here we go actually. Keep an eye on Jensen O'Neill going as Max Hall goes slowly off the line. O'Neill going and Max Hart are absolutely nose to tail into turn 1. In about 20 seconds time there will be 7 cars between those two because Lewis Kent gets sideways, O'Neill going squirts through, and Max Hart gets right bottled up behind Max Hall. Up through Druids they went. Jeff Holden there got completely sideways as we saw, dug his way out of the gravel on that occasion, but a lap later sadly he wouldn't be quite so fortunate. Then this is what happened down the Cooper Straight. Oh, and Constable moved over on Max Hall slightly, got into a huge tank slap at that, Henry. Could have been big.
Yeah, because it wasn't just Max Hall, Max Hart. That looked like something broke. That was a parts failure. I hate to say it, but I mean, it certainly did not look like driver error. That car, the minute that Jeff Alden stepped on the brakes, that car turned left in a hurry into that barrier. And it does because he was a bit leery around Druids the lap before. And luckily there, standing at the right in that bright pink race suit, just behind the 3 marshals and the fence, that is Jeff Alden, up and out of the car. and that's the main thing. That's the main thing. But when a car changes direction like that, the moment that somebody applies the brake, that normally tells me that something has stuck, something has jammed, something has broken. And again, this is nothing against the team or anything like that. These are very complicated pieces of machinery. Jeff had gone through the gravel and bounced over the grass a lap previously, had that dislodged something, but of course that's the next heavy braking zone that you come to. So Jeff wasn't aware, was never going to be aware that something wasn't working until he went to get on the anchors going into Druids. There's a car coming into the pits.
Jack Constable.
Possibly for a new race suit?
Or perhaps a grill full of grass, I suspect, after that spin. And they're actually going to take the front tyres off, are they? So they're looking, he may have some steering damage, of course, from that little knock that he had with Max Hall, although it was actually Constable moving over on Max, wasn't it? And I don't think there was any secondary contact. Either way, they team just want to be absolutely certain. They are changing at least the left front tyre, aren't they? So maybe he was reporting a vibration after that, and better safe than sorry. Whilst we're behind the safety car, they should be able to change this without losing a lap, and he can get back out on his way. The race 1 winner, championship leader coming into today, not having such a fortunate run in race 3.
Now you talk about, you know, luck in racing, and you have to make your own luck. You look at Jenson O'Neill going, he was just, like you mentioned, he was fractions in front of Max Hart, both of them trying to go around the outside of Maximus Hall at Paddock Hill Bend, lap number 1. O'Neill going, got the move done, and that meant he was fractions in front of Lewis Kent when Lewis Kent got sideways, slowing Maximus Hall and Max Hart down. A quarter of a lap or half a lap later, when Jack Constable had that moment with Max Hall, who was the car directly behind Max Hall that had to get onto the grass on the anchors? Max Hart. It's just one of those fractions, like yesterday, you know, with Jenson O'Neill going, finding himself at the front of the grid after the restart. You know, there was a moment in qualifying where he saved a big moment and kept the lap, and that lap allowed him to start where he was. It's just these small things that you don't necessarily think are going to be huge end up being extremely significant. That move around the outside from Jenson O'Neill going at lap number 1, who was at Paddock Hill Bend at turn number 1, which has put him in 3rd position. It's already proved to be significant, not because he's in 3rd position, because of what he was able to avoid later on in the first lap.
Exactly, so Max Hart, conversely, is only 10th at the moment out of 15 runners, so he just, every time he came around a corner, something was happening in front of him, and he just had to almost throw the anchor out to avoid driving into the accident, and did a good job, don't get me wrong, of avoiding all of the dramas, but has lost an awful lot of track position, and did a lot of his overtaking in race 2 early on, did Max, to get into 2nd place and go chasing after this man, the youngest ever winner of a TCR UK race, Jenson O'Neill going, but Max Hart will now have quite a bit of overtaking to do before he can even start thinking about a podium. Jenson, I'm fairly certain, will be thinking about another race win here though, because he's up into 3rd, the safety car brings him onto the tail of the top 2, and he'll be thinking, well, I was quicker than Brad Hutchison in the race earlier on, and Callum Newsham was sort of matching my lap times in the latter stages, so why not? Why can't I go for another race win?
Yeah, no, exactly. But although you know, Brad and Ella in 2nd position, they will also be looking, say, you know, because Brad's been quick, but he's not been race winning quick. He's been front running. There's a difference between front running quick and race winning quick, and there is Maximus Hall coming into the pit lane as well. That could be for a quick grass check. Just looking down the pit lane now, Maximus Hall leaving the pit lane. That was just potentially just a cursory sweep of the grille, potentially.
I didn't see anyone touch the car, if I'm honest. They sort of looked at it, almost as if to say, what are you doing here? Get back out there, the race isn't over yet. I didn't see, if they did touch the car, I didn't see anything. It was a very, a very brief visit to the pit lane, and he's already tagged onto the back of the grid, so I'm not really sure what that was all about, but maybe he was reporting something and just wanted the team to check it over.
And the team was like, I don't care if you're reporting it, we'll notice it if you stop on the track. Other than that, get going.
Well, better to be safe than sorry, and use the safety car, but he dropped out of 8th position, so he's giving himself a lot of work to do, but better than running a damaged car, I suppose.
He obviously loves the game. Loves the game so much, he wants to create more entertainment for us. And he's in good company down at the back of the pack, however, with, of course, Jack Constable. As we continue to wind down, we are now halfway through the closing TCR race of the weekend, and you can see good work here from the Orange Army, the Brands Hatch marshalling crew, and of course I'm coming from the world of karting, where carts are picked up and put over barriers very, very quickly indeed. So any mid-race safety cart period is usually very, very short. And of course you're forgetting that Hyundais weigh slightly more than go-karts. But the marshals, who have then got to make sure, and this sounds really, really insignificant, but it's very, very important. The marshals then have to even out the sand and the gravel, because the last thing you want to have is a car going into it and going into a ditch that's already been dug by another car, because the other side of that ditch is normally a very hard wall of sand, and you just create or cause more damage than you would have done anyway. So the marshals have to then smooth out the gravel after any car has been into it, to make sure that it's nicely prepared for the next visitor, should there be one.
Well, yes, which we hope there won't be, but let's be honest, it's quite a popular place to have an accident, is Druid, so you never do know. That car is now on its way off the circuit, so I'm hopeful next time around we will see the safety car release the field. There's the damaged. Ooh, careful now.
That's going to be a big pink souvenir for somebody. If now there are plenty of MANs racing. They're Dave Goddard's apartment this weekend, the British Truck Racing Champion. That MAN, the recovery vehicle, is not racing and needs to go nice and slowly with back to the pits. We're hopefully now starting what will be the last lap under safety car conditions. There you can see the leaders trickling down Paddock Hill Bend. Now, to the left of Paddock Hill Bend, that was the old, it was called Tumble Down Hill.
Oh, you're about to get all nostalgic about Rallycross, aren't you,
well, I was just thinking, we are at the, I mean, Liddon Hill's the home of Rallycross in the UK, but Brands Hatch, 1963, the first Rallycross race held here at Brands Hatch, and they raced Rallycross here all the way to about 20 years ago. There's the knife edge, across the top of the knife edge. Oh, stop me, my anorak's getting way too long, Andy. Let's go racing again to stop me talking utter bobbins about Rallycross in the 60s, 70s and 80s.
So the safety car lights are off, and not a moment too soon it heads towards the pit lane, and Callum Newsham has some work to do now to try and get the race back underway. He tries to go early, interestingly, and well, gets a car length or so over Brad Hutchison. Jensen O'Neill goes with them. Jensen, by the way, leading the Tom Walker trophy at the moment, but he's not that interested in that right now. He wants an overall race win and is very much going with the leading two. So back underway, 7.5 minutes to go, about 2/3 race distance then, and we're back racing at Brands Hatch with Callum Newsham the leader, Brad Hutchison second, Jensen O'Neill going third, and Carl Bordley desperate for a finish in fourth position. Jensen Mason going really well as well in fifth in the Audi, but it is this young man, Jensen O'Neill, going who I think is perhaps going to be the first to try and make a move. The body language of that pink and grey Honda says attack, attack, attack.
Yes, Jensen O'Neill going has one setting, and that's 10.
Yes.
We're not going to get into Spinal Tap. He hasn't turned it up to 11 just yet, but Carl Bordley, I saw Carl sorting the cart, who runs that car for Carl Bordley, and there's Harry Blore to the inside of Rod McGovern at Clearways. Good racing, pick up the position, Harry Blore. And Rod McGovern going backwards. Is that a repeat of the misfire that Rod was suffering with in race number 2? I have a fear that it is. Smoke belching out of the back of that car. and Rick Kerry is about to go past. I feel black smoke. That's not good.
Yes, definitely off the pace, and I fear destined for retirement there. That's such a shame for Rod McGovern, whose weekend has got progressively worse with every race, but it started brilliantly. He nearly won race 1, remember. There, speaking of nearly winning, is our runner-up in race number 2, Max Hart. He's now looking to the inside of Harry Bloor into Surtees, and Harry, I think, left the door open quite invitingly there for Max. He knows that Hart is probably a little bit quicker right now, and the best thing he can do is tag along with Max Hart and try and make further progress up the order. They head to the timing line. The leaders are heading to Paddock Hill Bend. A new fastest lap set by the leader, Callum Newsham, but it's nose to tail for second. Second, third and fourth actually is the battle really, with there, look, Hutchison, O'Neill going, Boardley and even Jensen Mason running pretty much together.
I was going to say, let's have a quick word about Jensen Mason. You know, another rookie. We've been talking about newcomers, and we've been talking quite rightly about Jensen O'Neill going. This fantastic debut, seasonal debut. He did a couple of races last year, but Jensen Mason in the number 185 Van Motorsport Audi, sitting there in 5th and sitting comfortably in 5th place as well. In fact, he's getting closer and closer to this battle. Brad Hutchinson P2, O'Neill going in 3rd, Boardley in 4th and Mason in P5.
Now is this where Jensen O'Neill going tries the move? He's not quite close enough at Paddock. He got close enough going through clearways, but then the Cooper really is getting off the tight corners very well. They've been throwing different setups at that Brad Hutchison Cooper all weekend long. He and his dad, who work very closely on car setup, and as I said, they're learning this new upgraded VZ, and every time they put it out on the track, it's got a completely different setup. Brad reports back to his dad makes the relevant changes, and it's running well in second, but I think Jensen O'Neill going maybe feels he's quicker. Max Hall there working his way through the order. That's now Max ahead of Russell Joyce. Here comes Jensen, wants the inside into clearways. Can Brad close the door? There's a bit of Morse code tapped onto the back of the Cupra. That was proper touring car racing, and here comes a proper touring car driver, Carl Boardley, buying into the battle as well. The two Honda Civic FL5s run absolutely nose to tail towards Paddock Hill Bend. Is Carl going to go for the move? No, Jensen O'Neill going has the inside line covered, and there's a brief moment of respite for Brad Hutchison.
To quote my esteemed sports car colleague Joe Bradley, Jensen O'Neill going was using the tin opener there to try and prize a gap where there wasn't one, and yes, a little bit of a more cover. And Brad Hutchinson was like, no, that's not an SOS. You can sit right back there, sunshine. Newsham, 2.5 seconds up the road, just under 4 minutes remaining. Kent is still 6th, Hart 7th, Bloor 8th, Rick Kerry 9th, and then Maximus Hall 10th, then Russell Joyce, Barry John McHenry, Jack Constable, Mark Smith, sadly Rod McGovern now pitting, so we're down to 14 runners, and Callum Newsham minding his own business up the road. All action though in this battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th.
And behind them, by the way, Max Hart is now battling with Lewis Kent. It's been a while since I last said this. Lewis Kent defending 6th position here from the Irishman, but has a 10-second penalty, does Lewis Kent. Doesn't say why on the timing screen. My first instinct is to say track limits, but I think it's gone straight to 10 seconds, and if maybe it was a start line procedure. We'll try and find out some more information. For now though, his main concern is the Honda to his inside into Surtees. He's not going to roll out of the way of Max Hart. He's going to have to really fight for this one, and they are still side by side, I can tell you, as they come out of Clearways and Clark Curve. They're absolutely neck and neck as we watch Max Hall and Rick Kerry do battle. Max Hart, I can tell you, there, look, is edging ahead of Lewis Kent. He's putting up a fight, but ultimately has to give way. No, he doesn't. He's desperately late on the brakes into Paddock Hill Bend, and Lewis Kent hops the curb and gets back ahead of Max Hart. Oh, I missed it. I was so looking forward to seeing these two going wheel to wheel, and that's exactly what we're getting, Henry.
Yes, indeed. Max Hart, he just timed that crossover perfectly, slides up to the inside of Lewis Kent, going into Druids. Harry Bloor buying his popcorn, watching this battle unfold, and Lewis Kent, I was thinking initially, and I think that you may have got the, but anyway, we'll come back to that. Lewis Kent, possibly a 10-second penalty for scaring the rest of the drivers at Paddock Hill Bend, I'm not sure. And now, well, Brad Hutchinson and Ella, they have put a bit of clean air between themselves and Jensen O'Neill going. Jensen O'Neill going, meet double TCR UK champion and Leeds United fan Carl Bordley. Welcome. This could be two names that we're talking about a lot together this year.
Oh, I think you're absolutely right. I can tell you it was a a start procedure infringement for Kent and for Max Hall. I thought it might be because it was 10 seconds. There is Kent. That is not the racing line, Lewis, as well you know. He's outbraked himself a bit at Druid, gets back to the inside line into Graham Hill Bend on Harry Blore, who goes for the cutback and executes it almost perfectly. The Lincoln Co, though, gets off the corner well and is able to hang on as Carl Bordley, not for the first time, hunts around on the inside line at Clearways. There are bits of bodywork hanging loose. He'll be losing a wing mirror soon. It's proper touring car racing this, but he just can't find a way through.
Carl Bordley's been waiting all weekend so we can get a bit of bodywork hanging off the car after a great wheel-to-wheel battle. This is Carl Bordley in his happy place. A bit of bodywork hanging off, trying to attack for a place on the podium. Jensen O'Neill going's not going to make it easy, although this Graham Hill corner is where we've seen Jensen O'Neill going get sideways on more than one occasion this weekend.
This is the first time, though, I've seen Jensen actively defending. He didn't ever really defend properly in the first race. He was just keeping Max Hart at arm's length. Here comes Bordley, a decisive lunge to the inside. There is this time contact. Bang, bang, bang. I'm coming through, says Carl Bordley. And Jensen Mason says, don't forget about me. I'd like to get onto the podium as well. The two FL5s absolutely door-to-door. There's contact on the straight. This is getting a bit silly. The final lap begins. Neither of them wants to give way. Bordley sides his way through on the inside line of Paddock Hill Bend, but Jensen O'Neill going is coming back at him. Look, gets a better exit. Looks to the inside line. The door is inevitably closed, and Jensen, well, serves Bordley up the rear. There's more contact on corner exit. This could really work in the favour of Jensen Mason right now. They lead each other again. O'Neill going off the road. You can see that coming from about half a lap before, and Bordley goes through. Mason could yet get on the podium.
He could indeed. The clock has struck 0. Bordley meets Jensen O'Neill. Bordley meets Jensen Mason.
Well, that was interesting, wasn't it? Callum Newsham will have no idea what we're getting so excited about. He takes a dominant victory in the third race of the weekend at Brands Hatch. Hutchison second, and it will be Carl Bordley back on the podium in TCR UK after a bruising last lap battle with Jensen O'Neill going. We enjoyed that rather more than Jensen did, I suspect, who ended up not only on the grass but down in 6th position. Now, out of the window, I can see Jensen O'Neill going, closing up on Carl Bordley at Druids, pulling alongside Carl Bordley at Druids and chopping in front of Carl Bordley, exiting Druids, sending a message, I think, to the double former champion that he did not appreciate that. Now, Jensen is not normally that aggravated a driver, but he was not happy with how the last lap went down there, and I'm sure they'll be having a chat down in Parc Fermé. Ian, keep your distance is what I would suggest to you. Right, Callum Newsham gets the win, Brad Hutchison second, Carl Bordley third, with Jensen Mason fourth. That went a little bit under the radar, but Jensen Mason, fantastic result that in fourth position. Max Hart fifth, ahead of Jensen O'Neill going, Harry Blur, Rick Kerry, Russell Joyce and Jack Constant. Max Hall only 11th after the pit stop. Lewis Kent 12th once those 10 seconds were applied to his race time, ahead of Barry John McHenry and Mark Smith, the last of the finishers. We lost Rod McGovern with potentially a misfire, and Jeff Alden after his significant incident up at Druids. Well, that was a proper race 3, wasn't it? Lots to talk about, and I can't wait to get down into the Parc Fermé area. Ian Waterhouse is the man on the ground, and I think we can head down now and get some immediate reactions after a fantastic third race of the weekend.
Better for Callum Newsham and Brad Hutchinson and Carl Bordley as well. 3 very familiar names to TCR on the podium. Sorry. Right, let's go grab him for a quick chat. There we go. He's just getting a little fist pump there. Hey, Callum, I'll tell you something. This weekend's just got better and better, hasn't it? Race 1, not quite what you wanted, a podium in race 2, but now the race win.
Yeah, well, we knew we had the pace all weekend. Just unfortunate yesterday.
Forget about that. It's about right now. That's all that matters, right?
Yeah. Car's fast. I'm fast. Yeah.
Happy. Excellent. I'm sure the title is the target. Let's move around and see if we can find... Has Brad Hutch hasn't got out the car yet? No, he's still in there, so we'll just let him stop the car. We'll have a quick chat with him as soon as he gets out. Carl Boardley, a very happy man indeed as well. Hopefully he's in third place. Of course, race 2 did not go very well indeed for the 2-time former champion. Brad, there's a smile in there. I can see in the eyes. I'll let you get your helmet off there, Brad. A much better way to end the weekend for Brad Hutchinson. In fact, all 3 drivers on the podium, Brad, I was just saying, it's just got better and better for you 3 on the podium here, hasn't it?
It's just like old times, isn't it?
It is.
I don't like this though. I don't like the order's not right, but we'll sort that.
I was going to say, you're a bit of a warrior out there. You're not going to let this slide for too long, are you?
No, I think. I think I'm a bit lost for words. I'm quite happy with that. It was just nice to round off the weekend with the podium. Yeah. We've been close and we've had decent pace. And I think we were there on merit that time. It wasn't like a scrappy fight, like we were in the Gen 2. So to have Ella fighting, I mean, there's a little bit of a gap to the Elantra, but I'm sure we'll get there.
I know you will. I think you've got to go do some bits of buzz. I wonder if I can just grab Carl. Carl, can I grab you very, very quickly? So you're just having a drink, aren't you? I've caught you at a terrible time. You finish having a drink, get your hat on. We'll have a quick chat with Carl Boardley as well. Third place, a thirsty man indeed as well. I'm not surprised. Carl, we know race 2, let's forget about that. A better way to end the weekend. Yeah, and race 1. A better way to end it. You're smiling. That's good.
Oh, I don't know about that. Yeah, it's been a real difficult weekend. Probably the most taxing and challenging that I've had in TCR. Most of it not through my own doing. If it was, I'd accept it and take it on the chin and move on. So that's a little bit disappointing, but here's what it is. Good to end the weekend on a high and give a boy something to, to at least try and pay him back for the hours that's gone into the car in the weekend.
I'll tell you what, if it's going to happen, better it works this way. We end on a bit of a high, right?
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, I'd rather have won the first 2, but nah, it is what it is. Like you say, it's always important to try and go home with a little bit of hope and a little bit of something. So at least it's sort of in one bit.
Yeah. Top man, Carl, thanks for talking to us. Appreciate it. Best of luck next time as well. Right, the shutters have just come down. Let's come over here for a second. Just listen to this. Let's put that. Listen to that. Doesn't that sound good? Oh, yes. Anyway, enough of that, because we've got to go racing again. And for the final time this weekend, the British Truck Racing Championship are about to take to the track. The shutters have gone down here in the pit lane. That means we're about to have a bit of thunder roll on to the circuit. Let's hand over to your commentator, Dave Goddard, to take you through the action. Enjoy. That's better, Jason.
This is the British Truck Racing Championship. Delivering edge-of-your-seat racing action for over 40 years, this is a championship like no other. While looking very similar to their road-going counterparts, these monsters are built from the ground up. With over 1,200 brake horsepower and 6,000 Newton meters of torque, these things don't hang about. Weighing in at over 5.5 tons each, these guys spray water on their brakes to stop them exploding during the race. Consisting of 34 races over 7 race weekends at some of the UK's best circuits, including one at Le Mans in France. So that's it, we've got 20 trucks in 2 divisions battling at 100 miles an hour around circuits at the UK and in France. For more information, check out btrc.co. Make sure to check out our official YouTube channel to watch the British Truck Racing and Pickup Truck Racing Championships live for the 2026 season.
Well, let's take a look back at a few highlights of our final TCR race of the weekend. Max Hall slow away from the front row in race 3. Jensen O'Neill going. He's certainly going places in this sport. He got an absolute flyer, the earlier race winner. Despite that grid penalty, he overcame that very quickly indeed. It was the Hyundai of Callum Newsham who set off into a lead he was not to lose, as the rest of the pack jostle for position behind. It was a race to forget for Jeff Alden in the Hyundai i30N at the back, sliding wide into the gravel at Druids for the first time. Now, we saw that Jeff pulled off in the earlier race with a problem with a brake grabbing. Was that significant again here? Then there was a scary moment for race 1 winner Jack Constable, who got spun aside, contact with Max Hall down the Cooper Straight, and it was a miracle that everybody missed him. The safety car came out when Jeff Alden crashed into the barriers on the entry to Druids, ending his weekend early. Was that brake locking on again? And then the highlight of the race was the battle for third place between Jensen O'Neill going and Carl Boydley. Push eventually coming to shove between the two Honda pilots, the newcomer, the 16-year-old, and the former double TCR UK champion, Jensen Mason. A cracking debut weekend for him in the Audi as well, waiting to pick up the pieces should the worst happen to the two ahead of him. Up ahead, it was Callum Newsham who led home Brad Hutchison to take the victory. But for third place was in doubt right until the closing stages. Things got a bit bruising in the last couple of laps. Things eventually coming to a head out of Druids for the last time and down towards Graham Hill Bend. And there was the flashpoint as Jensen O'Neill going forced wide and dropped down the order. Well, big thanks to Andy and Henry for taking us through TCR and Civic Cup. We'll hear from them again next time. 3 races to go here this weekend. We have the finale for the British Truck Racing Championship coming next with another partially reverse grid, a partially reverse grid for the pickup trucks as well in their last race, and we're told that that race is possibly going to be extended to 20 minutes. We'll await and confirm that when the race comes around. And then the finale for the weekend, the Super Saloons and Production Saloons from the Classic and Modern Motorsports Club. Quick chance to preview next weekend here on BARC TV. We're up in Lincolnshire at Cadwell Park for the War of the Wolds. Get it? We will have on the show there Caterham Motorsports, 3 of their categories, the 7 310Rs, the 270Rs and Road Sports will be in action, plus the Classic Touring Car Racing Club for their second weekend of the year. We will also have the Junior Saloon Cars Track Action Racing Club, the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship. If you didn't see their season opener at Donington Park, go and watch it back on BARC TV. Subscribe to the channel and go and watch it in the archive. Their second race was one of the best we've ever seen at Donington Park. We also welcome the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup as well. If you like the BMW Minis you've seen this weekend at Brands Hatch, well, we've got the Scottish Championship coming to Cadwell Park for an away day from their usual home of Knockhill. That's all coming up next weekend on BARC TV. Also, plenty of other events coming up with the BARC as well. What have we got coming up on track in the weeks to come? Well, as well as Cadwell, we will have coming up on 25th and 26th of April, the British Hill Climb Championship opens its season at Prescott. PrescottHillClimb.co.uk is the place to find ticket info for that. That's not racing, but all manner of cars going against the clock. The fastest single-seaters. The speed just has to be seen to be believed. That's 26th and 26th of April at Prescott. And next action then from the 2nd and 3rd of May, the TCR UK Championship headlines Speedfest North. That's at Croft up in North Yorkshire near Darlington. We've also got the other Caterham Championships, the 7 UK Championship, 270R and Caterham Road Sport, the Junior Saloon Cars in Action and Track Action Racing Club again, croftcircuit.co.uk, the place to buy your tickets for that one. That will be covered by BARC TV as well, I believe. Coming up after that, we have Convoy Thruxton, the next round of the British Truck Racing Championship on May the 16th and 17th. While we have this short pause while the circuit is got ready for our final truck race and just the safety inspections taking place, earlier on we caught up with our race winner in the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club, Mr. Rod Burling.
Well, I'm with the most emotional man probably right now, quite emotional myself actually, Rod Burley. 300 race wins around Brands Hatch. Brands Hatch itself, incredible. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it was a bit emotional at the end there, and very nervous before the start. I don't normally get nervous, but even yesterday it started to have a bit of an effect. But loads of people here this weekend, you know, wishing us luck. Even people from New Zealand, which is where the hat's from, and Australia. Yeah, so there was a lot of pressure on it. We had a few little issues with the car, and we even finished with a deflating rear tyre.
No way, because I tell you what, Clive wasn't a million miles away, was he?
No, we were just having a little chat about that. He's yeah, he was looming large in the mirrors. He's actually got more power than I have. So yeah, down the straight he's pretty quick. Yeah.
So you can relax now for this final race, can you?
Yes, yeah, pressure's off. But yeah, you know, I thanked all the marshals and everybody else and people who've been here for donkey's years supporting us.
Yeah.
And I know, you know, we've got a few people that like to have a little knock and a dig sometimes, but at the end of the day, you know, we try our best. We try and, you know, support the different series, try and encourage people. We had 2 guys in the invitation class today. We'd have liked to have seen a few of the Audis out, you know, because their race got cancelled, but, you know, we know the reason why. Even Martin Reynolds, he missed qualifying yesterday, but we got him on the back of the grid. We got him out there.
I do think I saw him yesterday. Yeah, I'm pleased to see him today. Yeah.
Yes. Well, he had his partner's birthday, and she wasn't going to.
Well, life does get in the way.
Yes, sometimes. Yeah.
Look, Rod, let me ask you this then: 300 wins here at Brands Hatch. Can you remember the first?
Gosh, I must be back. Probably with the Ford Capri, back in the old production saloon days.
Can you give me a year?
74, round about then. 1974, yeah. I started in 1973 in a Hillman Imp built by George Bevan, the legendary man from British Saloon Cars. Won a championship up in Scotland in my first year. Then started racing a Ford Capri. Then had to go oval racing because everybody said you need to sharpen up, and it did. It got my racecraft a lot better. Wasn't frightened of dicing in traffic. And Thunder Saloons, that was brilliant. You know, that took a long time to win a race in that. Really did. Had such good opposition. People like John Clennon, Vince Woodman. That was a really iconic series.
What was your most memorable win then? Is there one that stands out for you?
Yeah, there is one, and it's a bit of a strange one. There was an international Group N race here. I was in a Group N Ford Escort Cosworth with a good friend of mine, Frank Cundell from Ace Plant. We were the real underdogs, and we came for qualifying. It was a full FIA meeting. They made us fit a 38mm restrictor, which we had to get machined up and fitted the day before. We didn't even have time to alter the ECU or reprogram it. But one thing we did know, which again was circuit knowledge, was I knew how abrasive the track is. And we're on quite narrow tyres. They're only I think they were about 7 inches wide. So I said to Frank, we've got to be a bit clever here. We've got to play our dividend with the tyres. So we didn't use new tyres, and there was Works BMWs here, people like Dieter Quester and that in it, all expecting to win. And we just quietly set about the race. I got us into the lead. We came in for the pit stop, and I was actually 11 seconds in the lead. Wow. And I said to Frank, just enjoy yourself. And he went out there, and we were trying to get him to slow down, and he thought we meant go faster. And in the end, he was 18 seconds in the lead.
Wow.
And we won the race. Went to Parc Ferme, and the FIA had a field day. They stripped the car, couldn't find anything wrong with it. Meanwhile, we were in the Kentagon having a beer or 3, and it was amazing because about 7 o'clock at night, the FIA bloke came up, shook our hands, and said, "Well done, you're the first lot to beat the BMWs."
I'll tell you something, Rob. What I would love to do one day with you is, you know, when you learn to drive and you have to dual control cars, I would love to put you in the driver's seat, blindfold you, and see if you could drive this place blindfolded. I reckon you could, right?
I know somebody's done Mallory Park blindfolded, but we'll have a go.
We'll give it a go. Rod, thank you so much for sharing that. Congratulations. I'm so happy. I've known you for a few years now. I'm so happy for you. Here's to 100 more, yeah?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. And thanks
for
all your support.
Thank you.
Cheers.
That was wonderful to hear from a real hero of British motorsport, Rob Burley, a veteran of over 750 individual race and class wins, and now 300 here at Brands Hatch alone. I hope he writes a book of his racing career one day. Wonderful stories that Rod has had from his days on the circuits and the short ovals as well. It's great to have him here this weekend. 70 years young and still going as strong as ever. Just back from New Zealand, where he's had 3 class wins in a BMW, as we heard. Maybe we'll see him in a racing truck one day, who knows, as the trucks head up to the grid for the final British Truck Racing Championship event of the weekend. This grid based on the results of race 3 earlier on. That was this morning's race with the top 8 reverse, and it is Ricky Collett who moves into pole position, the Yorkshireman alongside number 14 John Bowler. Second row 68 Craig Reed and number 12 Michael Oliver. Third row Neil Yates starts alongside David Jenkins. And well, what a hard-hitting row 4. Ryan Smith and Stuart Oliver, 20 British titles between them. They start together on the 4th row. Tom O'Rourke and Stephen Powell on row 5. And then behind them we've got the first of the Division 2 trucks. Jake Evans, a 3-time winner this weekend, looking for win number 4, starts alongside John Powell. A few problems with the DAF in the earlier race. Row 7, Nathan Smith. He's got a 5-place grid penalty for contact earlier on. Starts alongside the 89 of Simon Reed. Simon is there, missed race 4, repairing some damage from earlier on. Now behind them we have the 26 of Callum Eason. Yes, he's there. I don't think we have Simon Cole, number 41. Of course, he had issues that brought out the red flag. He went off at Druids in race 4. 96 Bradley Harvey, he's there, alongside 61 Sammy Oyen, and they've both got 5-place grid penalties for causing a collision earlier on. And Warren Harvey, number 97, rounds out the grid because he starts at the back as a novice. So that's your lineup. Sadly, no Archie Handy on track this weekend. Hopefully see him out at the next round, which is 16th and 17th of May at Thruxton, the Convoy Thruxton weekend on the fastest race circuit in the UK down in Hampshire. Buy your tickets now and get trackside for what's going to be a huge weekend of entertainment, both on and off track. As well as the trucks, we've got the Mini Challenge Club Sport back out, the pickups are there as well. The Civic Cup are there, and also the Hyundai Coupes. We saw them at Donington, the great event recently. Hopefully have the Audi Cup out for the first time on that occasion as well. Also got a show truck display, fairgrounds, live music, monster truck rides as well. We've got the monster trucks here at Brands Hatch off track as well this weekend. You probably hear them in the background at some point. But it is time for our final truck race of the weekend. The MV Commercials Pace Truck leads them away. 15 minutes to come then. 2 wins for Stuart Oliver, 1 for Ryan Smith, 1 for Craig Reed, his first ever Division 1 win. In Division 2, 3 wins for Jake Evans, 1 for John Powell. Who's it going to be this time? Michael Oliver missing his front lower bodywork. There's a couple of trucks of missing bumpers. Blustery conditions still out there. I must say a big thank you to all our Canberra crews braving the windy conditions this weekend. So Ricky Collett on pole position, looking to take full advantage here. It's a long time since you've seen Ricky take a win in the British Championship. John Bowler looking for his first win of the season. Michael Oliver could be in with a chance. We know he goes well around Brands. Watch for that 4th row. Stuart Oliver and Ryan Smith together. There they are, the 2 bonneted trucks. Tom O'Rourke just behind them. Jake Evans heads up Division 2. Warren Harvey at the back. He's certainly been a star of the weekend, our newcomer. There are the 2 10-time champions. Will we see one make it 11 this year? Pace truck about to pull into pit lane. Attention begins to rise. Our final truck race of the weekend. Revs beginning to rise. Ricky Collett and John Bowler lead them up towards the red lights. The British Truck Racing Championships weekend finale is go. And a great start by Michael Oliver. He's going to try and make it 3 wide. Look at this into Paddock Hill Bend. You can't get 3 trucks. You're hard pressed to get 3 cars through there. Never mind 3 trucks. They've made it round. John Bowler runs wide, kicks up some dust. Ricky Collett holding the inside line. Who's going to come out with the lead? Into is Nathan Smith on the grass further back. Ricky Collett has just about held his lead. A bit of push and shove sends John Bowler out wide. He's been pushed wide there in every race this weekend. They've all somehow made it round. Warren Harvey's made up a couple of places from the back, or somebody's off. That is 33 Neil Yates. Hopefully he'll avoid the tyre wall. Nicely done. Well recovered by Neil Yates. And he'll recover at the back of the field. Did very well to get the truck stopped on the grass there. There is Stuart Oliver. He's ahead of Ryan Smith, and Stephen Powell's got ahead of Ryan Smith. There's also Ryan not getting the start he wanted there. As they come round to complete lap number 1, it's Ricky Collett who shows in front ahead of John Bowler. Michael Oliver, looks like Craig Reed up into 4th place, then David Jenkins, Stuart Oliver. There is Tom O'Rourke holding off 89 of Simon Reed, who missed race 4 earlier on, so looking to make up for lost points. The leaders both run wide there, coming out of Paddock Hill Bend, pushing really hard the 2 MANs early on. Craig Reed under fire from David Jenkins. Then Stuart Oliver. Here's Nathan Smith recovering from a little bit of an off at the start. He's battling with the Division 2 boys. John Powell is leading Division 2. He's ahead of Jake Evans in the blue and silver MAN. John Powell perhaps sensibly lets Nathan Smith go ahead there, the quicker Division 1 truck. Callum Eason sideways there. Good to see he's up to speed this time after his problems earlier in the weekend. The green and black MAN. Both his parents, Wayne and Joanne Eason, have raced in the British Truck Racing Championship in the past. I think that's the ex-Andrew Fulcher MAN that he's driving. Division 1 heading through to complete their second lap. Fastest lap of the race by David Jenkins, that time through, 59.252 seconds. They tend to let their hair down a bit in the finale to the weekend, the truck racers. Ricky Collett still holds lead. You can see them queuing up behind him, getting ready to try and attack the yellow Collett heavy haulage MAN out in front. Ricky Collett's company responsible for hauling some of the biggest and heaviest loads seen on British roads. There is Ryan Smith. He didn't get the start he wanted here. He's still down in 8th place. It's not really been Ryan's weekend. He took the win in race 2 yesterday, but has been in the lower reaches of the top 10 on a couple of occasions. There's Tom O'Rourke going well, the MV Commercial International Navistar. Nathan Smith catching them up now after starting a bit further back with that grid penalty. Michael Oliver getting ready for an attacking run, possibly here in the number 12 MAN. The tail of John Bowler. Collett increases lead a little bit, but he runs wide again. He always does there. Just gets a wheel onto the gravel. He's pushing a bit too hard here, Ricky Collett, and that's allowing John Bowler to close up. David Jenkins trying to get a run on Craig Reed here for 4th place. And a Graham Hill Bend. Stuart Oliver on the back of this train, then a small gap to Stephen Powell in the number 3. Ryan Smith still stuck back in 8th place. He can't seem to make any progress up the order here. There's Nathan Smith. There's the Division 2 battle. And it looks as though John Powell rather has dropped back again. He's in trouble again, I think, with the number 6. Yeah, he's slowing down. That's a shame. So Jake Evans and Callum Eason, last season's championship protagonists, lead the way, but there's smoke coming from Callum Eason's truck. The officials might spot that, because if you start emitting black smoke, you will be flagged in. It's happened to him once already this weekend. And who's this coming up on the outside? That is Neil Yates recovering from his off at Graham Hill Bend earlier on. He nearly goes off again there, running out wide. Callum Eason didn't spot him there. And then a gap back to who's 3rd in Division 2? That's Bradley Harvey. Warren Harvey next. Then Sammy Oyen, and John Powell has dropped to the back of the field. Still that little bit of smoke from Callum Eason's truck when he's on the throttle. He only just got the truck finished in time for today's racing. As we go back to the Division 1 battle, and Craig Reed still going for the number 12 of Michael Oliver III. Still Ricky Collett with that slight break of about 3 or 4 truck lengths at the front of the field. This is a good drive by Ricky, looking for his first Division 1 win in I think several seasons. His only podium last year, if memory serves me correctly, came at Le Mans on the Bugatti circuit. Craig Reed has a look on the inside there, not close enough to Michael Oliver to attack though. Behind them, David Jenkins. Stuart Oliver 6. Ryan Smith has got through to 7th place. He's got ahead of Stephen Powell. Stephen Powell's got the black and white flag as a warning for exceeding track limits. That'll be on the display board above the start-finish straight because they can't put a flag out, of course, for safety reasons. So I'm assuming Stephen Powell ran wide somewhere, and that's why he's dropped back behind Ryan Smith. He's in the clutches of Tom O'Rourke and Simon Reed now, with Nathan Smith in the 11 behind them. But this is all showing that it's going to be possibly the most competitive British truck racing season we have had for many, many seasons. A lot of new names making it towards the sharp end, particularly in Division 1. As the leaders come up over the line, Ricky Collett is now coming under fire from the number 14 of John Bowler. 0.4, just under 0.4 of a second between the two of them now. On the outside there is O'Rourke, to the inside is Nathan Smith. That's further back in the order. Nathan Smith having a go at O'Rourke. Simon Reed's already gone through. There's Tom O'Rourke losing possibly 2 places here because Nathan Smith's got the inside line for Druids. O'Rourke turns in, he didn't see he was there, and round goes Tom O'Rourke. Well, there might be a bit of an argument about that one, but the way I saw it there, Tom O'Rourke turned in on Nathan Smith, didn't see that the 11 was there on the inside of him. Yellow flag out at Druids. Tom will be able to rejoin, I'm fairly sure, as long as he avoids the gravel. Just looking out of the window, yes, he has got it going again. Meanwhile, Ryan Smith still stuck on the back of this train of 7 at the front of the field, chasing his fellow 10-time champion, Stuart Oliver. Across the stripe they go. The lead is still with Ricky Collett by just under half a second. Fastest lap is with Ryan Smith now, 58.877 is his time. Up the hill towards Druids, still your leader is Ricky Collett as we approach half distance in this final British truck race of the weekend. David Jenkins looking to try and get on around Craig Reed. Let's have a look again at the incidents for 10th position into Druids. Nathan Smith was up the inside, Tom O'Rourke turns in, contact was inevitable. I think Tom just didn't realise Nathan was there. Here are the leaders through clearways, and still Ricky Collett hangs on in front. Out of Clark Curve into the Brabham Straights, the Sir Jack Brabham Straights, named after the 3 times Formula 1 world champion. Here's our Division 2 leader, still Jake Evans, looking to make it 4 and establish a clear championship lead this weekend. Simon Reed, I can tell you, has pulled into the pits, so still problems with his Iveco. Craig upholding family honour, holding off David Jenkins for 4th place. Down towards Graham Hill Bend come the lead train. Once again, it's a train of 7 trucks. Collett, Bowler, Oliver, Reed, Jenkins, Oliver Senior and Smith. And there's a gap back to Stephen Powell. Nathan Smith and Neil Yates out of the top 10. Neil recovering well after that off on the first lap at Graham Hill Bend. And then we've got the Division 2 drivers headed up by Jake Evans. Callum Eason's still going, that smoke seems to have cleared. He's in 2nd place. Bradley Harvey just ran wide at Graham Hill Bend, kicked up some dust that time through. Across the line come the Division 1 runners. There's a big cloud of smoke heading into pit lane. Who's that? Let's take a look out of the window. It's John Powell. He smoked his way into pit lane. His weekend's over. Reeders heading up into Druids meanwhile. David Jenkins, now he's getting aboard, trying to get the line for Graham Hill Bend on Craig Reed, trying to get the inside for the left-hander. He's not close enough. Still no change in the order, or is there? Bash! Ryan Smith hits the side of Stuart Oliver. Ryan's getting impatient now. That's 1 place made up. Stuart Oliver will try to fight back. That's dropped them back from David Jenkins, though. Stuart Oliver, the only double winner in Division 1 this weekend, will try and fight back. That's allowed those ahead to increase their advantage. Collins, Bowler and Oliver still at the front. There's John Powell's Daff on the left in pit lane. Flying Ryan's next target is David Jenkins. But Ricky Collins still leads. This is the best we've seen Ricky run for some time in the British Championship. Can he hang on for victory? There'll be huge celebrations with the team if he does so. Let's have a look again at Graham Hill. Ben Ryan Smith up the inside, platters the side of Stuart Oliver. Oliver runs wide on the grass and through goes the number 1. Now, was there room there? Tricky to tell from that angle. We didn't see the very start of that manoeuvre. John Bowler trying to find a place to attack for the lead. He has been trying all race long. Now he's right on the tail of Ricky Collins as they come out of clearways towards Clark Curve. He could have a look towards the inside here. No, Ricky Collins moves across. He's wise to him. Ricky Collins, a vastly experienced truck racer. But now John Bowler is getting ready to attack. There's only 4 minutes left on the clock. And John Bowler is in attacking mode, so is Michael Oliver. Trying to go with them is Craig Reed. Up towards Druids. Ricky Collins will position himself for Graham Hill Bend. He does not want to leave a gap, whilst John Bowler will force the nose of his MAN down the inside. Long Cooper straight. There's the Division 2 leaders. Evans ahead of Eason. Bradley Harvey further back in third. Really is a very tense affair at the front of the field. About 3 laps still to go, I would wager this time through, and still Ricky Collins is hanging on. This is great stuff. Bit of smoke out of the back of John Bowler. John Bowler's in trouble. Now he needs to pull out of the way here. Those behind him won't be able to see. I think that's a turbo that's let go possibly on John Bowler's truck. He needs to get out of the way. Yeah, he's pulling to one side because those behind him will not be able to see. And John Bowler, his weekend well and truly goes up in smoke. Yes, yeah, that's a turbo that's let go, I think. I can see flames in there. He parks it in the gravel trap at Druids. Let's hope that the officials can deal with that. Hopefully the flames will die down when he shuts it down. Now, will the race be able to continue? The fire marshals will be on standby just in case. Ricky Collins' nearest pursuer then is gone. Across the line they come, and look at the lead Collins got now, because Bowler slowing down has delayed everybody else. So it's played into the hands of Ricky Collins. There's a yellow flag at Druids because John Bowler has stopped on the exits. The race is still green at the moment. So that's Michael Oliver up into second place. There's John Bowler's truck. It looks like there's no fire there, fortunately. Craig Reed is now third. Fourth is David Jenkins. Ryan Smith is up to fifth, and Stuart Oliver back in sixth. So, can Ricky Collins hang on, or can Michael Oliver close him down? I cannot remember the last time that Ricky Collins won a race on UK soil. Ryan Smith closing on David Jenkins, meanwhile. That's for P4. 1 minute left on the clock, so that might be last lap. It might be 2 to go. Ricky Collins will be hoping it's the last lap. Is he going to hang on in front? Up towards Druids. And it's close in Division 2 as well. Look at the way Callum Eason's going. He's got the MAN running properly at last, and he's chasing down Jake Evans. Hard to know where to look on what could be the last lap. The leaders are coming up to lap Sami Oyen, and they'll be hoping the Sisu doesn't get in the way. Along Cooper Straight they come. Michael Oliver starting to close. Oyen gets out of the way. That's good driving by the Finn. Now, is it going to be checkered flag this time? I think it is. Michael Oliver try and get alongside. 10 seconds on the clock. Is it going to be a checkered flag this time, or will they get one more lap in? There's a bit of dust being kicked up there in the background. Over the line they come. No, I think we are going to do one more lap. There's an official down there waiting with the checkered flag. It didn't go out that time, so Ricky Collins has got one more lap to hang on. There's still the yellow out at Druids, so it won't be able to. They won't be able to overtake there. In Division 2, it's still Evans ahead of his championship rival from last season, Eason. Here come the leaders into Graham Hill Bend for what is now definitely the last time. Along Cooper Straight they come. And Ricky Collins, I cannot remember the last time he won here at Brands Hatch. It's been several years since we've seen this very popular driver take a win on UK soil. Michael Oliver is trying everything through the last bend. Can he get up alongside on the run to the line? Is Ricky Collins going to hang on? Here he comes out of Clearways and Clark Curve for the final time. They charge their way up to the line, and Ricky Collins has done it. Collins wins it, Oliver second, Craig Reed in third. A photo finish between David Jenkins and Ryan Smith there for fourth, and Stuart Oliver sixth. Meantime, in Division 2, it looks as though Jake Evans has pulled away slightly from Callum Eason. And it's going to be 4 wins for Jake Evans this weekend. He comes out of Clearways for the final time, up towards the flag. Callum Eason turns his weekend around, a tough weekend for Callum, but he gets a second place. And third for Bradley Harvey behind the rejoined Tom O'Rourke. But all the celebrations are going to be with Ricky Collins. Started from pole position and hung on in front all the way. You have to feel for John Bowler there. Looks like his turbo let go there with just a few laps to go, and that gave Collett the break he needed. It's been a long time since we've seen that name at the top. Well done, Ricky Collins, taking the win by less than 0.4 of a second. The gap was never really much more than that. Michael Oliver in second, Craig Reed in third, and David Jenkins just beat Ryan Smith home for fourth place. Stuart Oliver in sixth ahead of Stephen Powell, then Nathan Smith and Neil Yates. Jake Evans in 10th overall to take the Division 2 win ahead of Callum Eason. Tom O'Rourke recovered from his spin up at Druids, 10th in Division 1 and 12th overall. Bradley and Warren Harvey were next home. Sammy Oyen the final finisher a lap down. We lost John Bowler there sadly with that great cloud of smoke at Druids. Simon Reed and John Powell both pulled into the pits. Ryan Smith took the fastest lap of 58.877. That concludes our 5 truck races for the weekend, and big congratulations to Ricky Collett. That will be a very popular victory indeed. 2 more races to go this weekend. We've got the final for the pickup trucks coming up next with a partially reversed grid, and then the Super Saloons and Production Saloons to round out this fantastic weekend here at Brands Hatch. Hopefully we'll catch up with our truck racers in a few minutes' time. But earlier on, we caught up with some of our pickup truck racers ahead of their last race.
Oh, that was posh, wasn't it? Hello there. So, I thought for the first time at Brands Hatch this year so far, I'd take the opportunity to actually come and see some of these pickup trucks everyone's talking about. So here we go. This is a pickup truck. Shall we have a look for a driver? Let's have a look inside here. Drivers, any drivers about? Can I have you down the front? Drivers, 1, 2, 3. Come on, leave that. This is more important. Come on, we got one. There we go. Come on, TV. Prioritise. It's only racing. Come on, and you. So right, let's gather round. Come on, we're not shy. And you too. Come on. Let's get as many in as possible. There we go. So, hi, what's your name?
My name is Aaron Thompson.
It is. I knew that already, but I was just being nice to the audience.
Is Pointy Christian, or is it...
It's just Pointy.
It's just Pointy.
Yeah, well, I mean, Church of England, I suppose, if you want to put it... Did you like that?
Never been asked that before.
You like that one, did you? Yeah, you got you though, didn't I? You're driving Lightning McQueen.
I am indeed.
They're a bit camera shy, this lot, aren't they?
Yeah, I don't know why.
Should we just get in there?
Yeah, I think we should. We should interview.
Not you. Come on, let's just Tom. Come on, mate. Let's just force. Excuse me, madam. Excuse me, madam. Thank you. Just move to one side. Coming through with a camera. Keep going. Keep going. What's your name?
Mel Collins.
There we go. Obviously, you weren't going to come to us, so I thought I'd just accost you. Mel Collins, which one do you drive?
Number 27, the pink and green one. Ours is in another.
Pink and green. It's a different pink and green one. Not that. See, look, show that one. Not that one. So, right, the pink and green one. Mel Collins.
Yes.
Excellent. How long have you been racing for?
On and off, probably about 20 years, but we've just come back into the pickups after a 6-year break.
Oh, right.
Bought a truck last year, did 2 meetings in it, stripped it apart, and we're back again.
And here we are. Are you enjoying it so far?
Yeah, we're having fun.
Yeah, and obviously a bit of a change to the way things are done this year. Any major changes that you've got to get used to, or do you think it's all on the up and up?
Yeah, it's all good at the moment. Nothing to complain about.
But he is watching. You can see he's holding some hesitation there. It's like, but you are under trial at the moment, and we'll see how you get on before summer.
I suppose so, yeah.
Yeah, I suppose so. Right, thanks for talking to us, Mel. Right, who have we got over here? Just some random bloke wearing a race suit. He's not even a driver.
Yeah, absolutely. Some random guy, yeah.
What's your name, sir?
I'm Chris Land.
You're Chris Land, right. So this is your car, because it actually says Chris Land on the top. Right, well, tell us about these vehicles, because, of course, it's all very new to me, and there's only so much you can blag in motorsport. 90%-ish. So, yeah, what's going on? What's under the hood? Brake horsepower?
So basically it's a space frame chassis which is designed and manufactured by SHP. All the trucks are identical to a certain point.
Interesting. Right.
So all the suspension components, all the drivetrain components are all heavily controlled. The only options obviously we can run a 2.3 Vauxhall red top, which is what this one's running, or you can run a 2.5 Ford Duratec.
Natural or turbos, are they?
They're on injection, so they're natural.
Okay,
yeah.
cool,
yeah.
Nice. And what kind of horsepower are you getting out of these? Because I know a lot of people used to put red tops in their Corsas back in the day.
Yeah, I mean these are anywhere from around about 265 to 280, something like that.
Oh wow! So power to weight's pretty high then.
Yeah, I mean our minimum weight for the car is 905 kilos. So yeah,
it's about the same weight as a Metro. I don't know how you get something this big to be the same weight as a Metro. And if you don't know what a Metro is, Google it, kids. Okay.
Even I'm not old enough to know what that is.
Oh, whoa! Come on, shots fired. We're moving on. I'm leaving this tent. Show them Lightning McQueen before we go. It doesn't look the same without a bonnet on. Thank you very much. Right, so as you can see, it's all very new to me, and I've got a long year ahead of me getting to know these drivers and the vehicles and how they race. But I can't wait to get to meet more of them as the season goes on. But until then, let's see how they look out on the track. Hi, how the devil are we? Right, you join us here in Parc Ferme, a very special Parc Ferme actually, where there are multiple trucks. We've got all of them coming in. So this is going to be like a compacted grid walk. Really bad news with John Bowler, but look at the smile on his face. Ricky Bobby! I'm on fire! No, John's on fire, you're not on fire. Ricky, well done. You've already had a chat to Alan over there.
Yeah.
You must be absolutely thrilled.
I am, yeah. I didn't expect it. I thought I'm going to get swamped, absolutely swamped. But I got a decent start. Managed to hold John off around first corners. And then I thought, well, I've been with a shout now, because we're all so very close now.
Yeah, it's really tight, isn't it?
It's a mistake that makes it. It's a mistake. So I thought, bloody hell, if I can just keep it on the black stuff now, I've cracked it. And I saw Michael, after John had gone out there, I saw Michael gaining.
Oh no, here he comes.
I was going steady, but I was going... Don't
mess up.
Yeah, mess up, that's the word.
You did well. You didn't say it.
Yeah. Don't say bugger off.
Yeah, exactly that. Well done, honestly. So you've obviously been doing this quite a while. You know, he said it himself, Alan over in the pit lane. It's a whole new season, new truck, parts of the truck new. What have we done in the winter?
No, it's basically exactly the same. We've just done a few tweaks to the front end and splashed a bit of paint round.
I can see you've still got it on your glasses.
Yes, I have, yes. Well done, yeah.
That's great, and I like it because if you lose your glasses, you can know that they're yours.
They're mine, yeah.
Exactly
I've signed them.
Exactly that. Well, no, massive congratulations, Ricky. It's fantastic to see. It's nice to actually interview you out of the truck as well. I know historically I can barely hear you in your cab, so it's great to have you back.
All right, yeah, well,
lovely.
Thank you.
Well done,
Cheers.
well done. Who have we got over here? We got Craig, we got Michael. Come on in, you two. I mean, you two are very excitable as well, aren't you?
We are. To be honest with you, it was a bit of. I thought, I'll settle in here. To be honest with you, these two we got some real good pace. Obviously, you can't rule out Dave, so I've got Dave who's pestering me for the position, but I just kept me head in. But to be honest, fair play. I saw Ricky having a wobble at Graham, and I thought it might be coming, and then literally when the bowler went off, I thought tonight it was like Buddy coming out of the smoke.
Oh, the smoke was incredible.
It was, honestly.
There's a corner in here somewhere. There's a corner in here.
Me and Michael, I'm looking for the apex, and all.
You were right in the cloud, weren't you? I was thinking, well, you're going to have oil on your windscreen at this point, or everything.
It happened at the start of the straight. Happened at the start of the straight, and then at the start of the straight, it went pop. And then I was like, going down straight, John, get out the way, please, get out the way, John. I know. And I'm there, don't trust the wipers, don't trust the wipers.
And this is a situation.
Never trust the wipers.
Never, because you want to. Like, if you're in a car, you'll go, just clean the windscreen. But when you're out on track, it's game over.
I thought, will they call it? And then they did, and I thought, is the oil down? So I moved over thinking, keep away from the oil, but it was good.
My biggest problem.
Go on, here we go.
Couldn't reach the flipping fog light.
Oh,
couldn't get the fog.
If only.
You couldn't get the fog light. I've been
all
right.
About opening your window and just wafting it out of the way.
No, it was meant to.
Well, it just goes to show that even up to the very last lap, things like that can happen. What were you trying to do then?
No, just looking.
Oh, I thought I had my bunny ears on. I've been wearing bunny ears today. You might have noticed if my twin bunny brother has been here.
You.
It is.
Not all about you.
I keep feeling them on my head, even though I'm not wearing them anymore. I thought you were
Ricky back in.
Come on, Ricky. Let's get back to Ricky. Yeah.
95 this week.
95. Is that what you've got?
Yeah.
Special birthday livery.
Yeah,
95 on the truck. So look, just pan around whilst we carry on talking to show the rest of the trucks in this wonderful part of It's lovely to see everybody so close together. Thoughts for the weekend overall for you?
Well, obviously, we're ending on a high. Where I did not finish yesterday, which we were a downer. So, but altogether, yeah, pretty good, yeah.
So you've had both sides of the coin this weekend, haven't you?
Yeah.
Brilliant. Well done to the team. Wave to the team. Bye, guys. They're literally leaving just as we were about to put them on camera. That's perfect timing. That's comedy timing. Well done, bud.
Thank you.
Well done to the team. There we go. He came back. It's okay. Mike, as we know, we have got the pickup trucks out very, very shortly once they finish recovering John Barlow, who I believe is now no longer on fire. So that's great news, isn't it? Great news, isn't it, Stuart? Great news, Stuart. It's great news. No longer on fire. Been lots of dust and smoke and stuff, so they've definitely put him out. Stuart, thoughts for the weekend whilst we're waiting for the pickups to start?
I'm over the moon, really. Sort of new season, a lot of unknowns with everybody around about, all the other competitors, but the weather was on our side. Everybody's the right way up. We've had a bonfire early with John's explosion, but I think I would be disappointed if anybody went away from here said they hadn't enjoyed the weekend. So
it's been a
fantastic.
pretty decent start, yeah.
Pretty
lots of spectators, lots of racing, lots of red flags, but at the sector, what?
Also had 2 wins.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, that was he
did 2 wins as well. That's a good start to the year.
That's a good start to the year.
But that just means you've set the bar early, and it's all, I'm not going to say anything. I said Warren Harvey was going to get another trophy this weekend, and he did. So maybe, but I'm not going to jinx you because anyway, right. I believe we have got pickup trucks waiting to go racing. So I'm going to throw back to Dave in the commentary box for another exciting, impact-filled race from those tail-happy little pickup trucks.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, Pointy. Let's hope there's not too many impacts in that sense in this race, but this is going to be another cracker from the pickup trucks. There are all 14 of them back out there. It's a longer race this time at 20 minutes. The grid set by the result of race 2, but with the top 8 reversed. So on pole position it is Tom Hutchins, number 29, alongside the defending champion, number 1, Ryan Hadfield. His brother Jonathan on row 2 alongside Dan Fisher. Then on row 3 it is Eric Bolton alongside Mark Willis. Mark crossed the line first, just in that second race, but was penalised for exceeding track limits. And Alan Cooper, who inherited the win in race 1, starts 7th. Now I know what you're saying. Should be top 8 reverse, so why is Alan Cooper starting 7th? Well, Dale Gent has got a grid penalty. Go on to that in a second. Alan Cooper, number 72 on row 4 alongside number 77 of Chris Land. Row 5 is 93 Michael Smith. The first lap spin delayed him in race 1. Race 2, I should say, earlier on today. He had a spin in race 1 yesterday as well, alongside 85 Mark Chalmers. Then on row 6 we've got number 71 Simon Ward. He spun at Paddock Hill Bend at the beginning of the race earlier on. Alongside him is Dale Gents. He's been given a 5-place grid penalty for causing a collision. I presume that's when he put the bumper in on Aaron Thompson Druids in the earlier race. 27 Mel Collins had a couple of spins in race 1. He's on the back row along with Aaron Thompson, who didn't finish. He pulled into the pits with the rear end of the truck hanging off in a rather bruising race 2 earlier on. But watch out for fireworks from the back. Watch for Dale Gent and Aaron Thompson. I know they're going to come through from there. He's the blue and white truck, Dale Gent. Aaron Thompson, of course, is the Lightning McQueen lookalike. And several of these drivers, as we've said, with short oval experience, so they know about coming through from the back, because the way grids work on the short ovals in most formulas, the higher points you've scored in previous meetings, the higher you grade, the further back you start on the grid. This is going to be a good one. Tom Hutchins on the pole, another former saloon car racer in the yellow and blue truck on pole position. Finished at the back in race 1 yesterday, I think, after having to make a pit stop. Had some problems in qualifying with that truck as well. Ryan Hadfield alongside him. We saw him drop back in a bit of a trail of smoke in the race earlier on today. The gold number 1, brother Jonathan on the 42 truck, the bright green machine. And the number 5 is Dan Fisher, the pink, silver and blue truck. Aaron Thompson a little further behind there as they come through Druids. Just needs to make up a bit of ground to start at the back of the 14 truck formation. Watch for him and Dale Gent coming through the field in particular here. Alan Evans at the wheel of the pace car. It's going to need a Lightning McQueen-esque performance here if Aaron Thompson's going to take his second win of the weekend. We had a photo finish on the road in race 2 earlier on. I'm really looking forward to the next 20 minutes. Will my voice last the distance? Here we go then. Pace car into pit road. Tom Hutchins and Ryan Hadfield, the reigning champions, to lead them away. Final race for the Pickup Truck Racing Championship gets underway here at Brands Hatch. Great start by the pole sitter Tom Hutchins. Dale Gent slots across to the inside in the 83. It's Hutchins who leads. Jonathan Hadfield attacking his brother for second place. Trying to go around the outside is Dan Fisher, Brands Hatch specialist in the number 5. Began his career here in saloon car racing. He's up to third. Jonathan Hadfield clips to the back of him. Good start by Mark Willis in the 65, trying to get around the outside. 3 wide further back in the pack, and that's Aaron Thompson trying to slice his way through the middle. Dale Gent's made up 1 place there. He's got ahead of Chris Land, the Cornishman, in the number 77. And it looks like it is Ryan Hadfield who has taken the lead. Indeed it is, ahead of Hutchins, Fisher and John Hadfield in 4th. They start to settle in then for what's effectively the final for their weekend, the slightly longer race for the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. Dan Fisher out on the wider line. Mark Willis is going to try and get through on the inside. Tucked in behind them is Eric Bolton in the 68 and Alan Cooper in the 72. 3 wide almost there into Paddock Hill Bend. Look at the way that's a tangle there, Mark Willis and Dan Fisher. And Fisher goes through the gravel. Mark Willis fishtails around and he spins. Mel Collins has to go off to the grass on the inside. He lost it and wallop. Oh, Dan Fisher thought he got away with that, and then Mel Collins spun into the side of him. Oh, you have to feel for Dan Fisher there. That was so unlucky for the number 5. And I think that would have broken his steering. He's going to be out of the race. Mark Willis has got going again further back, I can tell you, as the rest of the pack charges its way into Surtees and McLaren. Alan Cooper at the inside on Tom Hutchins, and look at the way Dale Gent's going. The Kyle Larson NASCAR look-alike is up into about 5th position now. It's Ryan Hadfield in the clear at the front of the field as the pack heads up towards Paddock Hill Bend. There's Michael Smith, he's had a quiet weekend, the white number 93. It's the Hadfields running 1 and 2. Bolton is in 3rd place. If this is what these pickups are like on this shorter circuit here at Brands Hatch, what are they going to be like in May at Thruxton on the fastest circuit in the UK? I can't wait to see them round there. Eric Bolton attacking, pushing Jonathan Hadfield for 2nd place into the Cooper Straight. There's Cooper 4th, and Dale Gents up to 5th from the back. Jonathan Hadfield leans on Eric Bolton. No, you don't, he says to the 68. OK, I'll go at the inside instead then, says Alan Cooper in the 72, and I'll take 3rd place. This is like a NASCAR race for 2nd place. Anyway, Ryan Hadfield's cleared off in front. Dan Fisher has retired. He's taking his truck back to the paddock. That's a great shame for him. He almost got away with that moment coming out of the gravel there, and then Mel Collins spun across the track and off the grass and cranked into the front of him. Mel Collins is in the pits as well, I can tell you, in the 27. As this battle heads up towards Druids, 3 wide into Druids, that's never going to work. Alan Cooper lunges up the inside. Bolton's in there, Gent as well. And somehow Jonathan Hadfield has held 2nd place. Gent clips the back of Cooper. Bolton charges back around the outside. He's on the curb on the outside run. Then it's Michael Smith in the 93. It's more like a motorcycle race, this. This isn't pickup truck racing. More like Moto 3. Magnificent stuff. Now they go single file through Clearways. They'll spread out across the straight, I'm sure. Up the inside comes the 68 of... in contact into the pit wall goes Jonathan Hadfield. Goodness me, how did he hang on to that? I thought he was going to spin across the track there. And somehow he's still going. What a save by Jonathan Hadfield. That was a save worthy of a NASCAR Craftsman truck driver. So Cooper's now up to 2nd, Bolton 3rd, Hadfield in 4th place, then Gent 5th, Smith 6th, and who's that in 7th? That's the Lightning McQueen truck. It's Aaron Thompson up from the back. Pole sitter in this race, Tom Hutchins is in 8th. 9th, it's Chris Land. Rounding up the top 10 is Simon Ward. And then a gap back to the 85, which is Mark Chalmers. Mark Willis running at the back of the field, not able to catch up to the draft after he spun earlier on. Pause for breath needed as Mel Collins leaves the pits in front of my commentary box. Well, Ryan Hadfield is away and gone up the road. He's 5 seconds up on the rest of the field. He's probably wondering where everyone else has got to. We can see where they've got to. They're all squabbling with one another. Alan Cooper's just done the fastest lap of the race, 52.23. No, Mark Willis has just done the fastest lap of the race because he's in clear air. There's nobody holding him up. In 12th place, he's just done a 51.9. So he's trying to catch the field up here. Aaron Thompson up the inside takes Michael Smith as they go down into Graham Hill Bend, and his nemesis from earlier on, Dale Gent, is in front of him. There's maybe a storyline for Cars 4. Lightning McQueen versus Kyle Larson, anyone? We might be about to see it played out here. And I wonder if that green machine, the 42 of Jonathan Hadfield, is that meant to be Chick Hicks? I wonder. Certainly the right colour. Here comes Tom Hutchins up on the outside, attacking the 93 of Michael Smith. Through Paddock Hill Bend. The 83 of Kyle Larson, aka Dale Gent, moves to the inside on Chick Hicks, aka Jonathan Hadfield. Here comes Lightning McQueen, aka Aaron Thompson. They both dive past Hadfield. I don't know how he's still running after he slammed into the pit wall earlier on. Michael Smith, the pickup veteran, on his tail. Then Hutchins and Chris Land still in there as well. But Jonathan Hadfield, I wonder if there is a bit of damage to that truck, because it doesn't seem to be as handling as well as those around him. Michael Smith leans on him, gets sideways, he nearly loses it. These drivers must be loving every second of this fight. Now Tom Hutchins bounces off the side of Michael Smith. You can see the name O'Regan on the back of Michael Smith's truck. We had hoped to have David O'Regan over from Ireland to race his pickup this weekend, but he couldn't be here, sadly. John O'Regan, the sponsor on the 93. Again, Dale Gent gets, he often does there, Thompson coming out of Paddock Hill, just flicks the rear end sideways. He's got Aaron Thompson on his tail. They slide their way through Drew. How sideways they get these trucks is just fantastic. But can they catch Ryan Hadfield? We've hardly seen the leader because there he is. There's just so much going on behind him. We haven't been able to focus on the reigning champion who's away and gone in front. The gap has come down from 5 seconds to 4.3, so they're catching him slowly. There's still 13 minutes of this race to go. Up across the line once again to complete lap number 8 of this third and final race of the weekend here at Brands Hatch for the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. It's 230 brake horsepower pickups led by number 1, Ryan Hadfield, the man from the Peak District. Alan Cooper in second place, the man from near Peterborough in the 72. 68, Eric Bolton rounds out the top 3, the man from Grantham in Lincolnshire. Dale Gents in 4th place here, and Aaron Thompson coming through from the back. Aaron retired from race 2 with damage. Dale Gents with a grid penalty. Then a gap back to Jonathan Hadfield, the brother of our race leader, who very nearly got into a big accident a few laps ago on the pit straight. He holds off the 29 of Tom Hutchins. Behind them, Michael Smith and Chris Land. And a gap back to Simon Ward, the 71, making a return to pickup truck racing. Began his career in a Vauxhall Astra GTE with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club a few years ago. He's completes another lap. The lead gap is down to just over 4 seconds now, so they're slowly but surely catching up on Ryan Hadfield. Fastest lap of the race still with Mark Willis, who's 11th after his spin earlier on. Eric Bolton attacking Alan Cooper for second place now. This is the incident for Jonathan Hadfield earlier on. Yeah, he just was a bit slow into the pit straight, and Cooper and Bolton concertinaed up behind, knocked Hadfield sideways, and I don't know how he saved that. Oh, talking of saves, there's another one as Dale Gent gets into the back of Eric Bolton. We're 3 wide into the pit straight. Look at this. Aaron Thompson dives past both of them up the inside. This is terrific stuff. Up the inside they go. Dale Gent trying to hang on around the outside. This is for P3. Alan Cooper in second place. Oh, there's contact with Paddock Hill. Gent goes around Thompson into the gravel. Oh my goodness gracious me, and they've kept it going. Well, these two, Gent and Thompson, that's about the 3rd or 4th time this weekend they've come together, I make it. And they're back to square one. They've got to fight all the way through again. Let's have a look at that again. They were almost 3 wide coming into the pit straight that time with Eric Bolton. Now Gent turns in, there's door handle contact. Bolton gets into the back of Thompson. Nowhere Eric Bolton could go there as they slowed in front of him. Gent pirouettes around. See it from the other angle as well. Now they bounce off each other. Bolton clips Thompson. He goes into the gravel. Gent artfully catches a 360-degree spin. So what's that done to the race order now? Hadfield leads with Cooper slowly but surely closing him down. Bolton is now 3rd. Jonathan Hadfield's back up into 4th. Tom Hutchins is now 5th. Then it's Michael Smith. Dale Gent is now banging doors with who's that on the outside? I know it's Chris Land in the 77, and still Thompson's after him. Oh my goodness me. Black and white flag for numbers 41 and 83 for exceeding track limit. Exceeding track limit. They've been flying through the gravel about 3 times. I'm not surprised to see those penalties, I have to say. Just a black and white warning flag for now. If they do it again, they risk a time penalty. And we're still only halfway through this race as well. There's still 9.5 minutes to go. There's the leader coming out of Paddock Hill then. The lead gap is back up to 4.2 seconds. Cooper's on his own now in second place, and that's Eric Bolton chasing him down. Then it's Jonathan Hadfield. Tom Hutchins up to 5th. 6th is Michael Smith. And then it's Kyle Larson versus Lightning McQueen for 7th place now. Then Chris Land in 77 is 9th. Simon Ward is 10th. Then Willis 11th. Chalmers 12th. Here we go again. Thompson has a look up the inside. This is getting like Jason Plato and Matt Neal in BTCC in recent years. Let's hope they don't get too over the top, these two. We do not want to see anything get too heavy out there. We say rubbing's racing, but we don't want it taken too far. Aaron Thompson in the slipstream of Dale Gents towards Paddock. Has a look on the outside. He'll try and get the cut back into Paddock then down the hill. 13 of the 14 trucks still running. Dan Fisher out of the race. Gents holds off Thompson. Look at that, artfully sliding it down the inside at Druids. Which side am I going to go, thinks Aaron Thompson. Oh, did he clip the back of Gent there? Gent moves across on him. This is getting a bit over the top between these two now, I have to say, in my opinion. Sliding around, they're really throwing these trucks around on the edge of adhesion. And there's still 7.5 minutes to go. Ryan Hadfield still leads. 14 laps complete. He's 4.2 seconds ahead of Alan Cooper. All the action is in the pack behind them. Eric Bolton now established in third. He's 1.6 seconds clear of Jonathan Hadfield. There he is. Fifth is Tom Hutchins. Sixth is Michael Smith now. Thompson making a move on Gent up the inside. Little kiss as they go through there, but Thompson is up into sixth position. Down towards Graham Hill Bend. Next in the order, it's Chris Land in the 77. Oh, and Thompson makes a mistake. He pushed too hard there through Surtees, just went over the grass. So they're on the edge of adhesion. They're driving these two pickups like rally cars. Mark Willis still has the fastest lap, but he's still down in 11th. He's not really catching up to the back of the next truck ahead of him, which is Simon Ward, the 71. "15 laps completed by our race leader. There could be a battle developing soon for second place. I think Eric Bolton is slightly reeling in Alan Cooper. There they are through Surtees. Still Jonathan Hadfield in the bright green number 42 in fourth place. And behind them is Tom Hutchins in fifth in the 29. There's the second place pairing across the line. Bolton is definitely reeling Cooper in. There's less than 4/10 of a second between these two now. Eric Bolton's pickup prepared by DLRD, Dave Longhurst Racing Developments. Dave is a former pickup racer, former national hot rod world champion. He's been a touring car team manager as well for the likes of Lee Wood, a long-time BTCC privateer. Here's the fourth place fight. Jonathan Hadfield, Tom Hutchins in the 29. In the Dines Recovery sponsored truck. Dines Recovery have got a lot of their heavy recovery vehicles on display at trackside this weekend. Behind this pairing is Michael Smith, the man from the northeast in 93. We watch our second place fights. 5 minutes of the race to go. I don't think they're going to catch Ryan Hadfield. He made the escape from the front row. There he is. Cooper with a lengths advantage. They're sliding around now, these two. Down towards Graham Hill Bend. Eric Bolton getting closer and closer to the rear wing of Alan Cooper's truck. Further back in the order, we can see that Aaron Thompson has got fairly clear of Dale Gent now. After their shenanigans all race long. Oh, and somebody's off. That's Tom Hutchins. He's gone straight on at Surtees into the grass. Almost on the Grand Prix loop there. Over 29, getting going again, but he's lost quite a few places there. He's down to about 12th. Jonathan Hadfield runs a bit wide at Paddock Hill Bend. He's in fourth place, so Michael Smith is up to fifth. Thompson is sixth, Gent 7th. Tom Hutchins, he's brought the 29 into the pits, in fact, so maybe something broke there going through Surtees, and he's brought the truck in to have it checked over. Well, the pickup trucks, their first weekend under the promotion of Truck Sport UK. After their year away from the BARC last year, has been a resounding success in my opinion. Some phenomenal racing at Brands Hatch. As I said, I can't wait to see them round front. Still just over 3 minutes to go in this final race of the weekend with Ryan Hadfield. The gap is down to 3 seconds, so are they reeling him in here? They are slightly, but only by a few tenths of a second a lap. I don't think they're going to catch Ryan Hadfield, these two, because they're too busy squabbling with each other for one thing. Jonathan Hadfield still 4th in the bright green machine. And Aaron Thompson is catching Michael Smith for 5th place. Here they come. Thompson switches back as they go into clearways. Still quite a few battles everywhere you look in this one. Are we going to see one last move from Aaron Thompson to try and get the 41 into the top 5? He started from the back of the grid after his non-finish earlier, of course. He won the first race of the weekend yesterday. Here's the second place battle heading down into Graham Hill Bend now. Eric Bolton thought about a move there on Alan Cooper, but he wasn't close enough. No room on the inside. Still they hang on in the same order through Surtees this time. Now there's Mark Willis. He's got ahead of Simon Ward up into the top 10. Recovery from his spin earlier on. And I think Aaron Thompson's got ahead of Michael Smith as well. 2 laps to go, including the one that they are on. There's the second place fights. If we look in the background, there's Jonathan Hadfield, and yes, the next truck is the red one, so Aaron Thompson is up to P5. Cooper runs a little bit wide coming out of Druids, but he holds second. Lead gap is down to 2 3/4 seconds. But Alan Cooper is going to run out of time, I think, to catch Ryan Hadfield here. Further back, Mark Willis, I can tell you, has got past Chris Land. So on to the last lap of the weekend for the pickups. What a weekend it has been. And well, he's led all the way from the front row. Do apologise, my voice has nearly gone. And Ryan Hadfield is heading for victory. Still these two disputing second place. And Aaron Thompson could yet get 4th place away from Jonathan Hadfield. There they are in the background. So Ryan Hadfield is coming in for victory to cap off what has been an incredible weekend of pickup truck racing. Here comes Hadfield out of the final corner. The man from Derbyshire takes the checkered flag. Alan Cooper somehow hangs on ahead of Eric Bolton for 2nd place. And Jonathan Hadfield just holding off Aaron Thompson for 4th position. Michael Smith will take 6th. These two still have it, Chris Land and Simon Ward. We'll confirm the rest of the finishers in just a moment. '85 Mark Chalmers will be the last man to cross the line in 11th place. Well done to every driver in the pickups in all 3 races in this weekend. They've put on an incredible show. Provisional result then as follows: Ryan Hadfield taking the win by 2.85 seconds in the end over Alan Cooper, who held off Eric Bolton over the second half of that race. Jonathan Hadfield with the save of the day to take 4th place. Aaron Thompson making it back up to 5th ahead of Michael Smith. He just failed to catch Jonathan Hadfield there. Dale Gents eventful race to say the least, on his way to 7th. Mark Willis fighting back after that spin to take 8th place ahead of Chris Land and Simon Ward. Then Mark Chalmers 11th. Mel Collins rejoined to finish in 12th place after a pit visit. We lost Tom Hutchins after he went straight on at Surtees, and the unlucky Dan Fisher, also a non-finisher. We have got one more race to go, so I need to get my voice back. And the trucks, I can tell you, are heading to the outer paddock, so hopefully we'll be able to catch up with them down there fairly shortly. Classic and Modern Motorsport Club, Super Saloons and Production Saloons still to come.
Hello everybody, welcome down to Parc Ferme. He's got the number 1 emblazoned on his car, and he finishes this race in 1st place. Ryan Hadfield, your winner in the 3rd and final race for the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. Come on Ryan, look at him, we'll let him get out of the car, or truck, pickup, whatever you want to call it, and then we'll have a quick chat with him. The car, the truck, all in gold, the gold medal position, number 1. Ryan Hadfield. What a weekend we have had. Great to have the Pickup Truck Racing Club back on the Truck Sport bill as well. It's going to be a fantastic year in 2026. Ryan, I'll let you get your helmet off. It's really good to see him again as well, I must say. There we go. The helmet comes off, the balaclava's off. Come on, Ryan, that's how you do it. The number 1 on the door, and now it's number 1 spot here in race 3.
Yeah, that'll a nice way to finish off the first round, I suppose. It's been a bit of a difficult start to the season. We've had a few technical gremlins, but...
Well, you always want to end on a high, don't you?
Yeah, definitely. So we'll hopefully carry on with that the rest of the year, and we'll leave it as number 1 next year.
Listen, Ryan, tell us, what is this like to drive around Brands Hatch? Because they look so much fun. They're so entertaining for us spectators. I can't even imagine what it's like. Look who's lurking in the back. Tell us, and then we've got...
They're a handful. They're very hot, and they're a handful to keep hold of, but great fun.
A bit like this man. A bit of a handful.
Yeah.
Pointy,
Very hot and difficult to keep hold of.
I'm filling in for Pointy. There you go.
Oh, hello. Well, hi, would you take that microphone? There we go.
Hello, it doesn't work.
I mean,
his is bigger than yours.
Oh, madam, listen, it's all hearsay. I cannot confirm nor deny. So what's he already asked you? Because obviously I don't want to take over halfway and ask you the same stuff.
Oh no, he's asked me everything.
What's your favourite holiday destination?
Oh God!
See, I told you, I knew he wouldn't have asked you that.
Anywhere colder than inside that car?
Cold? Well, yeah, you say that, but I bet the last place you went to was on a plane, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I got him. Absolutely fine. Was it a great race for you though?
Well, it was. I suppose we got in the front from the second corner, and then just had to build the gap and keep hold of it.
Weekend as a whole, though. Obviously, you know, you're back into it now. It's been. I mean, how long were you out of the pickups before you came back in this year? Was it just the 1 year you weren't racing?
No, so we finished off last year. We won it last year. Come on, the number 1's a bit of a giveaway.
Did you? Where did you finish last year?
He's still learning, Ryan. He's still learning.
Does that mean that you're good?
Well, means I'm all right, I suppose.
You're all right, you suppose.
Why does it say 44 in there as well?
So that's my old number.
Oh, right.
So,
okay.
Yeah, obviously.
So you see, I was just going on the 44. In my defence, I know everything about racing, obviously. So you know.
Yeah.
So you did well last year, then obviously.
Yeah, we did well last year.
Well done to you. Come 44th. 44th he came. What a winner. It's my little winner. Look at that. There we go. What's your name, Dave?
Stuart.
Stuart, it's been phenomenal. I mean, it's got on an all serious note. We're obviously closing down now. Last race of the weekend here at Brands Hatch. It's been a new experience. I've been using that phrase a lot. I am in the deep end. Ian's obviously done very well with regards to continuing what he does as an actual job, and I'm going to continue pretending that I do it as an actual job. Do you have an actual job outside of racing?
I do have an actual job. It's very boring. I sit behind a computer and I look after this little lad for his future race career.
I bet that's not boring at all. I bet that's the hardest job of all, isn't it?
It's an expensive job.
I bet it is. And what is little lad's name?
Reggie.
Reggie. Hi, Reggie. Come on over here, buddy. Have you been on TV before? I take it a few times?
Yes.
Oh, so you're already media trained?
Yes.
And are we proud?
Yes.
Absolutely. Any thoughts, feedback you'd like to give him that you could say could improve it? Don't listen to what he says. Just tell him what he should do better.
let you drive.
Drive faster.
Drive faster. Now that is feedback any racing driver can take on board. Right, Reggie, Stuart, Dave, possibly Ryan. So absolutely fantastic to have you. Let me shake my hand. I'm going to get you some silverware. Shake my hand as well. Thank you very much, Reggie, Ryan. Love it. And yeah, did we got time? Ian, have we got time? Let's go and find some more drivers. Do you want to talk? Absolutely not. Fine. You know, it's strange. They're so camera shy, these pickup truck drivers, I've noticed. I've been trying to chat to some of them. Earlier on, Ian, I was like, come on down, you. Like, let's have a chat. I was like, by the end of this year, we're going to be chilling, we're going to be chatting, we're going to behind the scenes.
You're infectious. Pointy.
Infectious.
You're infectious.
Belligerent, yes, I've also been called.
You choose what type of infection.
Yeah. Not going anywhere near that. Not going anywhere near that. Let's go where we're going to go. We accosted him earlier on. Let's come over here. Look, what have we got over here? Hello. Mark.
Yep.
Look, they've got this. I'm going to learn this. As long as they stay by their cars, what will catch me out at some point in the season, someone's going to be sat on someone else's car. Yeah. I'm not Mark. What are you talking about?
Someone else's car next time.
You should. But I'm going to remember your face now. I'm going to remember it. How's the race for you?
Yeah, it was good. It's my first race in pickup, so yeah, we're doing all right.
What were you doing before pickups? Are you fresh to racing altogether, or have you come in from another one?
No, I'd done karting when I was 8 till I was 21, and then we had a break, and then yeah, just come back to it.
So you're 22 now?
No, unfortunately not. I'm old.
A small break.
Yeah.
Small break.
About 15 years we've had off.
So you've just joined in. This is your first year. So effectively, you've got nothing to compare it to then.
No, that's right. I've done track days on my own car, but it's not the same as doing.
What do you drive normally then? What's your own car?
400 horsepower Mark II Golf.
Oh, nice. Was it an R? Is it, or is it
no,
just?
It's Mark II.
Oh, Mark II. Sorry, I didn't hear that bit. Proper old school. Yeah, like coilovers, not too much roll, tin can, too much engine. Brilliant. Oh, see. So coming across from that kind of era, what engine have you got in this? Ford. Yeah. It's weird because, as I say, when people start mentioning red tops to me, I'm thinking boy races in the mid 2000s. I'm like, oh yeah, I can see where all these drivers have come from. But did you choose the Ford over the red top?
No, the car just come up for sale and it had a Ford in it, so we just stuck with that.
And you obviously doing quite well with it. Have you done any kind of shakedowns with it pre-season?
I've done one track day in it last year at Donington, and then we brought it here.
Absolutely, wow. So we missed you at Pembrey. I think next year, obviously, if we do pre-season at Pembrey, because you guys aren't too used to doing pre-season. I think I've heard of a lot of the pickup drivers.
No, that's right, yeah.
What about kind of practice days on the Friday? Is that a thing you guys would like to get involved with, or is that something where you more show up on the Saturday, get set up on Friday night, and just come and race?
It depends if I can get time off work, really. If I can get time off work and then Friday will be good, yeah. But yeah, hopefully next year we'll do some testing for that winter.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. A little bit of a shakedown, and hopefully you'll be happy with how Truck Sport are doing things. And you might get a bit more opportunity for track time anyway.
Yeah, hopefully, yeah. Fingers crossed.
Excellent. Well, look, Mark, well done. Thank you. Welcome to the pickups. It's both of our first years, so you can hold my hand and I'll hold yours. Okay.
Yeah, brilliant.
Brilliant, excellent. 22, Mark Chalmers, amazing for the age.
Alan Cooper finished second in the race, runner-up last season.
Alan Cooper, second in the race, runner-up last season. Thanks, Ian. God, he's such a great assistant.
Second last season.
Second last season.
Second.
Runner-up. He said that.
Yeah.
Runner-up. Is second not a runner-up anymore?
Oh, it is now, yeah.
I've decided. Do you know who I am?
I've heard of you somewhere.
Yeah, I bet you've heard me. You've heard
I've heard you from the other end of the pits. That's about it.
Where are you parking your tent next time you come racing with the trucks?
As far away from you as possible.
Don't hold back. Tell me how you really feel.
That's all good, mate.
How many trophies? 3 races for you. How many trophies are you taking home this weekend?
3 races, 3 trophies.
That is the result.
Well, 4 trophies actually, because I got one from last year.
That was nice. I mean, okay, you were with us last year, well, with the pickups last year, not us at all. Sorry. A little bit emotional, seeing Sonny and Barbara kind of effectively for the one last time in that role.
Yeah, you could see it in Sonny and Barbara's face. You know, they were very sad to give their little baby over type thing. They've done an amazing job, but I just feel like it needs modernising a little bit and moving forward with the times with social media and stuff like that. At the minute, like, it's online before we even get back, and everyone's saying how great it is. Yeah, you can't fault it. Hopefully Sonny's give it over and done for the better.
Well, this is it, and I mean, it's not to say that we want to get rid of them. It's the fact that, you know, everybody, they want the sport to grow, they want the sport to do well, and yeah, I could sense the emotion, but fingers crossed. You say we've got some big boots to fill, but also some big expectations to live up to from you guys, the drivers.
Yeah, like I say, we were losing numbers in the last couple of seasons. We've lost numbers, but this season they've come back up, and there's more to come as well. So I believe it's going to be a good year.
Absolutely, first weekend, many more to come. Congratulations on 3 for 3 this weekend, brilliant. Right, I think that's all the time we've got down here in Parc Ferme. I know these guys want to pack up and get on home. Of course, it's bank holiday weekend. The roads are probably going to be absolute menaces on the way on the M25 back out here. Ian, come on in.
Did you enjoy that?
I did. It was interesting. It was exciting. It was an ad hoc thing. I felt a little bit overwhelmed, out of my comfort zone. I think
didn't know you had a comfort zone.
I do. Everything's my comfort zone usually, so it was quite uncomfortable being out of it. Yeah, we've got a long year ahead of us. We've got lots of opportunities for me to learn, get used to the drivers. Drivers get used to how annoying I am.
I'm sure you agree, though, Pointy. What an amazing addition.
Yes.
The racing is unbelievable, isn't it?
It's great. I mean, I even managed to get Stuart Oliver to do a little tail wiggle earlier on. Yeah. It was so great. Yeah, so the tail wiggle pickups.
Coming to a TikTok near you.
Yeah, this is it. This is it's the new pickup tail wiggle, right? It's going to be viral by the end of the season, I've decided. Okay. Overall, as an opening weekend.
Yeah, it's not over yet. Pointy, we've got one more race still to go to Super Saloons.
No, I'm done. We don't need any more racing. We've done the trucks and the pickups. I'm happy.
Yeah, and I've just been told it's also not the opening weekend for BARC, of course. We were at Donington a couple of weeks ago.
I don't care. It's the opening weekend. It's the first time I've been brought out of my box, and I'm going to really enjoy being out of the box. And I'm finished for the week. They're going to put me back in my box.
Right. I'm being told in my ear, cars are on track. We've got to get Pointy off the mic. Thank you, Pointy. Thank you so much for this weekend. Really appreciate it, mate. We'll see you soon, no doubt.
It's not over, apparently.
It's not over yet. One more race. Cars are heading out of track. Super Saloons, the CMMC. Can Rod Burley make it 301 wins here at Brands Hatch? Let's find out. He got the 300. Yeah. Let's hand over to commentator Dave Goddard to find out.
Yes, guys, there is one more race to go. Thank you very much. I've just about got some voice back now for it as well after that cracker from the pickups. It is the CMMC Classic and Modern Motorsports Club, Super Saloons and Production Saloons. And maybe one or two gaps towards the back of this grid. We saw a couple of retirements in race one, but the results of race one determining the grid for this one. That means that Rod Burley and Clive Hainsford will share the front row. Can Rod make it 301 Brands Hatch wins in the Escort? Row 2, Martin Reynolds in his Escort Mark II. Started from the back, having missed qualifying yesterday. That's alongside Sean Fairweather's Sierra Cosworth. Row 3 is Sam Haywood, the winner of the Production Saloon split in race 1, starting alongside Colin Claxton's Ford Escort. Adrian Matthews in the Volvo C30 on row 4 alongside Nick Proudlock's Subaru. Dominic Ryan's Fiesta and Ian Seal's Fiesta ST 150 completing the top 10 on the grid. There's a few gaps from there on in. Row 6, we don't have the Mazda MX-5s of Joe and Tony Dean, the son and father pairing. They're not there. 188 Neil Gardner, he definitely won't be there because his engine caught fire after blowing up in race 1, so the Honda Civic's not there. Lee Clue is there with his Audi TT at the back of the field. Steve Dan's VW Polo is there at the back of the field, the Polo Turbo. 29 Rick Skelsey is not there. His car got pushed off the grid before the start of the first race, so he goes down as did not race in the programme. Unfortunately, bad luck to Rick. He'll be back out soon with his BMW then. So it'll be a rolling start, 15 minutes for the Classic and Modern Motorsports Club. A nice mix of classic and modern saloon cars out there, living up to their name. Now is Rod Burley going to charge clear? Will Clive Hainsford keep him honest this time? Will Martin Reynolds pull off a surprise? We know how quick that Escort is off the line. It's the pace car about to draw them away. Slightly reduced grid. I'm looking forward to seeing how Lee Clue gets on from the back of the field in that Audi TT. Had some problems in qualifying and in the first race, pulled off into the paddock earlier on. Thankfully Neil Gardner is okay after that big blow up and subsequent fire in race 1. Can anyone stop Rod Burley? Adding to his seemingly endless list of race wins. If anyone can, Clive Hainsford and Martin Reynolds can try. This will be a rolling start. There's a lot of the more powerful saloons here not geared for standing starts. Burley in the black Escort, red, yellow and blue is Clive Hainsford. White and yellow for Martin Reynolds, Sean Fairweather the red, Sierra Cosworth. There's the little polo of Steve Dan at the back of the field. Hoping to do more than one lap this time, pulled off on the second lap at Graham Hill Bend in the first race. Pace car is in pit lane. Keeping it steady up towards the lights. The final race of the weekend here at Brands Hatch, about to get underway. Revs are up and away they go. The front row will rocket clear. Martin Reynolds starting to go with them. But Rod Burley's away as they go into Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Side by side for second place, Reynolds around the outside. We said he's a quick starter in the Escort, trying to take second from Clive Hainsford. It's Sean Fairweather in the Sierra in fourth position, then Sam Haywood, the first of the production saloons, in the Renault Megane RS. Side by side there, Adrian Matthews in the Volvo and Nick Proudlock in the Subaru, which seems to be slowing a bit there coming down Graham Hill. Steve Dan's Polo getting ahead of Dominic Ryan in the first of the Fiestas. Martin Reynolds is keeping up with Rod Burley here. There's Hainsford in third position. Martin Reynolds is not hanging about here in his Mark II Escort, keeping with Rod Burley. He's trying to get around the outside as they come out of Clark Curve into the Sir Jack Brabham Straights. Just a couple of car lengths in it as the two Fords remain line astern. First lap completed, then Hainsford in third place, and a gap back already to Sean Fairweather's Sierra. Haywood fifth ahead of Matthews. Martin Reynolds tries to position himself. I think he's trying to position himself to take the line for Graham Hill Bend here, the left-hander. But the Escort of Rod Burley is quicker in a straight line down the hill into Graham Hill Bend. These two starting to clear away from Clive Hainsford slightly now in the RX-8s. It's Fairweather, Haywood, Matthews. And next in the order is Steve Dan in the Polo. He's coming through nicely. VW Polo, best known in motorsport as a rally car, of course. Sebastian Ogier taking the Polo WRC to the world title a couple of times. Here's complete lap number 2. Burley leads by only 0.3 of a second. This is Sean Fairweather's Sierra Cosworth under fire from Sam Haywood's Megane. Side by side behind, Dan and Matthews have got a retirement into the pits. Unfortunately, Colin Claxton's Mark I Escort, the Castrol liveried car, has pulled out of the race into the pits. Steve Dan attacking Adrian Matthews' Volvo C30. Haywood's got the Renault ahead of Fairweather's Sierra. Behind these four, a gap back to Dominic Ryan's Fiesta, Lee Clue in the Audi TT. Nick Proudlock has just lost out there to Ian Seal's Fiesta. Yeah, that Subaru certainly not running to its full potential here. There's a problem for Nick Proudlock, I think. He's slowing down through Surtees. 4 square down the straight. Look at the squirt of that little Polo in a straight line. Well, Steve Dan, whatever the problem was in race 1, he seems to have ironed it out. Certainly got plenty of boost down the straight. Closing up on Sean Fairweather's Sierra Cosworth here. That is a pocket rocket, that little VW Polo, isn't it? 1.8 litre turbocharged engine squeezed under the bonnet. Volvo C30 behind him, then there's a gap back to next to it should be Dominic Ryan in the Fiesta. There he is, he's got Lee Clue's Audi TT on his tail. And then Ian Seal is further back. Now, has Nick Proudlock pulled off in the Subaru? Yes, he has. He's pulled into the pits and into the paddock to retire. Yes, I thought there was a problem with the Subaru and Nick is out of the race. Lee Clue up the inside, attacking Dominic Ryan, who's been racing Fiestas here at Brands Hatch for many years now. Through goes Lee. Here's the battle for fourth position, and Sam Hayward's lost a couple of places there because the more powerful Super Saloon class cars, Fairweather and Dan, have got through. 2 litre turbo in the Sierra Cosworth, 1.8 turbo in the Polo. The Team Hornet Renault, that's also a 2 litre turbo, but a more standard car for the production saloon class. Adrian Matthews in a 2 litre normally aspirated Volvo. Meantime up front, Rod Burley is on the fastest lap of the race, 53.284. There they are, the two Fords, 1.25 seconds between the two of them. Clive Hainsford in a bit of a race of his own at the moment, in third place in the Mazda. Average speed of 82 miles an hour, his fastest lap of 53.284, Rod Burley. There's Martin Reynolds in second. There's Clive Hainsford, he's about 6.25 seconds off second place, and nearly 9 seconds clear of Sean Fairweather's Sierra in fourth. Clive Hainsford in that bewinged Mazda. Will we see any flames out of the exhaust on the overrun into Paddock Bend, or a little bit? That's what we like to see. You can see flashes of flame out of the exhausts of Rod Burley's Escort as well as I look out of the window. Here's fourth place. The Polo's got ahead of the Sierra Cosworth. Steve Dan ahead of Sean Fairweather. Nice little scrap going on here, but Sean Fairweather lunges back around the outside at Druids. It's going to be a drag race down to Graham Hill Bend between these two. The Sierra's got the line. Back into fourth place. Sam Hayward says, I'll have some of this as well. Gets the Renault up alongside. Having a great race, these four. 8.5 minutes still to go. Adrian Matthews trying to get involved as well in the Volvo. League gap is just over a second now, I can tell you. New personal best lap for Martin Reynolds. He's not letting Rod Burley get away, just hasn't quite got the straight line speed to challenge the Escort. Hainsford all on his own in third, and then this fight for fourth. Polo, I think, has got the handling advantage over the Sierra. And Sam Hayward's Renault in behind them, down into the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. These four are nearly 10 seconds clear of the next man, who is Lee Clue in the Audi TT. And behind him is Dominic Ryan's Fiesta. Ian Seal next in the order. It won't be too long before the two Escorts at the front catch Ian Seal to lap him. There's Lee Clue. Pulling away from Dominic Ryan now. One and a quarter seconds in it for the lead. New fastest lap for Rod Burley, 53.18 seconds he's just recorded. There's Ian Seal at the back of the field in the number 7 Fiesta ST150. He's soon to be lapped by our race leader. Coming down Paddock Hill, then we should see the leader come through here. There he is. The lead gap is up to 2 seconds now. Burley pulling away from Martin Reynolds now. They really are the class of this field. They're 7 seconds clear of Clive Hainsford's big Mazda now. The production saloon split still being led by Haywood ahead of Matthews. They're a second apart in the battle for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. There they are. Down the hill towards Graham Hill Bend. Still Sean Fairweather's Sierra Cosworth in 4th place. That deceptively standard-looking Polo in 5th with the 1.8 litre turbo engine. Didn't see much of it earlier on. It pulled up on lap 2 of the first race, but a very potent little performer, that is. Fairweather and Dan fighting for their class lead as well, the Super Saloons Class C lead. Leaders have lapped Ian Seal's Fiesta. This is for the lead of the production saloon split as well. The Renault against the Volvo C30. Five minutes to go then. This final race of the weekend here on the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. Things calming down in the closing stages then. The 4th place battle seems to have quietened down a little. Rod Burley leads by 2.1 seconds. Clive Hainsford has just done the fastest lap of the race, 53.15 for the Mazda. So maybe he is trying to catch Martin Reynolds. I think he'll run out of laps to catch these two. Rod Burley in 3rd place. Clive Hainsford in 3rd place, trying to catch these two, I should say. Rod Burley out in front by just over 2 seconds. There's the Mazda of Clive Hainsford. 82 miles an hour average around the Brands Hatch circuit. The battle for 4th, I think, is livening up again as well. I can see out of the window. We've just come to the end of the Cooper Straight. The Polo attacking the Sierra. Here they are. Sam Haywood just keeping an eye on them, but he's in the production saloon split, where we'd normally see Neil Gardiner battling with them as well, but his car suddenly went up in smoke earlier on. Through Paddock Hill Bend, Fairweather working to hold off Steve Dan now. Up towards Druids. Who's going to be later on the brakes? The Sierra holds on. A bit wide on the exit of Druids. He's going to allow Steve Dan to close up. Can he get the nose of the Polo down the inside? Not this time. Adrian Matthews just looking on behind in the Volvo. The lead gap has opened up a little. Another fastest lap for Clive Hainsford, 52.7 now. And if Martin Reynolds gets held up slightly by these couple of back markers, that gap's going to come down. Rod Burley's got through past Dominic Ryan and Lee Clue there. Not seeing any flames out of the side exit exhaust on the Escort WRC. There's Reynolds in the Mark II Escort in 2nd. Yes, he's lost a couple of seconds there, passing those back markers. He's 4 seconds down now on Rod Burley. And Clive Hainsford with another fastest lap. He's only just over 2.5 seconds behind him. So we could yet see a late change for 2nd place here, with a bit of luck for Clive Hainsford. He is catching Martin Reynolds. Goes past Dominic Ryan. Down into Graham Hill Bend there, you can see how much the gap has come down. Lapping Lee Clue's Audi TT. Just over 90 seconds of the race left. So Rod Burley's going to take his 301st Brands Hatch win. There's 2 laps to go. And Clive Hainsford, if he continues to push here, could take second place from Martin Reynolds. They're well clear of the battle for 4th position, which is about half a lap behind them now. Still with Fairweather and Dan battling it out. So less than a minute left on the clock now. Rod Burley will be coming round to start his final lap. The last lap of the weekend here at Brands Hatch. Those flames from the exhaust on Clive Hainsford's car as he tries to close down Martin Reynolds for second place. He's got one more lap to do so. Is he going to put another fastest lap in? Yes, 52.52. He's really pushing here at the wheel of the Racing Beat Mazda. Flames from Rod Burley now as well. Is Rod Burley easing off a little perhaps? Let's have a look, his last lap time, yeah, his last lap was a 54.4, his best a 52.8, so he has eased off a bit. So here we go, the last lap of the weekend here at Brands Hatch. The 3 leaders are going to finish almost together. Here he comes, through Clearways for the last time, for his 301st Brands Hatch victory. I hope he gets the book written of his race, the story of his racing career soon. Here he comes. Rod Burley comes in to complete his double. Reynolds does hang on for second ahead of Clive Hainsford, who does another fastest lap on the final lap, 52.425. And they're well ahead of the battle for 4th place, which I think is going to be won by Sean Fairweather's Sierra. Pick them up if we can. Here they come. Sean Fairweather ahead of Steve down in the Polo. Tends to be a bit fragile, that car, so good to see it run to the flag. Sean Fairweather will take 4th place in the Sierra Cosworth. Steve down is 5th, and the production saloon split is won by Sam Haywood's Renault. Adrian Matthews in 7th. Have a look at the provisional results then. Rod Burley takes his 301st Brands Hatch victory, but only by 1.1 seconds over the hard-charging Martin Reynolds. Clive Hainsford in 3rd place, Sean Fairweather 4th. They all win their subclasses. Steve down 5th, ahead of production winner Sam Haywood. Then Adrian Matthews, Lee Clue, Dominic Ryan and Ian Seal. We lost Nick Proudlock and Colin Claxton into the pits. So that does conclude the on-track action here at the Brands Hatch Indy circuit this weekend here on BARC TV. Please make sure to subscribe to BARC TV. Set your reminders for next weekend for Cadwell Park. We've got Caterhams, we've got Classic Touring Car Racing Club, MG Owners Club and more. Follow all our social media platforms as well. Big thanks to see some of our marshals packing up there. A big thanks to the Orange family this weekend. And to all of our recovery crews, the medical staff, the race control staff and everyone else here at Brands Hatch, everyone for the British Automobile Racing Club for making this meeting happen. We could not go racing without our officials and volunteers, so a big thank you to them. I think we have got cars in Parc Fermé, so we can hand down to Ian for a final word from the drivers.
Yes, welcome Welcome everybody to the Outer Park Ferme here. We're not too sure where Rod Burley is, whether he's stopped in the middle of something, but we are here with Martin Reynolds, who's come home in second place in the race. Clive Hainsford just behind, set the fastest lap of the race on the final lap as well. I really hope Rod Burley comes down or out here. 301 not out for Rod Burley here at Brands Hatch. What an emotional day it has been for him. We will grab a word with Martin as he sits. Martin, Rod doesn't want to come speak to us out here. Imagine he's lapping it up over in the pit lane there, but I'm more than happy to talk to you. Anyway, it's good to see a solid race. You were getting quite close actually, weren't you?
Yeah, I was, but had a little bit of gear shift problem, but never mind. It's a quick car. And it was enjoyable. I just kept Clive off my back because he was really closing in on me. So,
when are we going to next see you out? Are you classic touring car in it at all?
Yeah, I should imagine going to Cadwell.
I'll see you there.
Thank you.
See you there, top man, Martin. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate it. I still know Rod Burley. I'm assuming he's stopped over in the pit lane. Let's just grab a quick chat with Clive again. Clive, right, the pace was there, wasn't it? Because you set the fastest lap on the last lap there.
It takes, with these tyres, it takes so long to switch them on. I actually lit the tyres up off the start line and went nowhere, which is why Martin got me.
We need an extra 10 minutes on the race, don't we?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
I can't do that, I'm afraid. I can't do it. Well done, anyway. Great to see you again, Clive. Really is. Here is Rod. Let's go say hello to him. 300. And in fact, let me repeat. Let me wait until he can hear what I'm saying. Rod Burley, 301 not out here at Brands Hatch, and I bet you enjoyed that one a lot more, right?
It was, yeah. And to be with Martin and Clive, they're great competitors, but Martin, he's like a terrier. He's so quick with that little car. It's about 400 kilos lighter, but we won't go into that. But no, he drove a good race and kept me honest. It was good fun, yeah.
Is today a bit of a pinch me moment, bit of a dream for you?
Yes, yeah. You know, when I first came here, watched Jim Clark racing a Mark 1 Lotus Cortina, I never ever imagined in my wildest dreams that I'd be doing this and, you know, getting the wins.
Yeah.
You know, if we had a few more cars, it would have been great, but you know, it was a real pinch me moment.
Well, your name was already in the history books here, but your name just keeps getting deeper and deeper into them, and it's a very special place, isn't it?
Oh yes, yeah. We've actually bought some trees because you know all the trees got cut down, so we're replanting some trees for them.
Brilliant.
But you know, I keep saying this to people, this is the best circuit in the country, bar none, bar none.
Rod, real pleasure.
Thank you very much.
I really hope to see you soon as well.
Yes, we'll do.
Will be really good. Right, that is it for the racing action here this weekend at Brands Hatch. A big thank you to all of you for tuning in. I just want to say a massive thank you. In that live chat right now, if we could just thank some people too. Throughout the course of the weekend, whenever we do these motorsport events, there's a crew of people who spend the entire weekend up gantries, in amongst the trees, following all of the action to bring you the live pictures. So I want to say a massive thank you to Dan, our producer, who's been pressing all the buttons and flicking between the cameras. Elliot, who's been camera one, has been right at the top there all weekend, up in the wind and the blaring sun as it's coming down. Big thank you to Ray, to Richard. Massive shout to Tom as well, who's holding the roaming cam. The amount of steps Tom's put in this weekend is quite remarkable. Our commentary team as well, Andy McEwen, of course. It's been great to have Henry Burdett here. Leah, who was with us yesterday. Pointy as well, of course. And a massive thank you to Dave Goddard, who I'm going to hand back to now for the final word. Thanks for watching, everybody. I'll see you very soon.
Well, thank you very much to Ian Waterhouse, to Pointy, and everybody else down there for bringing us the word from in the paddock. Thanks to Andy McEwen and Henry Burdett as well. We'll see them back out the beginning of May at Croft, I think, when TCR UK are next in action. Thanks again to all the officials in here at Brands Hatch. As we said, big thanks from me to all our camera crews as well, to Dan, our director, and to everybody else behind this production here on BARC TV this weekend. Well, that does bring things to a close. A big thank you to all the drivers, their entertainment, to all their teams and backup crews in the paddock as well. Easy to forget them, so well done to them for keeping the cars moving this weekend. And most of all, thank you to you, the supporters, for watching. Do subscribe to British Automobile Racing Club on YouTube, and do set your reminders for next weekend for Cadwell Park, April the 11th and 12th. classic touring cars. We've got Caterhams, we've got MGs, junior saloon cars, the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup as well, with a guest appearance at Cadwell Park. That's all coming up next weekend. Until then, on behalf of all the rest of our commentary and presentation team this weekend, this is your lead commentator Dave Goddard signing off here at Brands Hatch here on BARC TV. Thank you very much for watching. We'll see you at Cadwell next week.